Hello everyone! Welcome to the first Arknights Challengers PvP tournament. Wow, it's been a long ways since getting here. We have a ton of talented Arknights players ready to play. Over 100 players signed up, and I'm incredibly excited for this awesome day. My name is Viper. I'm joined today by my incredible host, Cookie Kaze. Cookie, how are you doing today?
Hey, I'm doing awesome, Viper, and it's great to see everybody over here. Thanks for coming in to watch the competition, and honestly, I am very hyped for every single matchup. I can't believe Viper has organized with us a top 128 competition that we all get to experience in just the next few hours.
Yeah, I am super excited. There's a lot of storylines going on. We have official teams that are all ganging up together. I'm very excited to see who's going to take the crown today. Just to give you guys an overview, this is going to be a single elimination bracket. Best of 3 all the way to the finals, which is a best of 5. And we're going to have the higher seed matches on stream today. If you want to tune into the other matches, you can find them on Discord. All right, before we get started, matches will begin at 7 p.m. sharply, 7 p.m. PDT. That's in about 7 minutes. But before that, we do want to review some of the more important players in this entire equation, our patrons. Thank you so much for your support. It could not have been done without you guys. Kestrel, The Lost One, Ohio Hina Non, Sora, Marsu Mouse, Robot Dragon, and Look, thank you very much for your amazing support and dedication to our project, and of course to the rest of you patrons as well. All of these funds are being allocated to our prize pool today, and I'm helping a lot of quality of life improvements, and also of course paying the back-end staff. And so every single dollar is greatly appreciated. If you guys also want to donate to the cause and help fund future projects, you can do !Patreons in chat to find the link there.
Echoing Viper's words here, thanks to all of you for supporting the competition and even for taking time over here today. If you guys would like to help out to support this stream even more, please do go ahead, drop some subs for Viper in the process. And yeah, we have a lot for you guys in store in just a little bit.
Absolutely. Thank you for that, Cookie. And yeah, really, a lot of the support does come down from the viewers as well. Thank you very much for watching this and being so in tune with our community, our small community we have here. It's such a blessing to have that. And on top of that, we also do want to celebrate some of our other important back-end actors, crediting Rumby and Isaac for that amazing teaser that you saw just then. They did a great job collabing on that. I love Rumby's animation work, and Isaac is a really talented music artist, so thank you to those two people both. And of course, Lappy, which you're about to hear their song, but Lappy, we actually collaborated with them to come up with this new pick and ban phase for the actual matches themselves. It's a song called Crescendo of Fate. I'm really excited for you guys to hear that if you haven't heard it already. And of course, to all the TOs in the back end, all 18 TOs running the entire show today, this cannot be done without you guys. So thank you to the TOs. They will definitely be getting paid later today. Cookie, what are you excited about for today's tournament?
Oh my goodness, I'm very excited to see all the players who's going to progress upwards. You know, from 128, the moment it goes all the way down to 32 and 16 later on, we're going to see who are really the top players that you might possibly be able to find in Arknights. And there's a lot of storylines that we're going to have today where there are players who maybe are ready to compete who's down the line later on, and you're going to see some really rough matchups.
Yeah, like honestly, just looking at this real quick, our power rankings for today, a lot of this is based off of previous performance from our Challenger 0 and the IS Bingo tournament, previous Challenger series. A lot of different competitions that have happened in the past. We've seen a lot of names come up, winners from the past competing in today's tournament. So this is our top 10 seeded players for today. We have a variation of teams that are being represented right now. Cookie, do you recognize any of the names on here?
Oh, for sure. I do recognize some of the names because some of the names that you're going to be seeing, they've made a lot of noise over on Twitter, over on Discord channels, and they're all hyping up even their own supporters to come and watch them today. But even for all of these lists here, if you guys have watched some of the previous Challenger series and competitions that's organized in Arknights, you might be familiar with these people. If there are other people that you're supporting and you don't really see them over here, it's simply because maybe this is one of their first competitions that they're ever participating, and don't worry, these power rankings should just change in a matter of a few hours.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited to see if these players can actually keep their title in the top 10. We do have a lot of new people competing around this. Over 100 people. That's so many. So really, any new underdog can rise up through the ranks. And let's see. We'll see how these guys do. All right.
Honestly, it's gonna be so exciting. So I can't wait really together with all of you later on.
Yeah, absolutely. I cannot wait as well. We'll be watching the matches on the back end. We'll hop in here and there to talk about some stuff, kind of simulate an analyst desk later on. Of course, Cookie's the smarter one in this pair, so I'll have him analyze a lot of the harder stuff. So yeah, we'll be back, guys. I'm going to pass it to the casters now. We have 2 new casters that we've never shown. I believe they're very talented individuals, so I'll let them introduce themselves. Welcome our casters for Arknights Challengers 1.
Thank you, Viper. Appreciate you bringing us in here. And of course, over onto Kookie as well, our 2 wonderful hosts that we are going to have here throughout the night as both hosts as well as the analyst. I will be occasionally throwing back onto hello, ladies and gentlemen. I am Shuvi Senpai. I'll be one of your casters here tonight for the Arknights Challengers. And along to the left of me, there's another person. Why don't you introduce yourself too?
Hello everybody, I'm Wookie. I'm your other caster for tonight's festivities. Looking to be a fun round of events. Interesting map pool we got going on, so I think we're gonna have some fun here, right, Shuvi?
Indeed, indeed, indeed. And you know what? You and I have been watching, what is it? Scrims. There we go. There's the correct word. Alrighty. We're starting to mess up our words, man. At least I am, because I'm too excited about these ones. Scrims. Man, dude, I've been watching these scrims for a couple of days now, right? I've been a little bit on and off when it comes to these kind of things, getting a little bit familiar to some of our players because we can't watch every single one of them on our spare time. But man, you're absolutely right. Today we have an incredible series of games for you guys in the chat. Again, thank you guys so much for having us here and hope you guys enjoy your stay because for the next, give or take 5, maybe even 6 hours, not just the players in this tournament, but you guys are also going to have an incredible amount of just pure Arknights content to watch.
Nothing but good times here. Cop plays. I'm expecting lots of like hidden strategies that people probably didn't hide, didn't show in their scrims. Pulling in those bag of tricks, busting out some interesting units. Sandbagging some scrims. You never know, and. We'll see what they bust out. Remember, it's not necessarily meta around here. There's a variety of things that could happen. Like Thorns may be good here, but he might not be the best if you're fighting certain maps or certain strategies. I know I've seen a good number of Mizukis around in some of the streams or scrims.
Yeah, and that's something that you and I are going to be keeping tabs on throughout the entire course of the night here, because it's exactly as you said. A lot of times we talk about very overused operators when it comes to Arknights. You just mentioned Thorns. Of course, he's absolutely amazing when it comes to holding certain things, but sometimes, you know what? You might as well just wait a little bit in regards to what you want to be doing down the course of the road, right? Because you have certain strategies. The main goal here for a lot of our players, if you guys have been watching these practice games that Viper has been showing on the stream for the past couple of, I would say, weeks and even months to a certain degree, if you've been watching his previous events as well, is trying to finish these stages as fast as you can, which means you have to work around a lot of specific mechanics around these stages. Sometimes Thorns is absolutely amazing. You're absolutely right. But is it going to be enough for you to make sure that you can get past some of those checkpoints to spawn the next set of waves so that you can kill these enemies faster and finish the map fast as well? That is going to be something we're going to have to keep tabs on, as, you know what? We're super close, man. We're getting ready for our players to start going into some of our matchups. And you heard what Viper said. Wookie, we're going to see the top-seeded teams on the stream here, at least when it comes to our top 128 seeded matches. And then as we start trickling down, of course, we'll see some of our players mixed in here and there, depending on what kind of underdog stories start coming up, or some of those, very solidified community members, just making sure that their staple in the community is going to be standing.
Yeah, we'll see if there's any surprise upsets over crowd favorites. Who knows? We'll see what happens there. I don't know if you have any favorite operators that you're looking to see. For me personally, I'm just waiting for the Silac S3s. Totally not biased. Yes, of course I'm gonna shill for Silac every chance I get. Unbiased caster, 100%. But what about you, Shu? You got any particular ones you're looking for? It looks like we're about to load in here.
Yeah, absolutely. So for our first matchup that we are going to be having here, TurtlyP as well as FeyGlow. FeyGlow going to be joining us from team WAD, and of course you guys have seen the announcements when it comes to the map pool 7-18, WR-EX-8, 919, MNDEX-EX-8, and R8-11. All of these are going to be played on the normal difficulty. No challenge mode shenanigans here. Doesn't mean you can leak anything, save for R8-11. You are allowed to let Tallulah die, but if anyone's played that stage before, you let that Tallulah walk, she will take forever getting to that exit spot.
There is that exit spot, as it looks like Glow has won the coin toss, as we will see what map they pick here. Wonder, Glow being known as a Arknights player from their streams. So interesting seeing if will Glow bust out some of that Arknights hidden strats that we don't normally see, as it looks like our map selection is in fact R8-11, which was a bit of a wild card in the map pool. You have all these boss rush maps, right? And then all of a sudden it's like, here's this R8-11 where the boss is a Tallulah who kind of just waddles towards the red zone and kind of just goes kaput, right?
Exactly, it's the flip side of the coin when it comes down to it. You're not killing the boss, you're protecting the boss, but in a way, in this time, you want that boss to die early if you're gonna go for the main goal here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go to the first ban phase we're gonna have for R8-11 for TurtlyP as well as FeyGlow. These two doctors going to be on some next level strategies. First ban is going to be Horn, a very, very solid lane holder, and at range, of course, in a stage like this where a lot of tiles are going to be blocked and you want to hit the enemies on the other side, go for it. I 100% agree with this ban.
Ooh, second man responds with a Golden Glow. Again, both players going for that kind of ranged ban. Golden Glow with that global range. You know, if you get rid of them as soon as they spawn, you don't got to worry about them to walk into range.
Exactly. Texas Alter going to be banned out here as well. Just, do I even need to say anything about this operator? I feel like everyone at this stage pretty much knows what she does. You can do it all the time throughout the entire course of the stage, as long as you're not DP lock, which, for what it is with her module, doesn't happen. So it is what it is.
And unsurprisingly, off the back of that Texas Alter ban is Uncle Horse himself. Winar has been banned.
Phantom's going to be joining the fray too, very similar to what Texas Alter wants to do. And I think this right now kind of goes to show that a lot of these very kind of timing specific operators, like the Silver Ash coming into, you want to try knocking down a lot of the enemies, especially on the left side of R8-11. Every single one of these operators lets you do it almost essentially for free, and that's why all of these operators are being banned. In one way to kind of ruin the other person's strategies if maybe those operators are in line with what they used to do, but at the same time kind of making sure that you have your own strategies to work around. These operators definitely not what they have been in planning for the past couple of weeks.
Okay, joining Silver Ash is Irene and now Mudrock as an interesting choice. Lots of mass AoE being banned so far, possibly with the exception of Phantom with that single target AoE. But Mudrock, a bit of an interesting choice, a bit of an expensive operator, looking like maybe Mudrock would be holding the center line with her AoE skill 2. Maybe is what TurtlyP's thinking of here, as the Fartooth gets banned.
Yeah, I've seen Fartooth getting used especially towards the very top lane just to clear some of those enemies out that are coming towards the left side, but even the ones that heli drop down on the stage, so Fartooth absolutely going to be another priority operator that FeyGlow does not want to deal with TurtlyP using. We have one ban left, ladies and gentlemen. Before we start going into our official stage, what is TurtlyP going to be banning? It will, as a matter of fact, be the Thorn. So a lot of good lane holders on the side of TurtlyP going to be banned with these final two. And that means we have our 10 bans, ladies and gentlemen. Horn, Golden Glow, Texas Alter, Milinar, Phantom, Silver Ash, Irene, Mudrock, Fartooth, as well as Thorns to round out our 10 bans for the first game in the first matchup here. Ladies and gentlemen, FeyGlow and TurtlyP as they go into the character selections for game number 1.
We will be getting started any second now, as soon as they get the go-ahead. As the drafting phase is about to start, I'm wondering what they're going to bring out, because they're both going to want to look for that kind of mass AoE, clear as many out in one go as possible instead of just that slow grind, right? As here we go, drafting phase is starting. Let's see, that is a Kirara Manticore going on Glow side, Bagpipe, Myrtle, Texas, more traditional thing from TurtlyP. As picks are coming through, ooh, Ethan's Flametail, is the Ash coming out on the other side.
Still going through though. It seems like TurtlyP have a solid plan. They're gonna go in immediately. 12 operators selected. FeyGlow taking a little bit here. Taking a little bit of extra time to choose these operators. Each one of these seconds are gonna matter a lot. TurtlyP, on the other hand, immediately gonna go down with that Myrtle down on the ground. An operator that tends to be banned a lot of times will not be banned out here. Mountain goes down to lock down that one spot as well. And here we go. FeyGlow joins the fray as they're gonna start going into this specific matchup here as well. As long as TurtlyP doesn't, you know, wipe out here with the leak, I think it's a solid advantage TurtlyP is going to have going into R8-11.
That is a 7-kill lead that TurtlyP has over Glow at the moment as Glow begins setting up their initial lineup. Let's see, is that a stainless? I see that is a stainless. Glow waiting to set up, getting the DP to set up those specialists as TurtlyP continues to plow through those first line of strikers as kill counts are coming in 17-6 at the moment. Glow down by 11, those precious seconds lost in the drafting phase. Will that come back to bite Glow? As currently, Glow's going to have to pull something out. The Ethan is up, the stainless turret is up. As damage is now coming through, Glow doing their best to catch up as they are down 9 kills now, closing the gap a little bit. But will it be enough to catch up the entire way here as the Lancer comes in on TurtlyP's side?
Yeah, there's a lot of really tanky enemies on the left side right now. Ethan is being utilized to his maximum potential. Those turrets constantly getting hit by Ethan's attacks at the moment. But look at TurtlyP, it's so safe. There is nothing getting through so many of his defenses right now. And this is one of those stages where you really need that consistency early on. And with TurtlyP starting to step forward, we're going to have a lot of these snipers heli dropping down as well. TurtlyP looking extremely fine. But look at the kill count for FeyGlow too. Starting to catch up a little bit here. It's 32-32. But the next wave has already spawned here for TurtlyP. We have to see what ends up happening as, yeah, look at that. TurtlyP hasn't even moved yet on the side of FeyGlow.
As TurtlyP hasn't moved on side of FeyGlow, as TurtlyP has died for TurtlyP, which means that the map will definitely end as soon as last enemy falls for TurtlyP's side. Glow doing their best with the specialists to clear out as they drop in, but TurtlyP has the advantage of having the kill phases coming up, as right now it is just a race to kill all the enemies. Still has a Chen in reserve, 4 last enemies left. You have the Imperial Striker as he's walking in to die, presumably to the mountain here. As Glow is struggling, 6 enemies left on the side of Glow in addition to that TurtlyP, but that TurtlyP is not dying. So the map currently looks like it's TurtlyP's to lose as the last jetpackers are dropping in. Fia Metascale goes off kills, and that is going to be it. TurtlyP takes the map 52-47, but we'll see how Glow strikes back because the next map pick will be Glow's. Interesting strategies coming from both sides. It's more of a specialist side for Glow, but those precious few seconds in the drafting phase did in fact biting Glow.
Absolutely incredible game here from TurtlyP, 1-0 up against FeyGlow at the moment. But of course, as you talked about, FeyGlow will have the map selection here yet again, as they did end up losing our first game. And you know, those extra few seconds, I think a lot of people in the chat has mentioned R8-11 doesn't really have those kill gates that a lot of other stages have, especially like 7-18. You gotta kill Patriot phase 1 to start moving on past the 18th enemy. You don't have that in R8-11. You just gotta let TurtlyP die as fast as you can so that she doesn't walk all the way to the end. It wasn't the case there for FeyGlow, and for TurtlyP getting into the match itself a couple seconds early, definitely giving them the advantage. But next up, guys, WR-EX-8 is going to be up in board. FeyGlow with the map pick. Let's see what ends up happening here. The ban phase is going to be coming through in just a moment for you guys. Good lord, man. If game number 1 was that good from TurtlyP, I think FeyGlow definitely needs a puncher to start attacking back on these advantages.
Yeah, this one's going to be free, so this one's a more traditional boss kill map. You got a very large free that's going to be waddling his way around the map. Remember, there will be a phase change with free once you take out that first phase. So we'll see what each operator responds, and Poziomka is the first ban. Looking to get rid of that boss killing ability with Posi. Almost like Too Shorts being able to drop down that deployable typewriter. Especially
typewriter. Yeah, typewriter, exactly. You're right. You know, it just opens up the map a lot more for you as well, especially with a tile map like WR-EX8. You have a lot of opportunities and placements. You can put that typewriter down, but it's the exact same thing here for Surtur too. A lot of very straight-lined alleys that you're going to have where Surtur is going to be super useful. Going to be eliminated here from TurtlyP.
I'm expecting a lot of single target boss bans. There's the Chen Alter. Surprising that Chen Alter did not get banned that last round, but Chen Alter banned this time. Kind of just a do-it-all Swiss Army knife option. It doesn't matter what it is, Chen Alter will send it to the Shadow Realm.
Exactly. Milinar going to be joining the Shadow Realm here as well. I think this is a ban that you and I are going to be able to see consistently throughout the night, because as everyone knows, on top of it, Milinar just super good at clearing out waves, bosses, you name it, he has got your back.
Oh, would you look at that? That is a healer ban. A Warfarin. Glow, look at the ban that boosted damage that Warfarin's S2 can provide, because I really doubt that you're banning Warfarin for the heals.
Yeah, that is very true, and same thing here for Kaltze. You're not really banning her for the heals, because let's be real, she is a fake healer when you actually need her to heal stuff. No, it's going to be for the monster, true damage there. A good ban, I think, coming out from both TurtlyP as well as FeyGlow, because, you know, throughout the entire course of the night here, Wookie, as we start seeing a lot of these boss rotations being played over and over and over from all of our doctors tonight, these support operators that really gives you those buffs to really important operators like the X2, like the NTR that's being banned on top of it. Yeah, they gotta go so that other people don't really have that strategy as their backup plan in case they don't have any other ways to kill the bosses.
Looks like Glow's going for kind of that sniper supporter ban, getting rid of a lot of ranged options. TurtlyP getting rid of range as well, but going more for that single target true damage, and unsurprisingly, there's Texas Alter again.
Exactly. This is a ban that we're going to see a lot. Same thing for Milinar too, right? There's just a couple operators off the top of my head we're going to be able to see consistently throughout the course of the night. I feel like at this point we can just kind of predict at least 2-3 operators that will be banned here, and then there are going to be those occasional doctors that will bring in some very interesting ban picks along the way. But Horn will be joining us here yet again on the side of TurtlyP this time, not from FeyGlow. And this rounds it out, ladies and gentlemen. 10 bans for the operators. You're going to have to go into WREXA without these operators to kill free and all of its other drawings that are going to come through. Let's see what these two doctors have in plan.
Still plenty of options on the table for boss killing as we're getting ready to go into the drafting phase. An interesting choice that I wonder if one of the any of the players have thought about. Ebenholz, while he gets slept on quite a bit, is a very good boss and elite killer, as that's kind of what his entire niche is built towards. So here we go with the drafting phase here.
See what ends up happening. You know, you talked about the Ebenholz, but Ebenholz needs a lot of planning behind, you know, because if you want to try using all of his bursts in one go, or even if you want to use his shadows to kind of line up some of those defenses, there's still a little bit that has to go behind it. And in a situation where you're forced to make sure that you can kill things extremely fast, yeah, look at that. None of these operators gonna be placed towards that Ebenholz's side. Just go all the way forward. You gotta go as fast as you can. TurtlyP entering the stage a little bit early when it comes to the operator selection, but look at that, slight issues on the emulator. Oh no! TurtlyP has crashed, and that means FeyGlow with such a big advantage here. Oh, I don't know what the rules are for that specifically. Oh, that is absolutely terrible here for TurtlyP. FeyGlow already inside of the stage right now. Wolves are spawning, and of course we're going to start seeing the Smarty spawn here in just a moment too, with Free coming out on top. But this is such a big advantage going to FeyGlow.
This is a massive tech advantage that's coming through. Looks like organizers are letting them play out because this isn't a net issue, and there's not much you can do to control that, but Glow is up 10 kills as a result of the technical difficulties, as TurtlyP is scrambling, absolutely scrambling to get back in, as Free has now made his appearance on the screen. And with the buff has come down, Glow using the Great Throw in place of the Exia. Great Throw, it turns out, just as good in getting rid of first phase of Free, as he is now transitioning to second phase. 10-second involt will go through. After that, looks like Glow is gonna do some cruise altering, possibly? Shots are going in onto the stainless turret as TurtlyP finally loads in, but that is a 21 kill disadvantage, and one phase of Free.
Yeah, and it seems like, oh man, Free is just getting absolutely decimated here as well. We talked about phase 1 going through. Cruise Alter isn't going to actually obliterate phase 2 in and of itself, but a decent amount of damage going down on towards that boss at the moment. Well, actually, wow, Cruise Alter was enough, that health bar being blocked by those operators at the bottom, but it will absolutely be enough with Scotty Alter's buffs and everything on top of it. So for the rest of FeyGlow's run here, it just has to be consistent, just kill all the rest of the enemies, no leaks coming through, please, for FeyGlow, and everything else should be fine. Of course, these small enemies for the blindies gonna have to get blocked with the correct color on that ink. Ooh, let's see. There's always that chance where one small mistake coming out for FeyGlow is gonna set up a really good advantage here for TurtlyP, who is also on the scale of trying to knock down this free. P1 is down, P2 invulnerability is up in the go, but the enemy count for FeyGlow rising higher and higher and higher.
As right now, this is definitely FeyGlow's match to lose. Right now, it's just mistake-free play from Glow here, and they should be able to take the map, as TurtlyP has to wait on deploy, or not deploy, but has to wait on the enemies to spawn, as Glow only has that last 10 enemies, as the spawn cap is coming through hard from Glow. Don't need to worry about them coming over later on if they're getting off. Oh, disaster strikes! TurtlyP has leaked one. And that will end that run turn, as TurtlyP's going to reset. It's going to take an absolute miracle, an absolute choke from Glow here if TurtlyP's going to even have a chance on this map, as it's just the last 4 enemies just waiting for them to spawn. As here they are, heals and damage coming through, abilities all coming off of cooldown, as one more kill and Glow will be taking your map shortly as soon as that last enemy spawns. TurtlyP tries to get back in there. He is. It's like any second now.
But yeah, the Fury is just kind of sleeping on FeyGlow, giving TurtlyP a chance here, but no, it's absolutely not going to be the case.
Glow will not leak this one. There will be no chokes here, as Glow takes map 2.
Oh man, unfortunate here for TurtlyP, but man, FeyGlow, again, these attributes are such a big aspect when it comes to WREXA, dude. I hated this mechanic when it comes to this event, man. I always messed up the attributes, and I'm sure a lot of people in chat can definitely agree on that as well, but FeyGlow with the early setup, changing the attributes of the operators at the bottom to make sure none of those pesky blindies get through, and a good map take here from FeyGlow, and now TurtlyP back with the map pick. What kind of opportunities are they going to go for? I think this was a good map for TurtlyP to throw away, because you had the technical issue at the beginning, you forgot about the attribute at the end, but that's one of those things where it's like a mind game, right? You messed up at the beginning, not even out of your own volition, but it happens. Sometimes you just got to let that go.
If things, I mean, what TurtlyP could say to himself right now is that if things are gonna go wrong, you might as well have them all go wrong on the one map. As now it's TurtlyP's turn again. Mistake-free play coming through here from TurtlyP, right? Like if you're gonna do it, like that was just bad luck between tech issues and everything else. Like, you know, what do you do in that situation?
Exactly,
So,
and for the most part, we were only watching FeyGlow knock down consistently while they were trying to finish the entirety of WREX8, but TurtlyP killed Free really fast. I didn't even notice it, but as soon as I looked back to TurtlyP's screen, Free was gone. So TurtlyP definitely has a lot of strategies here, right? The problem is actually executing it and also not getting PC diffed.
It's either a PC diff or BlueStacks diff, but either way, it is what it is. As it looks like TurtlyP is ready to go, as the pick is 718. Good old Patriot for you Arknights veterans. Patriot was absolutely just the big chunky wall that you had to get through. Just an absolute menace. Not as bad currently with all the various, powerful units that we have now. But oh man, early day Arknights trying to go through Patriot. Whew.
The thing is, 718 is one of those stages where I'm pretty sure a lot of our players and contenders here have had a massive amount of practice with, because it's exactly as you said. We have a ton of operators that can kill Patriot extremely quickly, but the thing is, Patriot is still Patriot. You mess up a little bit, that man is going to completely run over the one operator, or maybe two, that you set to kill him. So let's see what kind of strategies our two doctors are going to have in store here. Searcher going to be banned out here first, of course. You want to kill Patriot that quickly? Nah, it's not happening. Searcher's going to be out as their first ban.
Patriot's #1 bully, Surtur, being ejected from the match early. Patriot somewhere out in the back like, oh, thank goodness, no Surtur to deal with. The bully is gone. As we wait and see how Glow will respond here to the Surtur ban. As A Shamare ban. Oh, followed by Calcium ban.
Yeah, you know what? These instant bans coming through here for FeyGlow and TurtlyP. The Shamare ban, I like this. Debuffs on towards Patriot. Definitely an easy way for you to knock down that phase 1. And again, as I mentioned earlier, phase 1 is what you need to kill early on to get through the 18 kill mark. And then that's when, you know, the second set of the wave is actually going to start coming through. So I like the Shamare ban here, not really letting that debuff, which a lot of doctors from what I've seen in the scrims actually use as a strategy to knock down Patriot even earlier. Not going to be a factor. And exactly as you were talking about, another boss related operator with the Schwarz, even NTR going to be joining the fray. No true damage there, no big physical damage to knock down Patriot early.
Yeah, looks like Glow is targeting a lot of that defense down. Remember, Shamare's S2, that doll, is the defense shred of Patriot. And there's Texas Alter. Somehow, hey, before Leonard this time. But lots of that physical damage being blocked on Glow's side, but this time with the arts damage of Texas Alter, because, okay, let's be honest, everyone has Texas Alter at this point. Or at least hopefully everyone does.
Exactly. Very overhyped operator, but for good reason too. She is absolutely strong when it comes down to it, and look at that! Okay, that's not a ban that I expected coming out from TurtlyP here in 7-18. Unectis going to be joining the fray, a very solid operator to kind of hold that one line, deal some damage when she needs to, and Posy, of course, will also be joining the fray on that ban list.
Yeah, no mechas allowed here, but with the Unectis ban as Posy joins, so it looks like Glow still continuing to go down the line of defense, of things that target defense bans. Possibly a targeted ban towards TurtlyP, maybe banking that TurtlyP does not have as much arts damage to shred through Patriot.
Yeah, and that's something you have to note here, right? The amount of bans coming out from these players for the main physical damage aspect of this game, or even like true damage too. We're just going to kind of discount Surtur here for a second, and even I guess Texas Alter too, because her skill 3 does make her deal a little bit of arts damage. But Irene joined the fray, Posy, you have NTR, with sometimes when you know, operators and doctors decide to go for the skill 2, it's not going to be too much true damage coming out from that operator. So a lot of physical damage being banned out here, additional support again with the Warfare being banned out here. FeyGlow going to be removing that operator from the list of operators to be chosen here in 7-18, but that rounds out our 10 banned operators. Wookie, ooh, I am excited for this one.
Here we go into the final map of this game. We'll see if Glow's bans of more supporting of the damage units will pay off, as we're about to go into the drafting phase here as soon as they get the go, but that Unectis ban is interesting to me. Just like go for that Nexu, that's something that you really don't see.
Exactly, and you think about the Unectis ban, you see what I'm seeing. We're missing a Milinar ban here coming out from either one of our doctors. Not a very common miss on a banned operator that a lot of people have been specifically noting nowadays, and maybe that's going to make a big difference, because with Milinar available in a stage like Patriot where waves upon waves upon waves of enemy comes, of course Patriot alone is nothing to scoff at as well, Milinar could be a really big asset that hasn't been banned out yet. But again, TurtlyP with an incredibly fast roster selection here is going to start going into 7-18 as soon as possible. FeyGlow is going to have to play catch up yet again here in 7-18.
Early not diffed by blue stacks this time, is it looking like, as Glow loads in not as far behind, but TurtlyP looks like puts down the Count to Be Light, start getting that DP gen, Myrtle getting Mountain set up at the bottom, Myrtle set up at the top, getting DP gen, both sides getting the DP gen set up. Is that a province that I see from FeyGlow?
Yeah, it absolutely is, and we'll see what that province is really going to do in a stage like this, when you do have a really tanky enemy like the Patriot that province could absolutely just hammer away on, but the plan has to be set in stone. You have to make sure that all of this is going to actually come into fruition, as Patriot is walking on the side of FeyGlow, TurtlyP is already moving down. The Chalter is going to be absolutely hammering away at that P1 for Patriot. Should be taken down here in just a moment for TurtlyP. So part 1 of trying to knock down Patriot, easy as pie on the side of TurtlyP. Same thing for FeyGlow. Should have most of the burst coming through in just a moment here, and look at the damage that Province is throwing out onto Patriot.
As right now, looks like TurtlyP's up ahead 2 kills. Phantom dealing with a couple of the snipers. Both Phantom and his clone go down. Silver Ash doing damage, clearing out the waves. As Glow still has a few stragglers here, as they're both trying to race to that 18 to spark that phase 2 as soon as Patriot stands up. It looks like TurtlyP will be getting that phase 2 of Patriot start as the jetpack troopers start landing on the side of TurtlyP. Glow still waiting to clear out those last 8 enemies as they are just trundling their way forward. Every second must matter like crazy for Glow right now. Interference mines going down, looking to detonate on Patriots as the hard kill setup is going up. Patriots lance has been thrown as it looks like it was not the Suzerain that went down. Whoops. But Suzerain setup, I was like, if that went hit Suzerain, that would have been real bad.
Yeah, that would have been absolutely terrifying. Just one mistake is going to cost a lot. Look at that. Oh, no. Oh, the sarcasm enemy is going to get blocked here by Bagpipe. FeyGlow, just a little bit of extra life coming in through their way. You got to activate the skill on Bagpipe. Otherwise, she's going to die. And she dies. That's a leak coming out from FeyGlow. And it is going to have to be a hard reset here for FeyGlow. Absolutely tragic of a mistake coming through. And TurtlyP, look at their side. 34 out of 45. The rest of the stage is easy. They have a solid defense, especially with Mountain holding the end of the stage here too. It's looking all set and done for FeyGlow at the moment, as TurtlyP looking extremely solid to go 2-1 here in the best of 3. Oh my goodness, what a huge mistake from FeyGlow.
It was not a mistake that Glow could afford to make, having already been behind in the draft phase, as TurtlyP has taken the map, and that is a 2-1 win of TurtlyP over FeyGlow. So our first niche player goes down in this tournament.
Absolutely unfortunate, dude. I mean, FeyGlow had so many ways to try making that up. Again, the mistake of not activating the bagpipe skill there towards the end. Oh man, it hurts my soul. But it happens sometimes when you're kind of panicking in a situation like this, putting down bagpipe to defend that last little slot, right? Well, you forget that she's there, and those enemies do quite a lot of damage when they're buffed by those little towers that explode. So cool stuff, I will say, at least on the side of TurtlyP. Good rounds coming out from them. Maybe one small mistake. That wasn't even of their volition, as their blue stacks accidentally crashed. Yep, it happens sometimes. You just gotta deal with it.
But it happens, but I mean, that's a sign of a player who knows exactly their stay calm. Like that's what we like seeing, right? That's what we see in some of those players that you think, oh, can they get a run going? Calm, clean, collected play, good recovery from a mistake that wasn't, they didn't let that boom their mental to a different dimension, right? A full reset of just like, it's okay, wasn't my fault, you know, things happen, get set up, clear this map. Like, you saw how clear that map was on TurtlyP's side that entire run.
It's safe. It feels safe. Just me watching it as well. Okay, safe for the little mistakes there during WREX8. We saw the leak. It happens. Again, attributes, mechanics, dude. It happens all the time, even as seasoned players, when it comes down to mechanics that are nonsensical like those things. It happens. It's okay, TurtlyP. We saw how well you played. And again, I think a lot of people in chat specifically saw this as well, but TurtlyP is really good at selecting the operators that he needs to use to start winning these lobbies. So I'm really liking what we saw from TurtlyP here. Of course, this is one of the high-seeded matches as well. So we are seeing what's to come in the next set of rounds that we're going to be watching just from TurtlyP alone, and I loved what I saw here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how far TurtlyP will go in this tournament, but remember, a GG to both players for putting on a show for us. Close games on either side. Still close games. I mean, the score might not look as close, but, you know, one small thing, and that could change. You know, if Glow... That's why you want to draft faster, right? You want to try to go in with that draft as soon as you can, because as we can see, every second matters, and especially when every second matters, if you are the one that's behind and you know that you're like, you know, you have that pressure on you constantly, right? I'm going slow, I need to quick out, I need to speed it up, and then you go into the map, like, are you going to let that affect how you play, where you start rushing through, and when you rush through, you start making mistakes, and when you make mistakes, that's how the leaks happen. So you want to try to be that first one to get in. As, again, good games to both players, both very strong players, for, giving us an amazing show here.
Yeah, and I think one of the things about making sure that you go into these stage really quickly is understanding how your account is set up, right? Because not every account is going to have the same operators from the start down when you start selecting those operators. So you have to have a very clear mind in regards to how your specific operators are set up, or at least have a set of mind while we're waiting from the ban phase going into the stage in and of itself. You already have to be thinking about what operators you're going to have to select, which means, you know, like filtering is going to be super important here. What level are they? That's another thing to be worried about. What skin do they have so you actually select the right operator? That's another big thing as well. So a lot of small factors that add up into the grand total of how fast you're able to get into the stage, and we saw TurtlyP executing that absolutely perfectly. And for FeyGlow, while they were slightly lacking behind, they did get the correct operators that they wanted to use, and that's another thing we have to remember to push as much as possible as well. Get the right operators. If you don't, then you're not going to execute your strategy.
Yeah, remember, the only thing that's worse than a slow start is a leak or a restart. Because while starting slower 5 seconds, you can still come back with that. If your strat, if you believe in your strat, you know how to set things up, you can come back from that. But a full reset, if you're like, say 20 kills in and you realize, oh no, I grabbed Gravel instead of Project Red, like, oh no, like things are going.
The thing that I really saw about TurtlyP is TurtlyP just schmooze, man. You can't really, I didn't even notice that TurtlyP started runs every now and then because they were moving so quickly throughout these operator selections. And speed might be one thing in regards to completing a stage, but for other contestants who are also busy with their runs right now, going through it really quickly might not really reveal that much of your hand, because not everybody's got time to be just watching your specific perspective, man. Everybody's got to do their own stuff right now too.
It's whether perspective or just, what we're doing here on the main stage here, on the broadcast stage, because this is where, if you're in the waiting room, I imagine you're probably sitting here like, oh, let's see what strats are, and then you pop in and you see like, you see a Silac and just like, ah. But yeah, again, I wonder how many strats are going to be saved for when they hit the main stage, because if you're not on the main stage, that's less people that will see it. It might just be your opponent that sees it, or maybe not even your opponent, right? This is where, you're not going to be able to hide anything here compared to the individual arenas that are not on the broadcast stage.
Right, and if anything, hey, you know what? Maybe if you think that your strategy fares well up against the other player, or okay, you know what? Sometimes the ego fight is there. If you think you are better in terms of skill and how fast you can select operators compared to the other person, you can just honestly let them do whatever they want, right? Maybe they don't know what you're planning and they're not really going to ban according to that. They'll still go with like the meta operators, like we know, Milinar ban, the Texas Alter ban. I'm pretty sure not that many doctors today are going to be planning their main strategy around those operators, because they're always going to be banned. That's just how it is nowadays when it comes to formats like this. So let's take a look. Our next matchup, Dr. Reborn versus MZK Zuikaku, going to be joining us here for our technical second match of the day. And let's see, what kind of stage are they going to pick? We have not yet seen MNEX8, or we haven't seen 9-19 just as of yet. Let's see who ends up winning the side of the coin flip to pick our first map in our technical second game.
Zuikaku, a bit of a name around the Arknights community, known for being a Feline Knights player. So wonder how many felines is Zui gonna bring, but Zuikaku does have that first pick of the map. We'll see if that R811 trend continues, or if Zui's finally gonna be like, alright, we're gonna throw, forget the R811 starts, let's start with something, let's start with the boss.
Yeah, that could absolutely be a thing, right? 4 out of the 5 stages here are all boss stages, so surely we're going to go with it, and it is! You're absolutely right. 9-19, we're going to be seeing our first instance of Mandragora coming out here in the Arknights Challengers on the stream itself. We don't know about all the other seeds yet, but for this specific stream right here, 9-19, the first time we're going to be seeing Mandragora coming out, Zuikaku will be the one to pick out that stage, and let's go into the ban phase immediately. Searcher is going to be banned away.
The Cat Knight player has picked the cat stage, a battle of the cats here going on, as there's the traditional bans, as we're expecting the Surtur getting banned, Weenart being banned immediately afterwards. I don't think we've seen Weenart not be banned yet.
Yeah, it's just going to be a consistent ban. Horn coming through as well. Very good placement for Horn throughout the entire course of the stage here, so that's going to be taken away. Silver Ash also as well. These bans are nothing that we're going to be too surprised about, right? Very good burst damage, especially when it comes to Mandragora being stunned by those pillars. You can take that opportunity and try to burst her down as fast as possible, and that's what a lot of these bans are aimed at, not letting the other person do. So cool stuff there. Chimera going to be taken down. Countsit also joining the fray. We've seen these bans today already. Not too surprised about that one. Texas Alter on top of it. This is just your standard ban phase.
Pretty standard bans. Just the Chimera is a bit of a curveball compared to the other ones. You got all the 6-stars. The one 5-star Chimera being banned, but that ability of the Chimera doll, both to mitigate damage and to shred damage. Ooh, that is a Spectre Alter.
Interesting. Okay. So with this, Dr. Reborn, I don't know what entirely you would want to be doing here with Spectre Alter, because there are definite ways to make use of her in the stage. You could use her on the left side to take care of most of the enemies, the right side as well if you really want to hold down that locked fort. But I've seen a lot of people kind of using Mudrock on the right side to just hold that one spot, and that I think is what the Penance ban is focused on. Removing one of those operators that can completely hold the right side on their own, meaning that you have to work around a different strategy. So I like the bans here from all of our players. Just to let you know really quickly, we're moving super fast. Top 64, we're already in the next phase. What the heck?
We are going here as Suzu gets banned, so Zui also going for those debuffers. Maybe just to go for that faster Mandragora kill, but Mudrock will still be available to be used. I'm wondering if the Spectre ban is targeted more towards that Doll Keeper ability of Spectres, where, you know, when she goes down, she's got that mass arch damage, especially with the module. I think it's something like 80% arch damage, so I'm wondering if that it's more targeted towards that, just the mass, like, you know, wave damage. Like, it's a pretty big area that gets hit. So, wondering if that's planned, as here we are going into the drafting phase, as there appears to be a Discord menu up on Dr. Reborn's side.
There's the ban list, guys. That's how they do it.
That's how they do it.
We're getting a little bit of some of the background info when it comes down to it, but you're absolutely right. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The picks for our first top 64 matchup going to be coming through Dr. Reborn versus Zuikaku 9-19. Now, this is a stage where you can use a lot of different strategies to try to take down Mandragora, but the most consistent ways is going to be that pillar, and I've seen a lot of people bringing some fast redeploys to knock down those pillars on command. From the looks of it right now, it's actually not going to be in the strategies for a lot of our players here, and they're taking their time just deciding what kind of operators to go for, and there we go. There are some of the fast redeploys I was talking about coming down for Dr. Reborn. Zuikaku struggling a little bit here. You got to find the stage again, buddy.
Click, but the operator selections are still there, as we had a bit of a misclick there. As Irene gets selected here on the side of Zuikaku, as Reborn is looking to still pick their last operator, picking a Jessica. That is a Jessica. I wonder if it's going to be for camo usage to maybe knock that pillar to be hidden.
Look.
As Zui loads in first, just a couple seconds ahead of Reborn here. Kanta going down immediately, going for that DP gen as Myrtle being set up in the back lines. As, let's see what gets, so that is a Stainless being set up for the bottom right side. Going for the spawn camp on the top side, trying to get rid of his enemies as quickly as Zui can, as the Thorns get set up to deal with just the mass waves of, well, frankly, garbage mob enemies.
Yeah, this is one of the most classic ways that people tend to take care of the left side. Just leave Thorns there, and he'll handle most of the enemies coming on the left. He'll need some support later down the road because he can't solo the mass number of enemies coming through because you just can't block them all at the same time. But we'll see what ends up happening here, as now, especially for Zuikaku, the left side completely off the charts when it comes to the support that he's ever going to need. So now he can just invest most of his focus on towards Mandragora, and with X2 over there, it should be able to completely knock down the first phase. Well done there from Zuikaku, but here we go. This is where timing starts to come into fray. So knocking down one of the pillars, just at least prepping for it right now. Let's see what ends up happening. Mandragora is slowly but surely starting to walk through. Reborn trying to kill P1 at the moment using NTR. Ooh,
that NTR is getting absolutely lasered down. Mandragora already in range of that pillar. Zui using the demo device on an already half-knocked pillar to knock it on Mandragora. interesting choice, but Mandragora is now on the floor as that is a Kazumaru trying to shred down Mandragora, as Dr. Reborn has also gotten Mandra to that second phase. Chalter doing her best to take down that Mandragora, but that is one damage-reduced cat, as the cat, Mandra, has gone down on Zuikaku's side.
Yeah, Chen's skill 2 is enough to knock down Mandragora, so big start here for Zuikaku. The big important part of the stage has already been cleared. Reborn has yet to kill Mandragora, but he's already set up the pillar on the left side, so this could be an easy kill here as long as the timings work correctly. Project Red to knock down the pillar. Now, where is the damage to knock down that boss while you have the time? But there are no operators on the side of Reborn to knock down Mandragora just yet. All of them are on cooldown at the moment, so can't take advantage of the fact that Mandragora is going to be down on the ground. Ooh, this could be a little bit tough for Reborn, but Zuikaku still steamrolling through the stage, sitting at 48 enemy kills right now. Mountain set up perfectly to take care of the right side. Thorns again holding the left side completely safely for Zuikaku. It's looking solid here. The question is, how fast can these players knock down the rest of these enemies? Mandragora's been taken down for Reborn. Everything else just casually going through now.
Yep, right now it's Zui's map to lose, as Zui is ahead 58 to 39, a massive lead. Right now, Zui's most important thing, again, is that safe play. Just take out the enemies. You don't have to rush. You have a big lead. Just play a good, play a mistake-free game as the gargoyles start coming out. Oh, it looks like Reborn. Ooh, that was the leak on Reborn's side, as Zui's still finishing off these gargoyles as quickly as he can. The gargoyle on the right side dies to the pillar, and it's just the last two left on the top side for Zuikaku, as Reborn is still struggling through these mobs.
It's going to be an easy clear there. Pillars are going to completely knock down those gargoyles, and that means Zuikaku will be taking 9-19 for themselves. An easy clear here for Zuikaku. Very stable holds on the left and the right side. Of course, killing Mandragora super quickly. The advantageous spot goes immediately over onto the member of Team MZK. Now it comes out to Dr. Reborn. They get the map pick here as they lost the first stage. What stage are we going to be seeing for the second stage in the first match of Top 64?
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Zuikaku with that 919, very comfortable, especially with that Exia. Definitely can tell Zui has practiced that map a lot. Seeing the Exia, even if the Exia was getting sidetracked on some of the other mobs that would spawn, Zui knew that the Exia would be able to kill that Mandra phase 1. Like, despite the Exia getting sidetracked. Again, knowing your comp and knowing your limits exactly is going to be key as you push your off your limits, as Dr. Reborn is picking WREX8. Free will be making a reappearance on this map, and we'll see how these doctors will take down Free here.
Exactly. Let's take a look at what the bans are going to look like. NTR going to be the first operator gone here. Of course, big amounts of true damage coming in. Very good at lane holding in a stage like WREX8 as well. So that's going to be taken out here by Dr. Reborn. Milinar, very casual. Again, we don't even have to talk about this ban, I think, for the rest of the day. Everybody knows exactly why this operator will be banned in conjunction to Silverash. Not too surprised about that one either.
Yeah, do you think Milinar just sitting on the couch reading his paper still? He just looks up. I've been banned again. He just goes back to reading his paper. Yep, there's Texas Alter. He's probably joining him on the at the coffee table or something. Just all right, here we are again.
They're just at their local cafe. They're not even looking up because they know exactly how the rest of the night is gonna go.
Ooh, Elysium. There's a flag bearer ban. Elysium for that defense, maybe for that S2 defense shred, because that's likely why he's getting banned here, as Spectre Alter gets banned again.
A lot of debuffers, a lot of AoE getting banned away from a lot of our doctors here throughout the course of the night.
Myrtle getting banned. Oh, is Reborn going for the kneecap the flag bearer strategy?
Ooh, this could be fun. Reborn taking up the mantles of Inupal. We may have lost a player, but his spirit will never die. As there we go, Tex is going to be removed here from Zuikaku. Just one more, guys. Just one more flag bearer remains. Come on, you want to do
Vanguard's been banned. I will say though, having seen some of Zuikaku's play, oh nope, it's a server ban. No Psylocke getting banned. Psylocke is safe, as it should be. But I'm not sure how well flag bearer bans will work on Cat Knights players, because, well, there's not a whole lot of feline vanguards out there. And as Horn gets banned, Horn still not a feline despite Arknights' best try.
Exactly. And there we go. Our 10 bands coming through here for WREXA. We are 1-0 advantageous spot going over onto Zuikaku. If Zuikaku wins this match, it's going to be them advancing into the next stage to the top, the best of the top 34 or 32. There we go. There are numbers. My God, look at that. I'm doing great for myself. Thank you very much. Yeah, otherwise, Dr. Reborn taking WREXA will give them one more chance to try to overcome the difficulties that is going to be knocking down Zuikaku here. With these 10 bands, I mean, free again, you gotta worry about your attributes when it comes to leaks, but as long as you're taking care of that, everything else just kind of comes down to whether or not you get knocked down free as fast as you can.
Black smoke, white smoke, oh, so many smoke colors. There's only 2 actually, but it's so weird sometimes with the blindies. So, free probably not necessarily the biggest concern outside of just getting rid of free. Bigger concern probably is going to be making sure that you don't accidentally let one of those blindies slip through, or worse, 2 smarties hitting each other and just boop, there goes your squad.
Yep, that's the one big thing you have to be worrying about, and that's one of the reasons why I liked what FeyGlow did earlier when it comes to how they were trying to manage this stage by using Stainless. Stainless is a really good way because you don't really have to risk a lot of operators for a stage like this too. So we'll see what kind of strategies come through as some selections going to be coming through right now. Zuikaku locking down the vanguards right now. Saga being picked here. I think it's the first time we're seeing Saga throughout the course of the night, but a very solid operator to knock down a lot of these very squishy enemies at the early stages of this map. And of course, Saga, an absolutely incredible operator when it comes to dealing with these hordes of enemies as well. Zuikaku will be jumping into the stage extremely early as Dr. Reborn now playing catch-up.
But Tequila and Gnosis on the side of Dr. Reborn. Zuikaku loading in with a fairly standard, looks like a Golden Glow. Remember, Golden Glow has not been banned for quite a few stages now. Onto first deployment as per usual, looking like with Zuikaku's strat. Mountain goes down. Yeah, going for that hard spawn camp. Because, again, don't necessarily have to worry about blocking if you just get rid of them before they even get anywhere.
Let's see what's happening here. Good holds here, at least for Zuikaku. Reborn doing the near same thing, but they're still trying to set up as fast as they can. 9 out of 55 versus 5 out of 55 right now. Zuikaku with a really big advantage. Zuikaku does end up getting the free spawn immediately on as well. Aya's Volcano is going to be enough, most likely, not just yet, to knock down free. There we go. Okay, just barely away, even with the Saria skill 3. See what ends up happening, because Free is just about to die in a moment. There we go. Aya has done her job. Same thing for Saria. Holding on to those 2 operators, though, not really retreating them at the moment, is going to be Zuikaku.
Hopefully they don't die, because Zui will need that DP later on, but that is one half deep-fried dragon from that Saria and Aya skill, as Dr. Reborn is setting up their kill for Free, but that Aya skill is not ready yet, as Exia is beginning to work on that Free, but the Free is just kind of shrugged off the bullets and is just plodding along, as Zui just now has retreated that Saria and the AF Yala, as the spawn camp continues in the red box. Enemies are just struggling to leave, whereas Reborn, setting up more at the bottom, less of the red box spawn camp, taking a more methodical method, as Free will continue scooching along the bottom there. What is Zui's plan here to stop those 2 blindies?
Ooh, this is tough. Sayleech is the only one remaining. Golden Glow has to kill. Yes, okay. First blindy on the right side is going to be taken away here. Golden Glow absolutely coming in clutch for Zuikaku right now. But that's a leak on the side of Reborn. That's going to be a restart here for Reborn at the moment. So now all the hands are in favor of Zuikaku right now. Oh, let's take a look. You just have to knock these down, but you have no units! Zuikaku has to reset here as well. Now Reborn is at an advantage, but do they know? They're still struggling just to find that angle right now. They need to try going into the stage immediately. These small mistakes are costing both of our doctors an incredible amount of time, but both with 1 resets, now everyone is at a fair playing table again.
But with the full reset, Zuikaku has lost his advantage from that first run, where he started in first. Now the tables have been turned as Reborn loads into the map first, and we'll see how much this changes, whether if this will change how Reborn plays, or if Reborn is going to continue with their methodical method. As, again, both doctors did not account for one of the, like I said, those blindies, they'll sneak up on you. You think you have the right color, and they just, nope, goes right by.
Yep, I hate these attributes, man, and taking getting rid of some of these flag bearers, I think, is definitely costing a lot of our doctors here some issues when it comes to DP generation, because Cantabile will do good, Flametail will do a lot of good, but they have limits as to how fast they can generate DP compared to these flag bearers to begin with, and they're struggling to get these units out, especially on the side of Dr. Reborn. Because look, you have everything down, you have the suzerain down, the damage just isn't there yet. We saw that earlier. This time Schwarz is going to be set up to try to get the damage up and available. There we go. P1 of Free is going to be taken out immediately with that Schwarz. Chalter going to be set up here to try to knock down phase 2 as fast as possible as well. Same strategy for Zuikaku using the Saria and Aya. P1 down for both of these players. P2 on its way here for Reborn as Chalter trying to hammer away at that boss.
Yeah, these DP bans have been taking their toll. As you can see, when the Chalter went down for Reborn, she was not pre-deployed. It took her a bit to get that skill 2 charged up, as looks like Free is still going to survive for Dr. Reborn as he continues scooting along. For Zuikaku, I believe that the Free is dead, because he did not manage to scoot his way through. I do not see a big sluggy looking dragon scooting his way through, as that is going to be a critical advantage for Zui, not having to deal with that extra Free. Like that is a big HP pool just immediately removed from the enemy's kill list.
The issues of the blindies, I think the attributes have been set correctly by both of our doctors right now, especially on the side of Reborn, because this part is where you really have to start focusing those attributes. You can't make a mistake on that one, otherwise leaks are just going to come through left and right, and the blindies, all these things are going to be really problematic. But for Reborn, a big issue spawning towards the top side of the map here, as Free is going to slowly but surely move on through. Chalter being placed to handle Free at the moment, but Free is just hammering away at the units of Dr. Reborn. That hurts a lot.
Hammering at with units, only 5 units left, or 5 enemies left to kill on the side of Dr. Reborn, but that Free is still just scooting along. It just depends on if Zui can kill the enemies fast enough, but they are taking their sweet time to spawn in, as the Free has finally gone down on the side of Dr. Reborn, but that slow, methodical pace looks like it's doing Reborn some favors, as enemy spawns are coming through. Only 2 left on the side of Dr. Reborn, as 2... It's looking like Reborn is going to take this. Assuming if it's just last 4 enemies for Zui, last 2 for Reborn, as there they are, the last 2, and that is going to be it. Reborn takes it. Zui had the earlier start with that first round, but that reset, just completely flipped the tables. Again, anything can happen in these tournaments.
Yeah, that's why you don't give up. Just because your first run doesn't go well, you don't know what's going to happen in the second rotation, and both of our doctors were having to reset here in WREX8. Again, these attributes suck to deal with, man. You're worrying about Frey, you're worrying about attributes. There's too many things on your hands to worry about, and unfortunately for both of these players, and especially for Zuikaku, will fall victim to it. But Dr. Reborn, the first one to pick himself back up and say, Free, you are going down.
As now the map pick goes back to Zuikaku. Zuikaku started with 919. Will Zuikaku decide to choose MNEXA, the last map that we have not seen yet in this tournament? But
Night Brothers. Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Caster big brains. When are we gonna caster curse someone? Someone's gonna get caster curse at some point.
Yeah, you and I gotta set up for it. We know the script, right? There's a script for this, right? Right?
Totally. Yeah. Let me just hide it right quick. I see nothing. But here we go, as Zui makes the pick for MNEX8. But again, remember, the great equalizer in every single one of these matches will be the leak. You may have the faster start. You may have the faster PC. You may have the faster internet. But if you leak an enemy, congratulations, you are now back to square one, as we see what bans our doctors are about to pick here. Surtur being picked first.
Yep, and the big thing about MNEX8 is that you want to try killing both of the bosses at the same time. Now, you can get away with killing one. You absolutely can, but it definitely makes the rest of the stage hard if the other one of the Death Knights isn't taken down to a very dangerously low HP. So we'll end up seeing what happens here, as Gnosis is going to be taken out. Milinar, exact same thing here as well. Again, none of these bans are too surprising except for the Gnosis ban. But for a stage like MNEX8, where you have a really easy way of kind of stalling out time with a lot of those center mobs with Gnosis, it's going to be easy for a ban like that to go through and say, yeah, it 100% makes sense.
The question is, do you really want to stall any of the enemies on any of these maps? Because you're going for speed kills, right? So we'll see how that goes. But again, the Gnosis ban is interesting. He will be sent to sit at the coffee table with the Muinar and Texas coffee table. At this point, do you think they just have one like reserved at whatever coffee shop as Silver Ash gets banned yet again? But this time on the side of Zuikaku. Like, do you think they just have a reserved table at this point? They're just like, they walk in, they're just like, banned again? Yep, here we are.
Why say banned again? It's just like, it's one of those things where they walk in and the owners don't even bat an eye because they already know why they're there.
Oh, and that is a Scotty Alter ban. Looks like we're going for that Scotty Alter S3 ban, possibly?
Could definitely be the case. The true damage is absolutely good. Even buying time for the additional buffs to come through if you do go for the skill 2 could definitely have its merits in a stage like this, because while consistency is absolutely key, those buffs, especially towards the end of the stage when you're actually taking out both of the Death Knights, could really come in clutch here. And that's exactly the reason why Suzerain's can be banned here as well. The debuffs on towards those 2 bosses to make sure that the other player is not going to have an easy time dealing with them.
Yeah, that's a lot of fragile and debuff getting removed, and damage buff with the Minosis and the Suzu as Mizuki, the namesake of Team Mizuki, getting banned here. Looking like what I'm expecting is the Mizuki is getting removed because of that middle area with all the enemies walking in. So lots of the AoE getting removed as Chalter now gets removed. So here's more of the AoEs getting removed for like they're getting rid of the debuffers and the buffers.
Yeah, Chalter's pretty standard ban here, I think, in MN EXA. Just looking at the stage in and of itself, Chalter will do a mad amount of work. So, no brain ban there, absolutely, coming out from Zuikaku. We got one left coming down from Reborn, and it's gonna be the Claudia. I like this ban. A lot of interesting spawns, especially at the early parts where that drone for the additional supplies for when you knock down the Death Knights. This is a really good ban. I like it coming down from Dr. Reborn.
And yeah, the washing machine getting banned, because with the enemy spawns coming through, again, from the middle, or just walking through from the middle, that is a prime location for Gladia to start that skill 3, you know, suck all the enemies in, and just, you know, arts damage them all down. So, lots of AoE, good bit of some AoE art, some AoE physical, lots of just, again, AoE bans seem to be the name of the game so far, as speedruns, right?
Yeah, but looking at the stage, man, I mean, it's MN EX8, as a lot of people in chat have already noticed, there's no posi ban here. That's huge. If any one of these 2 doctors want to go for it, that's a huge amount of damage, but not just damage to the bosses. It's really easy for you to knock down those supply drones at the beginning of the stage. So let's see what these 2 doctors have in plan. Dr. Reborn and Zuikaku, the last map to determine whether or not one of these 2 are going to be able to proceed into the next stage, and the go-ahead has been given.
As operators are being selected. Now, no flag bearers being banned this time, as Zui is going through picking their flag bearers and the Hungry Doggo. I did see a Silac S3. Remember, there are other sources of fragile debuff in the game, as again, Reborn's going for a lot of that true damage. Remember, Calcet not banned, Knurled, the Radiant Knight not banned, Shamare not banned, Ash not banned. Like, that is a lot of big bursty damage coming through. Gunner for that boss kill, that speedy boss kill.
Yep, again, you can still get away with only killing 1 as long as the second one isn't going to give you too many issues. And I've seen cases before where you kill 1, the other one just stays alive for way too long because you just don't have stuff to deal with the other one, right? So let's see what ended up happening. Is Dr. Reborn going to be going into the stage just a moment earlier than Zuikaku, but it's not too far behind. This is one of the closest timings we've seen when it comes to both of our doctors going down. So let's see what ends up happening. A solid defense start here for Reborn, just holding the line in the early stages of Flametail as well as Bagpipe. These enemies not going to be an issue, but now starts coming the strategies in regards to how you want to manage the rest of the stage. So let's see here. First set of supply drones going to be spawning on the side of Dr. Reborn. Same thing for Zuikaku. You can see the setup for Zuikaku being so much farther ahead right now that they're not worried about most of the enemies. Irene and Chen will take care of most of the enemies coming from the center, at least in the early stages of the round.
Look at Zui going for killing those knights early at the bottom of the top sides, whereas Reborn decided to let them walk all the way around. So interesting to see how will Reborn deal with those knights. Remember, they do hit pretty hard as Irene just wipes the table out. Just 11 enemies left on the side of Zuikaku, whereas Reborn still has 17 enemies. Arketo knocking down the drone, giving more stuns, likely setting up just to be able to perma-stun those knights. They're not going to be a problem if they don't move, but it looks like that sponsor drone is making it through. Nope, never mind. Golden Globe will take care of it, as it looks like Zui is setting up to deep fry one of the knights with that Saria.
Oh, this is absolutely huge, man. Irene making quick work of enemies that giving a lot of trouble for Reborn. The kill gates, man, is going to cost a lot of time here for Reborn as the supply drones comes down. You get a lot of stuns from it, but the big damage issues are going to be up against those knights. So here we go. The first set of the smaller knights coming through here. These aren't the bosses, so we should not have to worry too much about that. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The Death Knight brothers have come out. The setup on the side of Zuikaku looking extremely solid here. How fast can you knock down both of these targets right now? Zuikaku activating every skill in the books for himself right now. Good amount of damage coming through for both the top one and the bottom one. Top side getting removed extremely quickly, but Ash has limitations onto how often she can use her skill. Will get taken down. The Archer Bro at the top side is going to be able to knock down most of the Vanguard towards the top. The Death one, the actual Knight, has been taken down. So let's see what ends up happening here. Archer doing a massive amount of damage right now, moving extremely quickly here too. Saga being placed down, a little bit of additional damage. This is the hunting grounds of the Archer, man.
Yeah, he is going off right now. He's got what, 3-4 kills. Got a quadra kill in his name. He is moving it down. Reborn with both Knights still alive. Zui with just one. Does not look like that top kill of the Knight for Zuikaku went to plan, as he is just throwing operator after operator, doing stuns to try to get rid of that Knight, as Golden Glow skill is coming off cooldown, and that is gonna be it. A very close win for Zuikaku with a slightly lower start, but Zuikaku will take this map 2-1, or take the series 2-1.
Yeah, exactly, and that's huge for Zuikaku here because both of our doctors couldn't kill all, both of those Death Knights in one single rotation, but for Reborn still had to deal with the Knight on the bottom side too, and that gives the edge over onto Zuikaku. A 2-1 victory here for Team Mizuki over Dr. Reborn. And that's absolutely tragic for Reborn because they had a solid plan. But unfortunately, it just didn't work out. I think Irene definitely an MVP there for Zuikaku as it knocks down most of the mobs that were coming through the center, and it allowed the kill gate to be broken, allowing for the next phase to come through. And that is a very, very big W coming in for Team Mizuki.
And Zuikaku showing off the map knowledge there, getting rid of those 4 Knights early, which led to a quicker spawn, as that was a clear board when you saw the next wave started for Zuikaku, despite his slightly slower load into the map.
Yeah, absolutely. So, good attempt there from Dr. Reborn. I think throughout all of the stages that we saw, Reborn had a lot of solid ideas. It's just these minute differences when it comes to execution that definitely makes or breaks a lot of our runs. And we're going to be seeing that a lot more as we start progressing down the ladder for this tournament. Because the further and further we go, the more and more better our players are going to become. So this isn't even the cookie of the crop, right? Like, this isn't, we still have more players that we can watch that aren't even seated here. So I don't know, man. If we're already seeing good gameplay like this for Arknights, I'm excited to see what we see down the future.
Yeah, this is, again, that map, that was a very close end to the map, but it's also going to come down to how well can our doctors improvise when things don't quite go to plan. Like you saw with Zuikaku at the top there, right? When he didn't quite kill the Archer. He didn't quite kill the Archer, and the Archer started going, all right, well, my turn, and just started just popping operators one at a time. And Zui was just like, all right, I gotta start scrambling, how to get damage in, and then still managed to get the kill. But that would have been Reborn's chance to take it back, but not quite.
Ooh, small things. It all adds up in the end. And that's what I talked about earlier, right? These small things will add up eventually. Mistakes, benefits, things that you did right. All of them will compile into these small time differences that really secure whether or not you're going to be able to advance down the road. And in the best of 3, they're going to add up even harder, man. You don't have that many chances to make mistakes. So you make too many, or maybe one too many compared to the other player. Yeah, that's definitely going to cost you your advancement.
Yeah, especially when, like, again, if you're late by 2 seconds on a flag bearer, well, that's 2 seconds that you're not going to be able to have that extra DP jet. Or if you're if you're just even a second late on some operators, that SP change could make all the difference between hitting the kill gate and not hitting the kill gate.
Bingo. But you know what, ladies and gentlemen, let's give ourselves a little bit of a break. I know we stalled a lot earlier, but we still need to rest our voices for a little bit, get ourselves a little bit of water too. We'll give you guys just a moment to go take a break, get your drinks going, hydrate yourselves, and take a little bit of a stretch, because we'll see you guys back here for the rest of the tournament in just a couple of moments. We'll be right back with all of you guys.
Hello, welcome back, everyone. Sorry for all the scuff that's been going on, but it is a lot harder than I expected to run a tournament. But hey, we are still going through the top 64 right now. Cookie, how's it going so far? What do you think about the competition?
Oh, honestly, even as you say that it's tough to run the competition, it's already impressive as it is. We've just gone from top 128 and now we're already at top 64. And it's so great to have seen all the featured matches. There's so much more that's going on the Discord and there are a lot of amazing plays. I've even heard that right now we have a player, Dumbo, who is running a E0 composition even during this competition. And I think that is amazing watch. So lots of things in store for us today.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're going to continue to see amazing strategies come out with very niche placements and very niche picks. One thing that I would love for us to take some time to talk about is the stage pool that we selected about a week ago for this tournament. Cookie, which of the stages do you think is the hardest one out of all of them so far?
The hardest stage, I would honestly, okay, I'll put it as my own personal opinion. People might think otherwise, but it's gotta be either R811 or if not, it's gonna be the stage where we see free, because those stages, I do feel that there's a lot more going on, a lot more micromanagements with things that you've got to care about the colors, you've got to care about the fact that there are fast redeploys, all those little parachuters coming down. So if you see a stage like R811 over here, there are two ways that people can go about tackling this stage. They could either be killing Tallulah on their own, or if not, they can let Tallulah survive and try their best to send her straight to the red box as fast as possible. But really, the big challenge here is to ensure that all those parachuters are not a nuisance. And if let's say they want to try to kill Tallulah, how do they manage the health of the Imperial Strikers in order to get that to happen? So we saw that wonderfully at the start of today, but I'm sure we're going to see a lot more R811 down the road today as well.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very good point. I think a lot of people, when they look at this map, they go like, wow, there's no kill gates. There's no boss on this map that you're trying to kill. This must be a very easy stage. But with the special contingency, given that you can let Tallulah die and leak that all the way to 1 HP, that does create for a lot of unique gameplays and things to look out for. The drafting phase is very important. Looking out for those heli droppers, as you mentioned, is very important. So we'll see how a lot of these players adapt as we move down towards the final bracket, and more advanced players come out with their strategies. You mentioned another stage that was very hard was the one with free. Why do you think this stage is very difficult for players?
Well, this stage is going to be quite messy because I think a lot of the players, they definitely come with the approach of killing free straight off as soon as they see him. As we see from the gameplay by the matchup with Zuikaku and even with FeyGlow just now, a lot of them came up with the strat of, okay, as soon as free spawns, we kill the first phase and then afterwards we kill the second phase. But then later on, we realized there's a bit of fumbles because they may have forgotten things like the blindies, where you require to actually block them with the correct colors, or even with the tougher enemies like free. Are they prepared? Not free, sorry, but the little beastly monsters that appear at the end later on. Do they have the operators who are ready to tackle all of those people? So I do think that this stage has a lot more to think about when tackling it.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, in my honest opinion as well, this stage is incredibly difficult. Managing the entire mobs along with freeze mechanics, it just seems like a very big stage that you have to sit down and practice for many hours and understand how the stage works to go about competing this on a speed run level. Let's look at another stage right now. Another really difficult stage that a lot of players have talked about in the past. 919, showcasing Mandragora. And I hate the mechanic with the pillars. I think it's incredibly difficult to time. What are your thoughts about this stage?
Yeah, so 919 is definitely going to be another tricky stage of its own because, again, there's a bit of like two strategies people can go for. It really comes down to the bans that they receive from their own opponents, especially when a lot of the meta usual units get banned out. Then you might not have the ability to burst kill Mandragora as you wish, but instead you might have to rely on the pillars. And if you have to rely on the pillars, I think that just makes the stage a lot more micromanaging. And yet at the same time, you still have two lanes, one on the left, one on the right, that you have to focus on in order to get the stage to be cleared. So I don't think as of what it is now, you see the players, they do clear 919, but it's a matter of who clears it faster.
Oh, really? I feel like a lot of people focus a lot on Mandragora on this stage, but the mobs on this stage are incredibly difficult to deal with. The gargoyles, I feel like if you don't have a lot of options to deal with that, I don't really know how you can handle that. For a stage like this, and for a lot of these stages, if you were to go about this, what kind of operators do you think you would go with, or do you think the common doctor would want to go with to handle such bosses?
I think when people tackle a stage like this, considering that there are 2 lanes, especially looking at the bans that they have, if they are aware as to certain operators that can maybe manage the lane on their own, like for example, if they think, oh, a Taunt can handle the left lane, a Blaze can handle the right lane on their own, then at least for the other 10 operators that they bring along, they can just focus all of them onto Mandragora, and that will make their attention span at least a lot easier. They can just do one thing at a time, and then afterwards focus on the smaller mobs later on.
I see. So one stage that we actually wanted to also bring to everyone's attention was MNEX8, the stage with actually 2 bosses. A lot of people actually have told me that this stage is not too difficult, but it feels like if you can't get the timing correct, it can be a very difficult stage. What are your thoughts about this stage coming into the stage pool?
I was very happy that this was picked at the end, you know. I was thinking this might have been an avoided stage because especially for the players, they might think, it's an easy stage. It really comes down to, you know, who's the fastest finger first, who actually kills them from the time that they exit the red box. But I do think that really when you plan well as to who your bans are, as we saw just now with people like Silver Ash, Moina, Schwartz, all those important people in this stage getting banned, I think it does mess up the players quite a bit, and then it turns out that instead of killing them as soon as they spawn, now they have to figure out how to kill them in the middle of the map. So I don't think this is a stage that people should look down on. It can be one of the easiest stages maybe in the map of 5, but this stage still has its own challenges that people will have to prepare for.
Yeah, I think this one is incredibly difficult. 2 bosses to deal with, and this is a speed run. You know, a lot of people are like, okay, it's very easy to clear the stage if you just have good lane holders, if you have good burst damage. We have a lot of options, right? But we have bans in this case, 10 bans in total. On top of that, it's a speed run against your opponent who probably also is underestimating the stage. So it does lend to a lot of interesting strategies. And lastly, the final map to clear out the 5 that we decided to go with for this tournament, we have 7-18, the Patriot stage, one of everyone's favorite showcase stages. What do you think is the main difficulty with players going into this stage, Cookie?
You know, this stage feels like a staple of Arknights. Whenever a new operator appears, everyone is ready to send this operator in 7-18 and then figure out whether that person will be a good boss killer against Patriot. So Arknights has definitely evolved in a way where so many people are able to handle Patriot, to the point where I feel that for this stage, since everyone is so familiar with it, it really comes down to which player is much faster at clearing the enemies. You know, realizing that the last enemy is going to be that water gunner that appears, and then at the same time, they have to kill Patriot as fast as possible. If they have the operators that can kill him in first phase, second phase, then the smaller mobs are the only thing to care about. But if they take too long, then, you know, that's going to mess them up really badly in a stage that seems quite easy for people.
Yeah, that's very good. I hope that our players can show some very interesting strategy. I love watching a lot of showcase clears for 7-18. It really does bring out a lot of powerhouse operators, and I think our contestants today will end up showing a lot of cool things with this stage as we progress through the brackets. That's about it. We wanted to sit down and analyze all these stages we have set today. I know there's a lot of things that our players will probably bring out to surprise us. I'm very excited to see that. And yeah, thank you, Cookie, for being here to analyze the stages with me.
Honored to do it, really. And I'm even more happy to see the way that the players are playing. You've literally surprised me. I was told by Viper that, you know, there's going to be so many different strategies. I thought people would go for meta, but I love the fact that the players are choosing their own favorite operators and showcasing them to the fullest. So kudos to everyone for making this a wonderful tournament to watch.
Absolutely. Well, we do have more for you guys. We're going to head back into our top 64 bracket. We're finishing one more game before heading to top 32. I'm going to pass it back to the casters now.
Thank you, hosts, or should I say analysts? I got a little bit mixed up there myself in the past couple of minutes, but appreciate it to Viper as well as Kookie. Guys, welcome back to Arknights Challengers. Technically, you guys were back a couple minutes ago as you guys heard the analysts, but we're here again. And you know what? I think the analysis was actually completely on point, especially with all the stages too, because we've seen all of them at least once so far, Wookie.
Yeah, we've seen like the various stages. We've seen like, you know, some of what Cookie's mentioned, right? Like if you think an operator can hold that one side, you know, are you going to go for that? And maybe, you know, weaken one side and go for the strength on the other side on where you feel you might be weaker. Like it's, again, it's been interesting seeing just the variety of operators being brought here. Like we saw Jessica brought out. We're just seeing a lot of stainless being brought out.
A lot of these little very interesting operators to start bringing into these stages that you would normally not expect. But when you start kind of adding bans into the table, those kind of weird, you know, operators that you don't typically think up of when it comes to really being those punching gloves to the punching bags that are the bosses in these stages, this is where people have to start getting creative. So I really appreciate, exactly as Cookie said too, how everyone is bringing their own operators and their own playstyle to the tables here. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start going into our next game for the top 64. Immediately after this, we're going to go into top 32, which means there's a lot riding on our two players here, Nearbycarp as well as Frazyn from Team WFI, to make sure they win this best of 3.
We're gonna get loading here. Looks like Frazyn is the one to win the coin flip here to pick the first map. So all the maps have been picked now. We've seen some strats being popped out for all of them, and we're somehow now just back to R811 after the classic.
Go back to our comfort picks, man. At least maybe for the players it might not be a full-on comfort pick, but for us at this point it has to be, right? Like we're always saying R8-11. There's nothing much that you and I can say about this stage anymore. Hey guys, kill Tallulah quick. Hey guys, operators are gonna have to be placed down quickly. Deal with the dogs. Woo!
So old friend R811, as that is a Mizuki ban coming out instantly on the side of Team Warfight Inc.'s Frazyn.
Interesting ban here to start us off. Usually we go with these big bans, as Nearbycarp is going to go with the Milinar ban, but Frazyn starting off with a very strong ban here in my personal opinion, especially on a map like R811, and we're going to be following through as a Manticore going to be banned out here by Frazyn as well.
Looks like Frazyn is... These look to be as if they are targeted bans towards ambushers, probably going for Nearbycarp's strat of like, you can just set up the ambushers, and if there's no range units in play, like they'll just slowly just plink their way through all of them. As AF Yala now gets banned, no volcanoes here. We are past dormant volcanoes here.
Exactly. Silver Ash going to be banned out by Frazyn as well. When you talk about ambushers, we still have to think about this. Ethan, still available on the table, not going to be banned here by Nearbycarp, as Fartooth going to be taken out again. The top side lane, not going to be too big of an issue with Fartooth, but maybe now it'll be a slight issue. What is Frazyn going to ban now? Because both of our ambushers are gone. Again, Ethan was brought up earlier, but a Dusk ban. Oh, okay. Now that seems like a targeted ban, of course.
That is a Dusk. That is not something I would have expected. Dusk ban. Wonder if it was more targeted towards the S3 or the S2, both of which do good amounts of damage. So Freeling spam, or not Freeling spam, but Calci gets banned. So no monster here. No, I'm assuming this will be targeted more towards monsters S2. Or Calci's S2, not the S3. And there's Texas to join Lunar at the coffee table.
Exactly. Everything along this line, to a certain degree, you can kind of come up with the reason for it, but that Dusk ban, man, that Dusk ban is definitely interesting here. Mudrock joined the fray, but we talked about this one earlier on too, a very solid lane holder, and for the most part, Mudrock is probably all you're going to be needing in the center area, so we'll end up seeing what ends up happening here for this match, as our 10 bans going to be coming through for Nearbycarp as well as Frazyn. Ladies and gentlemen in the chat, give up your support for these two doctors, as we're going to start heading into our operator selection for our 8-11 for our first match in the best of 3 between these two doctors.
Like, I really wonder what the Dusk ban, like that must be something that Carp has either shown in a scrim or something at some point phrased it to go for that Dusk ban. Because Dusk generally slept on by the community. It's just like, because AoE casters, like why, a lot of people just think, why use AoE casters when you have an AF Yala, right? But now AF Yala and the Dusk are banned, so this is going to mix things up a bit. As picks are coming in, it looks like, is that an Ifrit coming through on the side of Frazyn? As looks like both sides go for that penance. A Gnosis on the side of Carp and Phantom. As oh my goodness, Frazyn is going in without a full squad. That's a bold move, Cotton. We'll see how it pays off.
Yeah, this is a confidence play here by Frazyn. On top of it, you talked about the Ifrit, but look at that. There's a Mystima doing the fray here too by Frazyn. So there is... Frazyn's cooking, man. Who let this man cook? But you know what? Maybe it might turn into a let him cook kind of situation, as look at that. Damage calculations are near perfect. I've seen strategies like this. I have a Ling solo clear for the stage, and it's extremely close when it comes to calculations, and we see what happens with the Arketo. Penance going down on the left side too. Penance is super good at tanking so many of these enemies. And he's just going ham. Look at that. Penance is just popping off.
And it's going to look at the absolute kill difference between the two right now. Frazyn is steamrolling this map. 17 kills to the 1 Arknights. Remember, I don't know if you saw that earlier, but Frazyn calculated the Tallulah damage at the end there for that Arknight to kill them as they're scooting by, as Frazyn is just powering through this map. Look at that. There is a platinum in play with that extra range, starting to plink away at these strikers. We'll see if Tallulah being left alive though will come to play into the delay here.
Yeah, but look at this. Because of the way that a lot of operators have been placed from Frazyn, remember, we don't even have the heli drop enemies coming through yet for Frazyn too, so there's still a lot of opportunities for Tallulah to fall. This kill count is simply because the entire left side was already wiped for Frazyn, and as soon as some of these enemies start coming through, yeah, Tallulah is going to start losing HP extremely quickly here. That little tile making everybody hit Tallulah extremely hard right now. There we go. All the enemies starting to steam pile on through, but you have Flametail for damage, you have Mystima for damage, you have Arknights for damage. Frazyn is absolutely blazing through our 8-11.
Well, there's no Flametail there anymore, as the Hella Drop jump back man appears to have sniped down and is now making work on the Flametail, as Carp is doing his absolute best to try to catch up to Frazyn's blazing speed. Like you mentioned, that entire left side just got obliterated. Frazyn kills the Hella Drop Sniper with the Flametail, as here we just have the last 4 enemies, a Lancer and 3 more enemies to spawn. As again, Tallulah is down on the side of Frazyn, but Tallulah is not down on the side of Carp. That Tallulah is still very thick and healthy. As, Neural is shredding them, and now we're just waiting for that one Lancer to move it through. Victory lap for Frazyn as they take a very comfortable steamroll of that map. Look at how few operators are used. My goodness.
This is such a demanding win here from Frazyn, so incredible job there, letting Tallulah die extremely early on too, wiping the entire left side of the floor on top of it. That is such a solid strategy from Frazyn, and you mentioned it, Frazyn didn't even have a full squad going into it, so the strategies that are backing Frazyn here is going to be absolutely terrifying, and that means now it comes down to Nearbycarp to 1, decide on the map that they're going to be comfortable with trying to go up against Frazyn, and 2, making sure that the ban phase is on point. This is all on Nearbycarp to try to take 1 point over Frazyn, otherwise they're going to be completely knocked out of this round.
Yeah, it's also going to depend on how much does it affect Nearbycarp's mentality going in this match, as they select 919, so we're going into Mandragora. But I mean, knowing that your opponent just steamrolled the map, Carp got just swept out by what, 20 kills or something. How will that affect Carp? Oh my goodness, what the heck did Frazyn just do? As we're going to load into the ban phase, we'll see if Carp is prepared for this, as this is Carp's pick, as the previous map was Frazyn's pick.
Yeah, and this is really bad for Carp, I think, because a lot of the operators Frazyn use for R811 are operators that you normally wouldn't see banned in a ban phase like this. We saw Arknights, who hasn't been really getting banned, although she's definitely a strong contender. Ifrit, another operator that wasn't banned. On top of that, Mystima coming through? Who in their right mind would ban those kind of operators? No one really would. So it's really difficult here for Carp to anticipate anything. While for Frazyn, it seems like a lot of their hands are really kind of being held in the backside of their strategies. Most of the bans so far very standardized, so Carp, I don't know, man. I feel like you're kind of falling into the trap that Frazyn has set, but a Ling ban coming through is the first time that we've seen here tonight. Now that might put a little bit of a twist on things.
Yeah, Ling being sent to the sidelines to drink some booze, as again, just absolute hard meta bans coming through. Thorns we saw earlier was used on the left side of 919 to clear out waves, as Suzu's getting banned here. Silver Ash and Suzu getting banned, so more expected bans of boss killing, or just mass AoE sweeping in the cases of Muinar and Silver Ash, or boss killing ability like Surtur, and now with Charger getting banned, you got that kind of everything killer, right?
And we'll see what ends up happening for our last couple of bans here. Solid lane holders are still up and available. We talked about Penance earlier. We also should anticipate the Mudrock coming through here too, because both of those operators can hold lanes extremely well. Now the only problem with those two operators is that, yeah, they hold lanes really well, but is their damage really good enough to actually, you know, substantiate them solo holding a lane? Now, in a speedrun style format like this, I'm not entirely sure. So here we are going to see regular Spectre getting taken out here by Nearbycarp, and for Frazyn, going to be banning out the Staley. Seems like a personal attack on you there, Wookie, but that operator going to be out of 919.
Sorry, it's the Psylocke is too powerful with her S3, that debuff. It does so many things. It's a debuff, it's a slow, it even plinks a bit of damage. So it's like, I mean, she is a very flexible operator. Some will say an extremely flexible operator, but not me. But the Spectre ban here is the interesting one. The normal Spectre, that has to be something targeted towards Spectre's S2 for that that invuln ability. So 10-second invuln not available for Spectre, normal Spectre. However, Spectre Ultra is still in play, so we'll see how that works out as we're about to go into the drafting phase here.
Here we go. Nearbycarp definitely on the back end here, up against Frazyn. 1-0 in favor of Frazyn right now too. So this is all on Nearbycarp. Get your operators picking, boys, because this is potentially it for Nearbycarp. Can they find that one last breath of life here in 919 as these two players both selecting their operators? Frazyn already blazing through 11 operators going to be selected, and we're going to go in for Frazyn without a full squad here yet again. Now Carp on the back end again has to play catch up, as this is going to be a little bit difficult for Carp.
That is a Moose being selected on the side of Carp, but Carp is still selecting as Frazyn has gotten started again. The La Pluma already at play, shredding down units. Again, from what I've seen from the last batch, letting Frazyn get off to that first start is kind of spooky, judging by how quickly he absolutely annihilated R811. As Nearbycarp is still drafting operators, Frazyn's already at 10 kills. Nearbycarp has a... This is like Sisyphus pushing a rock up a hill. Like, it's going to take a hot minute to roll that rock all the way up, as Mandragora is already on the field for Frazyn before Carp has even made it into the map.
Yeah, this is really difficult for Carp. The only thing that really allows Carp to catch up here maybe is if Frazyn fails this stage. But looking how Frazyn is confident with a lot of their strategies, is looking tougher and tougher, even deciding on that Amiya transition. This is animation time taking up valuable time that Nearbycarp could be using to take the one-up onto Frazyn right now. Okay, well, it is all down to Frazyn. Can Frazyn knock down Mandragora in a reasonable amount of time to try to, progress the stage on further? La Pluma is still doing massive amounts of work. We do have the Mudrock coming through to hold the right side by herself too. Like, this is a really solid setup by Frazyn.
Yep. Neural Ultra getting laser down Mandragora. She goes into phase 2 as Nearbycarp has just loaded into the map. Frazyn is already halfway through, and Nearbycarp is just loaded. That is a, I want to say, borderline insurmountable lead that Frazyn has. Like, Nearbycarp is going to have to pray that Frazyn leaks a unit here by accident, because that is an absolutely commanding lead that Frazyn has right now. As Backpipe is working on the pillar, trying to knock the Mandragora, but it looks like the cat will just scooch on by.
Okay, now this could be a little bit weird, right? Because now Schwartz is going to have to get removed here too. The pillar is not going to come through. There's no more pillars left for Frazyn. There's a lot of good damage sources left on the side of Frazyn here as well. But the problem is Mandragora does a lot of damage on her end too. Here we go. Typewriter about to get placed down. Now this all comes down to Pazzi. I think she should be able to have it, especially with Saria coming through as well, blocking down the Bane damage source of Mandragora, and Tiara coming down on top of it. Let's see what ends up happening here. A lot of damage on the side of Frazyn, but Mandragora is steaming on by. The health bar is just not dropping on the side of Frazyn. Look at this. Okay, still going through. Pazzi skills about to end here in just a moment. NTR, oh, should have it. Let's see.
Oh, NTR is not going to be able to hit the Mandragora. Remember, she is still floating. She has not been grounded. That Mandragora is still going.
Yes!
Ooh, the Mandragora just barely goes down. Frazyn must have been sweating at the end there as their lead holds on. Oh, and Nearbycarp appears to have leaked 2 units there, further forcing a reset. This map is definitely Frazyn's to lose now, as it is just some gargoyles left. And we'll see what goes on here, as it is Frazyn going to leak one of the last 3 gargoyles, because it is not looking like it. This is looking like a complete domination from on the side of Frazyn.
Yeah, it came close. Missing that pillar on the right side. You can see it glowing right now. Definitely put a little bit of stops to Frazyn, but recovered. And that's the important part here in a stage like 919. You got to recover Mandragora walks for a very long time. If you don't have plans to try stopping that, well, it is your stage to lose. You're absolutely correct on that front. But the rest of the stage with just the gargoyles going through, Posy will make easy work of that. And that is going to be Frazyn taking this map as well as the series 2-0 over by Nearbycarp. An absolutely flawless gameplay coming out here from Frazyn to progress themselves up into the best of top 32.
Well, again, just a couple of small mistakes with a pillar there on Frazyn, and a little bit of showboating at the end there with the tactical unit wiggles at the end there. But my goodness, what an absolute dominant showing by Frazyn there. Just, what was that, like a 20 kill lead in the first map, followed like another 20 kill win. Just Carp did not stand a chance in that one. Like, oh my goodness, and that was on Carp's map pick too.
Yeah, and it's brutal here because sometimes you have a plan in the back of your mind, but as you start selecting your units, you realize that maybe I don't have enough damage for this. And especially in a stage like 919, where pillars are literally like the pillars of your strategy most of the time, you need to have operators to deal with it. And while you're strategizing in the back of your mind, it really doesn't hit you what you need until you actually select the operators, and that seemed to be what happened there to Nearbycarp. It happens all the time, man. I even feel it as well, but in a tournament format like this where you're pressured to do it as fast as possible, you're going to make mistakes, and it seems like that is unfortunately what Nearbycarp fell victim to. Thank you so much for playing Nearbycarp, but you know what, in that one, Frazyn definitely showing off his skills.
Yeah, again, GG's to both of the contestants. Like, again, well-played games, but Frazyn came in just looking like they've been studying, they've been hitting the flashcards, they've been hitting the books. Again, well played in Nearbycarp, but that 919, like that draft phase, you guys gotta come in knowing what you're gonna do and what bans you're able to swap out quickly. Because as you saw, with players like Frazyn around, like, do you really want to give a player like Frazyn a 30 kill lead before you load in? Like, woo.
That's definitely a moment where Carp, fortunately, as chat would say, floundered a little bit. I'm stealing one of your jokes. I'm sorry about that, guys. Yeah, but for Frazyn, definitely smooth gameplay all around, right? Even without the lead there, and even with the kind of mishap on towards Mandragora, there was a lot of plans in the backside, and without Posy getting banned, especially as well, there was a lot of kind of plans on the backside. I think that was readily available on the side of Frazyn. Like, you had a plan B, C, D, all the way to maybe even Z for Frazyn. Without even a full squad, you just have the operators in hand to make sure you have all the damage and all the plans in the world, even if it might be a very slow grind. It seemed like absolutely Frazyn had a plan for everything that could potentially happen.
Yeah, like they had contingent upon contingencies. As we're getting news right now, there has been an absolutely massive upset as our number one power ranked player, Meltup, has just been knocked out. That's right, the number one player, Meltup, who won several tournaments, has been knocked out by Medkitz. Like I said, we're gonna see what upsets happen, but Meltup has just been knocked out. Like, look at the list of accolades. First place in Challengers 0 in the beta. First in the Arknights 2v2 tournament. First in Trials of Navigator, defeat the VIP. Third place in CC Challenger. That is a very, very powerful doctor, and the ones that people probably had as like the favorite to win it all has just lost. They're out.
Yeah, that's insane. I haven't been in the community itself in a very long time. I'm just slowly but surely getting to, come back into the community. But Meltup has been one of those players that's been mentioned to me so often, and I got the pleasure of seeing them in a different tournament that they participated in recently as well. That is insane. The fact that Meltup unfortunately fell here in the early stages. All kudos to Medkitz to knocking Meltup down. But now that honestly opens up so much for not just Medkitz, but for all the other players too. Meltup is such a dominating force when it comes to Arknight strategies that getting knocked down this early, that is not. I don't think anybody really anticipated that at all.
No, like the field is wide open. The door has been broken down. There is no door anymore. There might not even be a wall anymore. It's all gone as Meltup got knocked out. As like, yeah, that is a very experienced player in Meltup. Like, you saw the list of tournaments they go through. Team EBA over Bathwater Alcoholics, fun name by the way, has lost their, like, that was the heavy hitter. I mean, while the teams, there's not as much team competition in this one, but like TBBA is showing that their leader Meltup, is very vulnerable. He is not this invincible juggernaut that he's looked like in the past. Like, this match has just shown it, as we're about to load in, as look who it is. That is the person who has knocked out Meltup, who now basically has a target painted on their backs. That is Medkitz going up against Spiply of Team Mizuki, as we're about to go into the map pick phase as Medkitz has the first pick.
Yeah, and now all of a sudden, you know, Spiply, one of our coveted community members here as well. I'm pretty sure this is a person who doesn't really need that many introductions, but now Medkitz comes strolling into the lobby and is like, well, now I have the background story to make sure I can stand up against you as well. So this is going to be absolutely incredible. And look at that, Medkitz starting out with the map selection as well. So all the advantages going to Medkitz, at least at this point. Remember guys, if Medkitz was able to knock down Meltup in a game of speed, we are going to be cooking here in this best of 32. Oh, not best of 32. I should say top 32. My goodness, we're not going to be here all night.
Best of 32. We're going to be here 5 hours, 10 hours stream. But no 10 hour stream. We're actually going to die, I think, if that happens. But Medkitz still has not chosen the map yet. As I wonder if there's any pressure now getting Medkitz like, oh dang. I just knocked out power rank, you know, the number 1 player for the power ranks. Like, oh, I gotta show this up now. Like, this is my chance? Or is Medkitz like, alright, knocked out number 1? Who's next? Right, like, how does this play? Or on Spiply's end. I wonder what Spiply must be thinking right now.
Yeah, and if anything, does Spiply even know what Medkit's strategies are? Like, do they... Wait, does Spiply know? That's the question. Does she know what Medkitz wants to do? That's the big thing that we need to know here. Or even vice versa too. Does Medkitz know what Spiply wants to do? What their strategies are in regards to these stages are going to be super important for both of them to actually make sure they understand going into these stages. If you don't have any prior knowledge of what either player wants to do, you're just kind of banning the standard picks. And of course, that's going to work in the grand scheme of things because you're removing these very big damage source operators that everybody knows are really strong. But just with what we saw with Frazyn, you know people have these outlandish strategies to knock down these stages extremely quick, and especially with WREX8 being chosen here free, there's definitely some strategies that are going around with both Spiply and Medkitz.
Yeah, I wonder if Spiply needs to now change her strat entirely because, again, if you look at, because these brackets were available, so the players could see where their brackets would be. So I wonder if Spiply was expecting to face Meltup, had strategies planned out for Meltup, but all of a sudden, surprise, it's not Meltup you're facing, it's Medkitz. As we're going into the ban phase here, and we'll see if Spiply's gonna still go for those targeted bans for Medkitz, or if it's going to be more of like more generic bans because Spiply might not know how Medkitz plays.
Yep, you're absolutely right, but for Medkitz, just going with the standard bans here, we're going to see Surtur being the first ban, Ash going to be coming through to knock down any potential of easy knockdowns on free at the south side of this stage. And yeah, standard ban seems to be the go-ahead for both of our doctors here, Medkitz and Spiply. Oh man, Medkitz has a really big arc that he wants to set right now, and banning Stainless is definitely a way to start that.
Ooh, that's the first Stainless ban we've seen today, as Spiply decides to go for the more standard Irene ban, but that's Stainless ban. We've been seeing Stainless show up quite a bit, and I think players are starting to catch on that a lot of, everyone's using this Stainless, and this cat does a lot of damage with his little cannons, or just the flexibility of the of SP gen or damage boosting.
Yeah, absolutely. Stainless really opens up opportunities for these on-hit or offensive DP regeneration, or I should say SP regeneration operators to really shine here. So really cool things. Bans on Chalter and Nightingale. Now, I like this Nightingale ban because a lot of doctors have been selecting this operator to deny a lot of the damage that Free has been doing, and even using those little lanterns to divert the damage that Free is doing as well while they're trying to burst down that boss. So I really like this ban from Spiply here. She's really going at it, kind of making sure that these alternative ways to deny the damage from Free, I like it. There has to be some kind of plan behind this though. She has to make sure that, you know, operators are going to stay alive while trying to knock down Free. We'll see what that plan really is.
And Medkit's going banning for the Posy. We saw how powerful Posy was in that previous match. As, oh, look at that. That is an Emmenhold ban. I know I mentioned that in the first match. That is Emmenhold. Spiply looks to be going for more of that kind of support structure. Again, no cages with Nightingale, like you said. So Spiply might be going for the strategy of, well, if your units all die, they can't do any killing. But
Exactly.
that
The best
Ebonholz
offense is the best defense, man.
Ebonholz band, though, that is the first one we've seen. I don't think we've seen an Ebonholz in any of the games that have been on the main stage, or on the broadcast stage yet. But that is the first one. I wonder if that is targeted at Medkitz, because Eben is not one that people usually go, yeah, I'll go to Eben immediately.
Yeah, but in a stage like WREX8, Eben definitely can shine, and that's probably one of the reasons why she decided to go for it. Makes complete sense. A pick here for the band, definitely going to make sense here as well. We saw what A is able to do in conjunction with Saria down towards the south side, easily picking off that phase 1. Makes sense for the span, and it will be joined by Texas Alter to round out our 10 bands here for Medkitz versus Spiply. Our first game here in the top 32. Ladies and gentlemen, Medkitz and Spiply on their first map to take WAD to see who goes 1-0.
Would also like to add, Uncle Muinar is free from the coffee table. He is going to put down his newspaper. He's finished his paper. He is ready to go here. This is the first time we have not seen Muinar getting banned here, so we'll see how much Muinar will come into play, or if neither of these doctors are just like, no, my strategy is better without Muinar. So as we're about to pick the draft phase here, but again, remember that Uncle Muinar, Horse Uncle himself, True Golden slash Muinar is available as looks like we're having some zoom in issues. As,
we had this issue yesterday during some of our practice matches that were being streamed by our beautiful host of Viper. This is happening here just momentarily, so we're going to go back to our bands here. Now let's talk about this, right? Because we talk about specifically our casual bands that we're going to be seeing consistently throughout the course of the night, like Irene's not surprising, Surtur, Chalter, Posy, Aya, Texas Alter. We talked enough about Ebonholz as well as Nightingale, but that Stainless band, man, that is so huge.
Yeah, Stainless has usually been like the option 2 for people, right? Like you see, like, Muinar gets banned so often that people probably start building their strats around, okay, who's the next best option, who's the next best option? But I wonder if both of these doctors have focused a little bit too much on taking out the next best option, that they forgot option number 1, which is Muinar, Hansman himself.
Run out of bands, man. 10 bands sometimes might not be enough.
We'll see as the drafting phase is starting here, and we'll see who gets. Let's see, Saga, Texas. Oh, that is a Palace that Spiply is choosing there. Wonder what her plan is with Palace. As, oh, yep, there's Muinar on the side of Medkitz.
The rows are coming out from Spiply as well. A lot of heavy hitters still remaining up on the table despite all of these bans. And here we go. Medkit's going to go into the stage first. Not a full squad. Only 10 operators. Spiply going to be bringing a full squad. We see a Gladia coming through for Spiply as well. So let's take a look. Advantage over onto Medkitz, as again, he decided to just go into the stage without a full squad, which means a couple of seconds, about 10-second lead right now on the side of Medkitz. But we've seen time and time again tonight that those time advantages for going into the stage early on this one might not matter. Those attributes will definitely cost you if you don't pay attention to it.
Aobi set up on the side of Medkitz. Aobi with the very quick attacks, prioritizing targets with the highest defense, and that is a Megalon too on the side of Medkitz sitting in reserve, waiting to go in. As Spiply, that is a Carnelian, a Mastema, and an Ifrit, and a Palace. Oh, that is a very interesting op coming outside of Spiply as Free comes out on the side of Medkitz, as Free is about to be deep fried as soon as he walks into range of that Saria, as Free comes in on the side of Spiply as well.
There we go. The big burst of damage going to come through from Spiply as Ifrit's skill 3 going to be activated here as well. P1 almost never an issue when it comes to most of our players here at this stage, of course. But Medkitz has already blazed through that P1. Free is already on that P2 phase right now, just waiting for the invincibility to fall off. And there we go. Milinar swing starting to come through. Damage chunking left and right on the side of Free right now. He is going at the moment. Watch stream screen coming through. Ooh, Free just still staying alive towards the end there, so Milinar was not enough from the looks of it at the moment. But here we go. Uh-oh, those blindies are coming through.
Free is alive on the side of Medkitz, but Free is dead. Oh, that is a reset coming through on the side of Medkitz. This is now Spiply's match to take. as Free is dead on the side of Spiply, as Silver Ash is now getting to work on the blindies. Again, now comes a phase. Do not leak a blindie because that will completely torpedo any progress that you've made on the map. As Mizuki's Spiply now has a 38 kill advantage, as Medkitz was forced to restart. That 10 up, you know, when you're going to 10 ups, you better hope you pray. You better hope you run. So close on the side of Spiply, a near leak on the side of Spiply, but being able to get rid of him just in time. But I mean, that 10 up going in for Medkitz, that was confidence, but that confidence came back to bite Medkitz.
Absolutely. Oh my god, dude, this is one of the reasons why leaving Free 2 alive in P2 makes such a big detrimental cause to what you want to be doing in the stage, because Free 2 changes your attributes if they're in range of that skill, and that's such a big fault in the strategy. I think Medkitz wanted to completely wipe Free's phase 2 with Milinar alone, but it just wasn't enough damage. So if Free stayed alive, he tried putting down, who was it? I think somebody else right next to Milinar to try to tank the damage, but that trait changing skill, it's AoE! It goes in the cross right around that operator, so it changed Milinar on top of it, and that will result in Spiply taking the first map. WREXA going over onto Team Mizuki as of right now. 1-0 advantage to Spiply, and now Medkitz on the backside has to pick the next map, and ooh, after a mistake like that in WREX8, it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, that's gonna hurt the confidence of Medkitz, I imagine, because that was his pick on WRX8. And Spiply said, okay, that's your map pick, doesn't matter. I have a Carnelian. And I'll just wreck them all that spawn, which is what she did, and she took out Free. Medkitz, I think the hubris came in to bite him a bit. Only going with 10, especially on the blindies. Like, what are you gonna do if it actually changed? Like, you have no ways of recovery with less operators. As we're going into our old friend R811 now. It's picked by Medkitz. So we'll see if Medkitz turn around on this second map, or if Spiply is like, I don't care you beat built up, doesn't matter. You're all just speed bumps in my way.
Exactly, and looking at the fan phase that we saw during the previous map, we might see some of these mainstream operators coming back here during R811. So for Medkitz, I think this is one of those stages where you have to play safe, right? Medkitz only picked 10 operators in the last one, no full house when it comes to the operator stack. This time around, I think Medkitz might want to play a little bit safe. R811, you don't really need that many operators to clear the stage to begin with, but safety never hurts, especially when you're on the back end up against Spiply of all people. She is going to put down her hand and make sure that you don't have a chance at coming back if you make a single mistake. And for Medkitz to not do that, backup plans, backup plans, backup plans.
Yeah, because with these bans, like, okay, well, Muinar, you've had your fun in the sun. Get back to the coffee table. You are banned again, Mr. Muinar. He's just like, all right. How many newspapers do you think he's gone through at this point? Every time he's been banned.
I know, somebody giving him like a rocking chair in front of his patio, because he's just gonna be sitting out on his front patio just reading newspaper while sipping coffee the whole time. Okay. Wow, all of them updated at once. Kiara joined the... What are these bans? Interesting. W, Kirara, I mean, we're not surprised about the Texas Alter ban. Mizuki coming back here in 8-11 is not too surprising too, but Mudrock again. Man, that Kirara ban. Woo!
No, this is going for the ambusher ban, like I mentioned, like, because you could just put the ambushers up front. So if you just get rid of them, then there's no ambusher strat available for Spiply now. But the W ban is interesting. First time we've seen W get banned. I don't think we've seen a W be played on the broadcast stage yet, as the Schwing brothers have been rejected, and both been told to go back. They'd have their fun. As we'll see one of the last two bans coming up, but full ambusher ban coming from the side of Medkitz. I wonder if that's either targeted towards Mizuki players, because I wonder if Mizuki players have screened with each other, and they're more familiar with this ambusher strat. So Medkitz is like, okay, I've seen a lot of Mizuki players use that. I'm gonna get rid of all of them.
Yeah, but the thing is, we saw how some of these ambushers were paired up alongside Stainless to make the left side a lot more trivial compared to what other strategies might entail. But you don't have the Stainless ban here, so is it really necessary for you to be banning these ambushers? Because just because you have an ambusher doesn't mean that they're going to be invincible on the left side, right? They're still going to get targeted if you don't have anything down there, and Stainless is one of the easiest ways to do it. So yeah, cool things there. Although Manticore is still going to be up and available for the stage, as Golden Glow is going to be banned out by Medkitz and Irene to round out our 10 bans for R8-11. Ladies and gentlemen, 1-0 advantage going to Spiply. Medkitz on the backhand trying to pull this back into a 1-1 to keep their breath of life available in the Arknights Challengers tournament. Whew, this is going to be a big one.
It's going to be a big one. Mama Nami probably not happy that both of her children have been banned here. But we have seen what happened with R811. We saw the strats coming out from Frazyn in that previous match where my man just went in with 6 people and just absolutely walloped the entire map. So we'll see if Spiply has a plan for that, or Medkitz has a plan for that. As again, this was Medkitz's pick. So we'll see which of our 2 doctors here has got the strats as Spiply. That is a read on the side of Spiply.
Oh my god, dude. Surely that's Reed Alter, right? No, she's not released yet in Global, but my god, we are just blazing through. Spiply is the first one to go into the stage now. Medkitz is the one to play catch-up. 10 operators on hand for Medkitz right now, trying to go into the stage as fast as possible. We'll see who gets the advantage here, because Spiply with an incredible lightning speed selection on her squad, going to go immediately into the stage as well, but Medkitz loading in pretty quickly. PC Diff definitely helping out here.
Yeah, but Spiply, that was a very quick selection though. You saw how quickly that was. Spiply knows exactly what she wants to do on this map. Again, that is a Reed. Reed, who's generally considered by the community to be like, why would you use Reed? Oh my goodness. Like the Reed pick for me, it's like, look at the tail go. But the Reed pick, as Medkitz is going for the horn, more standard picks coming outside of Medkitz to go for that range kill, set it behind that barricade. As Spiply has a Tequila ready. Tequila's tanking shots left and right from those Imperial Strikers there. As kills are definitely in the favor of Medkitz.
Yeah, Medkitz has Horn. That's another operator that wasn't banned in this specific scenario. So Horn is just absolutely hammering away at the operators and the enemies at the left side of the map right now. Tallulah is starting to join the fray as she's going to walk towards the center for both of our players here. But as you said, kill count looking really solid for Medkitz, but Spiply has caught up. All of those archers, or I forget what those guys are called, but they're all going to be available down there in the depths of, I don't know if I can say that word. That's okay. Spiply has taken care of all of them. There we go. There's the TLDR version of it.
They are all dead as Medkitz has, it looks like it is a tied match right now, but the Lancers are moving up quicker for Medkitz, hitting that kill gate earlier. Tallulah has been burned down way more on the side of Spiply though, so we'll see how much that Tallulah HP bar will affect Medkitz as they take a 2-kill lead as the next waves are spawning in now. Looks like it's roughly a similar pace for Spiply and Medkitz, but again, those 2 Lancers still alive at the top left side as Spiply has the, oh no, it looks like Tallulah, okay, no, never mind, no, oh yay, Tallulah is down for Spiply. There is no more Tallulah to worry about. 47 kills and 45 kills as this is neck and neck.
This is really close. I mean, the archers being left alive to knock down Tallulah. Oh, but it really comes down to who heli drops first at this stage, because the remaining enemies aren't that difficult to kill. Who has the operators left alive? Who has the faster burst to knock them down? We do have Evanholtz being placed here by Medkitz right now. Oh, here we go. This could be really big. The big burst damage coming out from Evanholtz could really buy a lot of time. Even Horn going down, being placed early, and the skill used early too. Does the overdrive version of Horn give him enough time to knock him down early is the question. 1, 2, 3. I think this could be it, and Medkitz will take away our 8-11 just on a whim at the end. Those 2 Lancers at the top side ruining Spiply's chance to go 2-0.
Those 2 Lancers were like, nah, I'm not gonna move. They were comfortable on their little ice packs there. Just like, it's nice. They're they're bundled up. Like they're just not gonna move. And as it turns out, like I mentioned earlier, I was like, those 2 Lancers not moving. That looked like it was gonna be a bit of an issue for Spiply.
Exactly, and a big sigh of relief here for Medkitz. I'm pretty sure Medkitz was just full focused on his screen because he didn't have time to check Spiply's, but those 2 Lancers, man, definitely a detriment there for Spiply, who may have wanted to end this run on a 2-0 because Medkitz, man, who knows what he's cooking. Spiply, she has to figure it out.
Yeah, but now, again, the previous 2 max bat picks were both Medkitz's, and now Spiply has her turn to take her pick of the last 3 remaining maps between MNEX8, 718 and 919. So what do you want to fight? You want to fight a pair of knights? Do you want to fight Granddad Patriot? Or do you want to fight that Cat Mandragora who throws pillars back at you? So we're going to find out here in a couple seconds. And oh wait, we are going for the kitty. The floating laser kitty. That is Mandragora.
Oh was gonna say, I think this map would be really good to kind of throw it up in the air for both Spiply as well as Medkitz, because this is the stage where we saw a lot of people faltering if they have really awkward strats that go in with timings that really don't work out in your favor. It's extremely tight of a map with intensive micromanagement you have to do around Mandragora while worrying about the enemy waves that are coming from the left and the right. So we'll see what ends up happening here. Posy, a big factor into why Frazyn was able to save his run for a 919, going to be taken out immediately. Searcher going to be joining the fray of the ban pool as Medkitz and Spiply, they're bringing out all their stops with these default bans. They are going all the way.
No meta bans or no meta picks for any of for either side right now, as like just nope, you are not allowed to pick these strong meta damage. No Posy, Uncle Horse, stay in your cafe. Certainly Man Thorns, probably the preferred lane holder for the left side of 919, just getting thrown out already. There's the Mountain Bet, another favored lane holder, more for the right side that we've seen in some of our previous matches, also getting banned.
Mountain is absolutely huge in holding some of these lanes, right? It's really solid in regards to tanking damage, dealing damage. You have those potential crits coming through. Mudrock is really nice. Penance is really good. But Mountain definitely faster in regards to the killing department on some of those enemies. So take a look at what ends up happening here. Chalter going to be removed. Same thing for Warfaring, which has been a pretty stable ban, I think, for a lot of our players here. The additional damage buff from her skill 2, absolutely massive. I mean, like healing from skill, I guess.
I have yet to see a player who goes, yeah, I love Warfare 1. The healing is what makes me speedrun the map. So these are definitely...
She gets bonus healing for targets that are near dead, man. Like, you can't go wrong with it.
Can't go wrong. Up, there's the Cal system. No true damage coming from the side of a big chunky monster. Reminder that monster does have, or the Calcid does have her module now for double exploding monster, as Ebonhold also gets banned. So lots of boss killers and lane holders getting taken out here.
Yeah, Spiply checking the Ebonholds that was brought out by Medkitz during the previous run of R8-11. Yeah, so we'll see what Medkitz wants to do for his last ban here. This is definitely, the Ebonholds ban, I think is definitely a targeted ban here, because we haven't really seen Ebonholds being used up against Mandragora in the past couple of contestants that we have seen so far, but the potential is there. Medkitz is willing to bring it out, which is why she decided to ban it. 100% agree with this ban here if you are looking at it from a targeted ban point. But now for Medkitz, the last ban. What is your option? What do you think Spiply has up against Mandragora that you could take away from her and maybe set your sights on the top 16 spot?
And it will be a Suzerain, so no debuffs from Suzerain with that S3. However, Miss Texas the Omertosa is now available to play for the first time in I don't even know how long. She's free. She's out. That S2. Again, people generally look at Texas Omertosa for that S3. That S2 has some disgusting levels of damage. So if you can set up like a bait for someone to take the damage for Texas S2, for Texas Altars S, you can absolutely shred down a Mandra if she's on the ground, especially for that phase 2, because that's the part that matters the most.
Yeah, and I think if you were going to opt to go for Texas Altar in this stage, you might as well use it when Mandragora immediately spawns on the right side, so you can get the resets off of those smaller mobs that come through from the exit point on the right side. But we'll have to see what the strategies are going to be, because Spiply and Medkitz, they are on the run. The marathon has begun for 9-19. The pick phase is going on, and we are seeing via meta coming out here potentially for Medkitz. Shamir not banned here either, so more debuffs coming through. But for Spiply, all of her characters have been chosen going into the stage, maybe a half a second earlier, I should say. But Medkitz with the PC diff is going all the way. Look at him go.
PC diff as Spiply has gone with the Paramedics, and look at that. That is a Tuya. I think I'm pronouncing that correctly, but that is a Tuya. She goes to show you how little Tuya gets used, not even just in PvP, just in the game in general. We'll see what the Tuya does here, and no Texas Altar despite her being available.
Yeah, there's no real reason at this point. Again, like, you don't get the resets on Texas Altar, especially up against someone like Mandragora. Her damage reduction is going to be absolutely huge, and you're not really going to be using her to knock down those pillars because there's better picks for you to do that with. So we'll see what ends up happening here. Both of our players starting off with a very stable run, but Mandragora spawns first for Spiply as she has hit that 13 kill mark a lot earlier than Medkitz. So we'll see what ends up happening here. We are going to see Spiply trying to knock that phase one down as soon as possible. Irene going to be placed down on the ground too, while Scotty doing a lot of damage here. So cool stuff happening. Oh, let's see what ends up happening. Medkit still setting a little bit more stuff up. Spectre Altar down on the ground on top of it. The Doll Keeper effect going to go through. Neural Altar going to go down as well. Both of our players trying to knock down that phase one as fast as possible, but Spiply has done it first.
He's done it first. The kill count is neck and neck here, 26 to 20, 27 to 27 now as the paramedic is activated. Spiply not even bothered with the pillars, just going straight for the kill. Is this when the 2A comes into play with the heals?
Oh my god!
And that Mandra got absolutely evaporated. Spiply says, pillars? Don't even need them. Cat can't throw pillars at me. I'm not even bothered throwing at him. This cat ain't nothing to me.
Exactly, and now it's up to Medkitz. Can Medkitz catch up here? The kill count in favor of Spiply, and with this, you have to deploy operators left and right, and that takes up time, those valuable few microseconds for you to place down those operators. It's definitely going to take time and takes focus away from killing the other enemies down available on the map right now. Shamir's going to go down on top of it. That pillar's available, but it's going to get taken down immediately as soon as you try knocking something down too. There we go. Okay, let's see what ends up happening. So much damage on the side of Medkitz, but he's so far behind on terms of enemy kills. Look at this, it's 52 to 46.
He fell behind because he still has to kill. He had to kill Mandragora. Like, you saw how quickly Spiply had bursted out Mandragora. She didn't even have to adjust her comp. There was no retreats and placement that she had to do. She just obliterated Mandra. It's like, all right, get out of the way, Mandra. You're a fly on the wall. Like, get out of the way, fly swatter out, and just started shredding enemies. The last three enemies, last three gargoyles. So as soon as they spawn, we'll see if Spiply is able to take this here as Medkitz is doing his damnedest to catch up. But he is short. He is short. The spawns are not in his favor as the last gargoyles are spawning on the side of Spiply. And there's one down, and the second one is about to die shortly. And that is gonna be it. A 63 to 60 win as Mizuki Spiply takes it 2-1 over Medkitz, as the upsetter of Meltup has now also been eliminated himself.
GG's indeed. It was super neck and neck between these two players. Fia Meta definitely tried her best, but up against the damage source of Irene and Exu combined, man, Spiply's timing on that Irene skill was impeccable. As soon as Irene's skill ended, those gargoyles were dead to right. So incredible job there from Spiply. Both players with incredible strategies, but with Spiply knocking down Mandragora, especially early on in the game. Again, those few seconds added up. Imagine if Medkitz didn't have to try knocking down those pillars, the precious time that it takes for you to click and drag those operators down. Imagine if Medkitz had access to those few seconds, maybe, just maybe, would have had that run. But a GG's called out here to Spiply as she will progress on to the top 16 mark.
Yeah, top 16 mark. Again, you can see, again, that's that. Look at how many seconds got shaved off because Spiply didn't even have to worry about shredding down the pillars. Like, I don't need to worry about pillars. That's less time that you need to retreat and do anything else for. And look at how quickly she just got shredded down. Like, the less you have to change your operators, the better. The longer you can keep them there at that spawn camp, that is insane.
Oh man, oh man, oh man. Well, ladies and gentlemen, after a game like that, Wookie and I are gonna need a little bit of a breather, try to recollect our thoughts after that one, man. We're definitely gonna have stories to tell when we come back from a short break, and after that, you guys will see Cookie for a moment, and then we'll come back to us. We'll see you guys in just a moment.
All right, welcome back. We're on for a pretty quick break right now to give our casters some rest and for the rest of the bracket to catch up. We are heading into top 16 very soon. Cookie, I see that you've been pretty excited watching these matches in the back end. What are your thoughts so far?
So of course, and I'm not doing any hosting. I'm watching all of these matches intently, and holy damn, have they gotten more intense. I think at the start, when we had the top 128, you know, it was all about the players having fun and everything. But now the players are all warmed up. You know, they've gone through so many rounds. We've already hit the point where we're already at top 16. And at this point of the stage, you can really see how you can see the difference, feel the difference between the players who prepared so hard. A lot of their heart is put into all of this in the competition, and then those that, you know, they have prepared, but honestly, you can really tell the difference of the two. So it's been amazing thus far as to how this competition has been.
Yeah, it's been incredible to watch as well. I think it's super interesting seeing how much effort a lot of these players put into drafting their squad so quickly. Every single second does matter at that point. Not to also mention, during the stage itself, minimizing the amount of pausing they do, minimizing the amount, putting down operators and using different skills. All of that time is being cut to the finest, and I'm very excited to see what this top 16 bracket holds.
Yeah, I think you said that right, because in the earlier parts when we saw the top 128 and top 64, there isn't so much of that min-max kind of feeling where players, you know, rush their gameplay and whatnot. They will still take their time to draft the operators and then head into the stage. Even if they fumble here and there might be some likelihoods where both opponents fumble. But now we've reached the point where it's not about that anymore. You know, the players are really caring about the win here, and we see it in that previous matchup where they don't even take the full 12-man squad. Some of them are already rushing it. They know exactly what they want. They're probably very happy whenever they see that 10-man ban and they're like, they didn't ban the operator I really want to use, and they're going into the stage with all the prepared units. So it's gonna be so cool to see how this is gonna evolve later on. And honestly, with players also knowing each other, whether from previous competitions or even just by their own relations, I can foresee some target bans coming in. We're already feeling it, right? We see some vanguards being banned, we see certain meta units, or even certain classes. Like, who would have thought ambushers being banned? Who would have thought Evan Halls being banned? Some of these target bans are probably very specific to the players they're playing against.
Yeah, I think the cool thing that I would love to see going into the second and third tournament after this one is seeing a lot of these bigger name competitors make it out and kind of develop into their own niche, their own playstyle, and then having other people analyze that playstyle to come up with different strategies to play against them. I think that's the cool thing of having the system of a power ranking and have seeding in this system, so that players do have a chance to compete against these greater players that have a lot of information out there that is available for them to consume. So we'll see if that does make a very big play. Maybe that did kind of factor into this tournament. We did see, unfortunately, Meltup getting knocked out very early. I hate to rub alcohol into his burn, but the thing is, he has been one of our greatest contenders across all of my PvP tournaments. They're absolutely amazing at this game. I've seen them do incredible clears incredibly quickly, very quick decision making, and for them to be knocked out by Medkitz and now taken over by Spiply, MZK Fan Club, a new organization that came from Zuikaku and Goody5. They're doing very well in this tournament right now, showing up, Spiply representing them at the very top of the top 16 bracket. We'll see how they do, but we do still have a lot of other amazing players that I'm very excited for you, Cookie, to watch as well.
Oh, I'm very excited indeed. And actually, it reminded me about the power rankings, because if you could see that out on the screen right about now, we were just mentioning as to how Melta is actually not in the competition anymore. He unfortunately got just knocked out by Medkitz, and then later on, we see Medkitz getting knocked out by Spiply. But I think it's actually even more than just Meltup alone. Actually, within this top 10 that we see right over here, we do unfortunately have more names that are wiped out from this list. So there is a person that I was very hoping to see that he will progress very far, but the Anku is actually out of the tournament, I believe.
Oh, really? He's out?
Previous matchup. Yes, I think Anku has just been defeated by, allow me to just check my information here, he's been defeated by a player named Miwa.
Oh, Miwa!
Which probably is going to become as a huge surprise, especially for people who know Anku from previous tournaments as well. And we also have Frazyn, who we watched just now in the previous matches, and Frazyn is also out of the match already. I think I might have just received word. Do we have Q also out of the tournament as of right now? Yes.
Wait, he's
Q,
out!
our second position has just lost a 1-2 matchup. against Lazy Couch. So honestly, this list is going down. You know, of course, there are some people who still remaining in the competition, but we're gonna see so many more new names down the line, and that is pretty much what makes this competition so exciting. Like, I cannot wait to see all the different ideas that the players are gonna have.
Yeah, I am incredibly surprised to see those results. We do still have our some top seeds. Everec making it out all the way to the top 16 right now. Going to be competing very soon, as well as tortoise-chan representing in the bottom half of the brackets. They're going to be going against WGT. Unfortunately, will not be on stream, but good luck to those people. I also see Tobo, one of our friendly British streamers. Tobo has made it, and he'll be facing Ramon, Mommy Milky's Ramon in the top 16. A name that we've seen in the past. Ramon, a very, very star player here, representing Mom. So we'll see how they do. I'm very excited. I believe the next match that we're about to head into will be... I believe it might actually be... it might be tortoise-chan's match. We'll see. I'll head it back to the casters for now. We'll be back right after this top 16 match to review the top 8 remaining players. But thank you, Cookie, for that. We're gonna head it back to the casters now.
An insane story has been brought upon us, Wookie. The roster, the spreadsheet, the players left in this tourney has completely flipped on its head, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, power rankings, it's like, it's only on paper. You know, they may have performed well in the past, but have they been able to do it on a tournament of this scale where players are starting to show up, of players like, you know, whoa, you know, they didn't participate in previous, but they're coming out, busting out strats that might have been seen. I'm looking at the bracket right now, and remember our friend Frazyn, who tore through R811 and just absolutely dominated that match?
Yep.
They have been knocked out. They have got knocked out by Ramon, so no speed clears of R811 from Frazyn anymore. Like people that you see, like, oh my god, look at him go. They've been knocked out left and right too. So
the thing is, like, round 3, it is completely covered in 2-1s. These were really close matches, man. It really makes me sad that we weren't able to watch every single one of them. I'm really hoping by some miracle there were like recordings of it somewhere, right? Maybe the tournament staff was able to record it on the back end of this, because these games are ones that everyone is going to want to look back at and see what the heck even happened in it. These players that managed to walk straight through some of our best contenders in the power rankings, it's like the people in the power rankings right now are struggling to stay in the tournament. When have you ever heard that?
yeah, it's like what, top 2 have already gone down like that quickly. Like, this is like some like college basketball, like March Madness shenanigans going on. It's like, oh, all the top seeds are going down. Who's got the Cinderella run, right? And then, I mean, looking at some of the lists, like with some of the teams that are still here, like I'm looking at what teams are still represented. Like, EBA I believe just has tortoise-chan left. I think the team that has the most members in right now is Team Mizuki with, if I'm looking at this right, you have Spiply, Zuikaku, and
Tskami.
Yeah, Tskami. Like, Team Mizuki has a good number of representations still, as a lot of teams are down to 1. It looks like WFI also has, I think, 3 here. Correct me if I'm wrong, though.
Yeah, you're right. WGT, we have Cynic and Jason. Yeah, there's a lot of kind of team combats that are going to be happening in the next moments here. Now that we're also in the top 16, by the way, we're going to have a lot of our teams falling in the next few moments. Like, this is absolutely nuts, man. I genuinely thought that at this stage, at top 16, we were going to have a lot more team members, but I think a lot of people in the chat are kind of echoing what I'm thinking here as well. It's really nice to be able to see some of these members who, you know, for what it is, as Viper said yesterday too, while kind of trying his best to make his own pick'ems, we haven't really heard of them too much within the community, but they're knocking down some of these top level players, some of the best in the community, and stepping up when the challenge definitely arrives.
Yeah, if no one knows them, then no one knows their strats. As if we're speaking of people who are known, tortoise-chan, a very well-known player in the community. I think I've seen them play some Hidden Door. They've also played some, that CC10 Challenger Cup. Who was, I believe, it was Zion Viper who casted that one, or Zion Goody, I don't remember off the top of my head, but tortoise-chan took first in that Challenger Cup. So again, another powerful player still around. Again, it's not that they're getting, you know, they're all getting swept out, but they are still here. It's just the upsets we're expecting, or like we're not expecting, but like the upsets have been just coming out of the blue, just way earlier in round of 32.
Exactly, but for Tortoise, this is going to be an absolute challenge because the next game that you and I are going to be watching, we're going to see tortoise-chan going up against WGT from WFI. This is going to be a matchup, especially now that we're in the top 16, where it's really going to be between the two skill matchups that we are going to be seeing, right? This is where all the players that have kind of climbed to this stage really can show off what they are made of. No strategies are going to be left behind at this stage of the tournament. You have to bring out all of your stops. If you've been holding on to any cards in the back of your hand, got to bring them out now, because at this point, maybe the other person makes a mistake. But in the top 16, you make one single mistake, you are probably going to get taken out.
Yeah, this is where it's going to start coming down to the wire, because you're like you mentioned, this is going to have to be some mistake-free play coming out from both players, because this isn't the full open pool anymore. This is top 16. This is like this is the people, any one of these members can make that run to the finals. There's no more like, well, people are just joining in to see what happens. Like, these are the people who've been scrimming, who've been practicing. Like, again, not to put down anyone who joined in. Again, join in, practice, review your VODs. That's how you will always improve, right? Learn from your mistakes, learn what you did wrong, and then you'll be up here, we'll be casting your games too, right? For those of you who are watching and didn't participate, start strategizing if you want to make it to the main stage, into the broadcast stage.
And this is one of the reasons why releasing the map pool like right before the tournament, because we've only had those for a week at best, right? The first map, I think, came out sometime on like maybe Sunday or Monday, if I had to take a guess. Maybe it was Saturday. That's like the best case scenario. It doesn't give these players a lot of time to actually practice, right? Because you're only limited to 30 practice tickets a day, no matter what stage you want to run. No matter if you fail it, if you succeed with it, you're very limited. Unless you want to start investing sanity into this, it's very difficult to prepare yourself with multiple different strategies to go into these stages. But the people who really stand here and remain as these players, standing alive throughout all of this during the Arknights Challengers, they know their game inside and out. They know their operators, they know their strategies, they know their plans.
Yeah, like they know everything. Again, if you wanted to practice your strategy, like these couple of weeks would have been a very good time to do this, because, well, we just had contingency contract 11 here, where, well, you're not using sanity to burn on those contingency contract stages, which means that you have much more time to practice maps. You have much more sanity to, because, well, if you're built to the point where you think you can make a run to the finals, then you're probably stocked on resources. You're probably stocked on, or random. You're stocked on everything you need. So apart from like annihilation farming, like you have to be, you're probably just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna use all my sanity to prepare on these maps as we are loading into the map.
It's not like all these stages you can farm resources out of either.
Hey, yo, let me farm that 718. I gotta farm Patriot hard for them resources. Come here, old man.
Let me farm those EX stages that I surely farmed every single time during events. Yeah, I got them.
Going into map pick here, as tortoise-chan will have her first pick of the maps, as we will see who or what map will get picked here. Are we going to go back to our old friend R811, or are we going back to WREX8? Those two seem to be... Nope, we are going into the Death Knights, as you like calling them, the double boss map with MNEX8.
Indeed, the Night Bro is going to be making a comeback here for the second time tonight between tortoise-chan as well as WGT, as we're going to start heading in towards the ban phase for these two doctors. We saw strategies earlier on. We've only had one instance on the stream where MNEX8 came out, but those strategies still stand, as one of them going to be eliminated here. Golden Glow taken out of the picture completely. Warfaring going to be doing the side of that too. So no real buff / global map dealing damage for either tortoise-chan or WGT.
And Uncle Muinar, unsurprisingly, is sent back with another newspaper to his little coffee table. Yes, I will beat this joke into the ground. Or I could say it's beating a dead horse, if you will, because this horse ain't going anywhere. As a Rosaband comes in.
All right, well, okay. That caught me off guard. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. You definitely get a point from me. So caster point to you. Ding, ding, ding.
Ding, ding.
Exactly. Rosa going to be joining the fray, of course, when you're having these very heavy, healthy character enemies coming through. That Rosa is going to be dealing a massive amount of damage, especially with all of the tiles on the ground being available to all types of operators. That's a given ban here. Arketo also going to be joining the ban when it comes to the snipers. Silver Ash and Surtur, I skipped through them because we literally know that they're going to be banned every single time.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen a single Surtur get played so
even
far.
Silver Ash.
Like Silver Ash is bad, but it's like we've seen I think we've seen Weedar come out more than Surtur has at this point. As Chalter gets banned here. Lots of there's the Fartooth ban as well. So lots of going for some range bans. Fartooth, you could have planted Fartooth in the back of the map, but not anymore.
Yeah, and the funny thing is, Fartooth definitely in a stage like this can get a lot of value, right? Because Fartooth has infinite range in a straight line. Guess what this stage has? Infinite lanes in a straight line. Fartooth can do so much damage in just one straight lane alone. And even if you place her at the top side, she's not going to get targeted down by the archer. You just place her all the way at the far right. Well, there you go. That's never getting there, as long as you have enough damage to knock down the archer. It's going to be taken out of the picture here, though, as again, Posy will be taken out of the picture entirely as well. Too much damage from Typewriter and herself, so WGT does not want to deal with that if tortoise-chan wants to go for it. Ladies and gentlemen, the 10 bans have come through. The first match, MNEX8 for tortoise-chan and WGT is a go. As soon as we go to the character pick phase, all the support in the chat definitely going to be helping out these two, so make sure you guys show your support for WGT and tortoise-chan.
Yeah, interesting thing I would like to mention, though, is that a lot of these are 6-star bans coming through. However, if I remember from what I saw from the CC10 challenge, tortoise-chan does not use a lot of 6-star units. So these bans, we'll see how much these bans actually affect tortoise-chan's strat, because if I remember that CC10 fight against Manfred right, tortoise-chan's primary DPS was a Franca.
Ooh, wow, that's one operator that you don't see every single day. This is going to be interesting. Tortoise-chan, though, up against these Death Knights, I feel like, of course, you're not always going to be relying on 6 stars when it comes to damage, because Arknights is a game where you can pretty much do anything you really want as long as you have the strategy. That's why, like E0 compositions exist, low star clears exist. That's why Arknights is one of the best mobile games in the world, in my personal opinion. But you know what? Up against 2 bosses, maybe 5 stars won't cut it, but it is tortoise-chan, exactly as you mentioned. A lot of people in the chat have been mentioning her as well. There is a reason why tortoise-chan runs 5 stars. There has to be a plan behind it. I'm excited to see it.
Yeah, these 6-star ban, like, again, from what chat is saying, there is, and from what I've seen too, again, 5 stars, you're banning a lot of 6 stars into this 5-star player. So you're wondering at this point, for, if tortoise-chan makes it past this, or if WGT makes it past this, we'll see. But you're wondering maybe for the next map, if WGT realizes that, hey, wait a minute, tortoise-chan is more comfortable on 5 stars than 6 stars in these speed runs. Like, is the smarter idea then to start banning 5 stars to force tortoise-chan onto a more uncomfortable 6-star comp? Like, there's some mind games going on here.
Yeah, and there has to be a reason why tortoise-chan, with the map selection, chose MNEX8 out of any of the other stages. So let's take a look at what ends up happening here, because it's beginning. Look at this. Look at this, Wookie. 5-star investments all the way coming through. We're seeing Crew Salter come out. We're seeing Amiya come out. Tequila's back on the board. Loon Club. Okay, Loon Club coming through as well. tortoise-chan knows what she wants, and she's going straight into the stage. All 12 selected. WGT gonna be following suit, but look at this, about a 5-second lead on the side of tortoise-chan, gonna be made up by the PC diff, but let's see what ends up happening here. Elysium gonna go down into the ground first. Texas to join the fray right after. WGT, it feels like he's playing a catch-up game up against 5 stars right now.
Yeah, those 5-star units coming out. Kazemaru dealing with those first couple of waves as the Knights at the top side are being plinked down by, I believe that is a Hibiscus Altar. We are seeing a whole plethora of ops that we have not seen yet. Rock working on that bottom side. Look at the Hibi Altar go as these first waves of enemies are getting shredded, Tequila holding down that front line, presumably for a bigger wave later on, as scores are borderline even right now. 10-10, WGT has caught up as actually, yeah, it is still neck and neck. 12 kills, 13-13, no, 13-12 right now. As, is that a Mastema coming into play?
It definitely is, but look at this, the wave front is definitely ahead on the side of tortoise-chan. Those few additional seconds at the beginning, as well as her setup up at the front side, definitely supporting all of these speed runs on the waves coming out right now. All the drones coming out right now, getting taken down by tortoise-chan on top of it. WGT is behind, ladies and gentlemen. WGT is behind right now. Good clear on all those drones, but the second set of the Knights have come out. tortoise-chan sitting at 24 out of 28. That's going to become 26 very, very soon. The Knights coming out at the exact same time for both of our players. This is the final gambit for WGT and tortoise-chan. They have to knock these two bosses down ASAP.
Last two enemies coming through. WGT bringing in the Texas Alter, going absolutely ham on the first one, but tortoise-chan has just eliminated both of them before the boss, any bosses on WGT, as tortoise-chan takes the map, making the series a 1-0 in favor of tortoise-chan.
It wasn't even close. The two Knights spawned at the same time. WGT couldn't hold a candle up against Tortoise. Tortoise just annihilated both of those bosses.
The two Knights spawned in and they're gone at the same time. They probably took more time walking out than they did like being actually on the field. My goodness, like they took one step, just boop. Tortoise-chan here just like, you banning 6 stars? What the heck are those? What are 6 stars? People use those?
Goodness gracious, now WGT has to be feeling it, because WGT has to know that tortoise-chan's strategy revolves around 5 stars. Is that what we're going to see banned? The conventional operators that WGT banned, yeah, on paper, they're really good to ban, but you gotta look at who you're fighting into. tortoise-chan just obliterated the Death Knight brothers instantly with 5 stars, so tortoise-chan has to have a plan for all the other stages, and WGT has to figure that out, pick out those important and priority 5-star units to maybe knock that down instantly and get himself a win, because he needs to bring it back. A 1-1 has to be on the table for him to have a chance to go into the top 8. If he doesn't, if he falters here, it's going to be a big loss for him.
As here, it looks like WGT is selecting R811, so no bosses here, but we'll see if WGT has caught on and starts banning 5 stars, because you can ban 6 stars against tortoise-chan, but it's like, what's it going to do if tortoise-chan doesn't even use them? Like, 6 stars, who mega low are those, right?
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not like tortoise-chan, especially I think this is a huge mind game for WGT, right? Just because tortoise-chan plays 5 stars only, especially in the last run, doesn't mean she doesn't have access to 6 stars, right? It's not, right, of course, we're all going to talk about concepts. 5-star gamer, absolutely incredible, absolute Giga Chad, but this is a tournament. You know, if your 5 stars are getting locked out because WGT is saying, you know, I saw what you did in the last run, I have to 1-up you and start banning 5 stars. She still has 6 stars. It's not going to be that big of a deal if tortoise-chan has ideas and plans behind R8-11. So we will see what ends up happening here. Warfarin, the first 5-star to be banned here by WGT here in R8-11. Will that streak continue, or are we just going to go back to conventional bans?
We'll see as Golden Glow gets banned. Golden Glow seems to be getting banned every time on R8-11. No global range, no global kills. You got to do this the old-fashioned way. You can't just plant the GG at the back. But oh, there we go. Now we're seeing some 5 stars getting banned. Platinum getting banned. We saw it that previous game where that Platinum was at the bottom right, that bottom side section, plinking away at the enemies on the left. So we'll see if this 5-star ban trade leaves Gabby Alter getting banned here now.
That's an interesting ban coming out from tortoise-chan, but you know what? Gabriel Alter can hold lanes really well on top of everything else, but for WGT, this is the person we have to focus all of our bans on. Lappy coming through. WGT has adapted, ladies and gentlemen. 5 stars being target banned against Tortoise.
Yeah, but now comes, Zafang is in shambles over that Platinum ban. Oh, Silver Ash getting banned here. But you gotta wonder, though, if you're banning 5 stars to target tortoise-chan, I feel like tortoise-chan has probably been taxing 6 stars, especially if you made it this far. So it's like, is this going to be like a Rock Lee situation where you're like, haha, I've taken your 5 stars from you. And tortoise-chan goes, alright, cool, clunk. And now tortoise-chan is even more terrifying.
Let's see what ends up happening here. Is WGT banning the 5 stars, only releasing the ankle weights that tortoise-chan has on herself? Or is this actually locking down the capabilities of tortoise-chan? Is the next man going to be Cruz Alter? This is definitely a solid set of units to lock down the capabilities of what tortoise-chan can do, especially with Cruise Alter that locks down the big damage source that you would relate her to, like Xu for some reason, for example. Ooh, this could really put a big dent into what tortoise-chan wants to do in a stage like R8-11. But let's see what WGT's last ban is going to be. This one will be crucial.
Like, we're just like, yeah, Muinar's banned again, and like, you know, oh, the sky is blue. Just like, back you go, horse. But Texas Alter's still in play. On the other hand, Texas Alter was in play that last game, and Texas Alter's burst damage meant nothing to the might of 5 stars. So, bit of a hit to the ego of Texas Alter there, as the 5 stars took it, as there was a great throw ban. Great throw ban coming through here, but if Grey Throat is banned, well, there's still Exia, as the Horn gets banned here, so lots of long-range damage getting banned here.
This is a ban phase we saw from WGT, but this is the adaptability that we absolutely need here from WGT, right? Triple bans on snipers. Those sniper tiles at the bottom and the top are so pivotal, and banning away especially Platinum I think is a big hit here to what tortoise-chan wants to do, because that range extension really does a lot of work on Platinum, as we saw earlier. So let's see what the plan from tortoise-chan is going to be. Are we going to see her divert onto 6 stars? Because WGT adapted. He's definitely put a dent in what tortoise-chan wants to do if she wants to stick as that 5-star player. Let's see what the strategies are going to be. It's going to be Elysium as well as Cantabile, so sticking onto the 5 stars for now. We're seeing Savage coming through. Oh my god!
That is a Autophog and a Lates, the inner dragon player in me. Is very sad. Oh my goodness, tortoise-chan not even taking a full squad, just going in. That is a Lates and a Autophog. Again, this dragon player is extremely happy with what's going on.
Oh my god, dude, she's still sticking with the 5 stars. This is absolutely insane. But the lead is definitely on WGT's side. Only brought, what, like 7, 5, maybe 6, 7 operators right now. And WGT has to put out all the stops. This is a composition that cannot afford to make mistakes. What is the opportunity that WGT is going for? Because he has Mizuki, he has the Ambusher in hand, he has Manticore on top of it too. Texas Alter to maybe try to snipe down some of those priority targets that may start leaking through, or maybe to snipe down some of the enemies on the left side. But the problem is, Wookie, these units cannot take out those Lancers.
No, they cannot, because, well, what damage are you gonna do if the Lancer just goes and walks right by you? Looks like, I think WGT's plan is either gonna be Tex Alter them down or pop a Gladiator on them, as tortoise-chan is already caught up in the kill count. But the wave clear is ahead in favor of WGT, as Toddy and Lazy are getting to work shredding these first waves.
Oh my god. Dude, I never realized that Lazy was ever going to be used. When I played Arknights, like, way back in the days, and I used to create content for this game, like, Lazy was always memed on. I wanted to use Lazy so bad, but seeing her actually come out in a format like this makes me such a happy camper right now, 100%.
Speaking of happy campers, tortoise-chan is a very happy camper, as with the later start, she has now overtaken WGT by a kill, as Tallulahs are still alive on both sides, leaving the snipers to shoot the Tallulah here, as, okay, tortoise-chan decided, okay, no more Mr. Sniper, get out of here, Tallulah needs to go die now, as Tallulah slowly started making her way up. Tallulah has lower health on WGT's side, as 41 to 39, as WGT has retaken the lead here.
Oh, I think this is bad, because I was looking at some of the enemies that started dropping, because remember, the real gates that you're looking out for, although I guess the gates don't exist, it's the enemies that you're looking out for are those heli drop enemies that come down over and over again in a stage like this. I think tortoise-chan is like maybe... Oh! There's a... Oh, wait, no, okay, that scared me for a second. I saw the leak,
No.
I didn't realize that Tallulah died, dude. I got scared for a second, but now it's like, tortoise-chan, no. But yeah, she's absolutely fine. Okay, I got scared there for a second, but WGT, look, again, the heli drop units come down way earlier for WGT. I think this might be a stage where WGT is going to take it away, and a big sigh of relief might come back to him, because now he has a plan up against tortoise-chan. He's seen what these 5-star bans are absolutely doing to cripple the unit capabilities of tortoise-chan. But is it?
No, it isn't! Tallulah is still alive! That is it! The Tallulah coming back to bite WGT. WFI WGT, but now you gotta add an L to that name that was handed to him by tortoise-chan. That is gonna be it. The Tallulah. We've been mentioning this the entire time, Shuvi. We're like, man, the Tallulah, you know, can you get rid of the Tallulah in time? But WGT shows you didn't get rid of Tallulah. That's it. What are you gonna do? You can't kill the Tallulah on your own.
Oh no, WGT, that's such a crucial mistake. He went into the stage like 5 seconds early. He had the lead on the heli drop waves, but you gotta leave them alive, my brother. Oh, he couldn't knock down Tallulah, and those 3-4 seconds it took Tallulah to walk into the exits. Oh no, that is not how you want to go out.
Tortoise-chan with the complete just table flip, call an ambulance, but not for me, as he thought, WGT must have thought he had that right there, because the match hadn't ended yet. He's like, okay, just come on, Tallulah. Oh no, it's all just gone wrong at the very last possible second. That has to be the quickest flip of just like a match or expected win, suddenly expected loss. Tortoise-chan pulling victory from the jaws of defeat there.
Well, that happened. That absolutely happened. But ladies and gentlemen, again, we need to recollect our thoughts after that one. We're going to go to a real quick momentary break because we are starting to reach the peak of this tournament. We're down to our top 8, top 4 players. We're soon getting to that peak. Oh my god, we're almost there. We're almost to the grand finals. We're steadily climbing the steps to the end of this tournament. But guys, get yourself a little bit more of a hydration break. Make sure you guys keep yourselves hydrated, please. This is a long evening for both us and you guys. So we'll see you guys back here in a couple of minutes. Stay frosty, and we'll see you guys back here.
Welcome back, everyone, to Arknights Challengers #1. We have actually made it to the top 8 now. It's quarterfinals. Isn't that crazy, Cookie? I just realized I had it muted. Sorry, I had it muted. A little scuffing. You're back now.
Man, it's not a Viper stream without any scuffs, is it now? I couldn't hear Viper for a whole entire time. I don't know if the stream could hurt you, but I definitely couldn't.
Oh no. Well, we are back.
We're back!
Quarterfinals, isn't that crazy? What are your thoughts? How was that last match?
Oh my gosh. In that last match, I was watching it the whole way through with you guys, you know. You're not seeing my facial reaction, but holy hell did I guess really loudly in the final moments. I was just watching the two screens side by side and like, this is close, you know. There isn't a definite winner. Like I think our casters were thinking, it's gonna be like, you know, the right side of the screen definitely winning. But I'm like, no, you gotta watch it, you know. It's a battle of whose health goes down first. And it was amazing to watch. Like kudos to Tortoise for making it through, but I also think that his dearest opponent, he's also done his fair job as to trying to make it go through. But it was an amazing matchup, really, to have seen all of that. And like, we're already at top 8. Top 8 meaning you're about to see the best of these speedrunners, the best of these people who prepared all these 5 stages.
Yeah, that was absolutely incredible. At the very end of that, I actually thought even with the extra time, WGT had that. But him deciding to let Tallulah live in the final moments on R811 actually turned out to be his worst enemy, and tortoise-chan barely won by a couple of seconds. So that was super cool. I'm very excited to announce the top 8 that we have in our tournament right now. These are our final contestants, and wow, we only have one independent.
Look at Mizuki team.
Mizuki!
Yeah, look at the Mizuki team.
fan club! Wow.
Oh my goodness. Well, there are still some organizations, mini creator organizations left. IRS, WFI, MOM, and EBA. They're all having only one member standing. But does this make MZK, the Mizuki team, the best team in Arknights then?
No, I absolutely agree. MZK right now representing super hard right now. Unfortunately, have the MZK matchup in the top part of the bracket. Spiply versus Zuikaku. We'll see. Will Spiply take out their captain? That's going to be the narrative right there. Let's actually do some focus on some players that have made it this far. Everec, one of our beloved players, 4th seed in this entire tournament. He's going to be competing in the top 8 against Custard. Everec right here. He is a day 1 player, 251 operators and 105 E2s. He has been showcased in the previous tournaments. In Challenger Cup, 2nd in Challenger Cup, losing actually to tortoise-chan. This actually might turn out to be a revenge run. And of course, in the most recent Bingo tournament, Everec did an amazing job getting showcased there. 5th in that tournament. So we'll see if Everec can make it far in this one now with top 8.
Yeah, I think with his positions, it really goes to show how capable he is as a player. To have made it 2nd, only losing in the grand finals, it definitely can be heart-wrenching, but I honestly think that Everec is going to come back here for revenge. He's definitely going to try his furthest to reach that top 4, that top 2, and maybe even win it all later for us to see. And looking at his E2 count as well of 105, that's a lot that you have in hand to prepare all that you need against all the different target bands that might be coming your way.
Yeah, absolutely. And looking at his arch nemesis, tortoise-chan. Everyone's favorite 5-star niche player. The one that we just saw. Absolute dominant performance with those 5 stars. Always so funny seeing tortoise-chan getting banned out with some 6 stars. Their opponent definitely did not do enough research on this champion. She started Arknights a little later in the year of 2020. 241 operators, about 20 from the top. 106 E2s, very similar to Everec's number. And they did win 1st in Challenger Cup back in February of this year and placed 5th in Challengers 0, one of the more recent beta tests, actually losing out to Q, I believe, a little later on in the bracket. So, tortoise-chan, Everec, 2 of our top seeds, 3rd and 4th seed. We'll see how they do. Isn't it so interesting that a 5-star niche player has made it this far, Cookie?
Oh, I honestly think of it as it's actually a huge advantage with the competition format that it is. Because a lot of the time for these players, you know, they've trained themselves with all these stages and they're thinking to themselves which 6 stars are going to be the menace of the different stages that they play. But then when you combat against someone like tortoise-chan, you know, not knowing what 5-star strategies or even 6-star strategies she might have prepared against their opponents, like how do you prepare for something like that? How do you target ban a person who may have so much more strategies than you do? You know, I feel like with the remaining matchups, we have 3 more big rounds, right? We're already in quarterfinals, if you guys haven't known. This is the best time to go tell your friends who play Arknights, everybody in all the Discord servers to come into this stream right now, because these are gonna be the craziest matches you're probably gonna ever see in a Arknights almost esports like format. You know, I think Tortoise is gonna be someone who is gonna be so interesting to watch. I won't be surprised if she makes it to top 2. I'd be honest, with the way that she's playing, it really comes down to opponents knowing how to outbeat her. You know, she's already got the 5-star strats in mind. Do you have a strategy that is faster than what she's thought of?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm very excited to see if tortoise-chan can make it to the finals. I'm really excited to see all of these players showcase their best in the top 8. So without further ado, we're going to pass it back to the casters and we'll see which round comes next. Enjoy, guys. Enjoy.
Welcome back, guys, to the caster desk. Oh my god, we're almost here. We're at the quarterfinals, Wookie. Oh my goodness, dude. The roster that is remaining, the 8 players remaining standing, one player remaining from so many teams, and then Team Mizuki standing with 3. But already from the get-go, we're gonna see one of those players falling, because Zuikaku, I don't know, man. You gotta go up against one of your team members. Oh, no.
Mizuki Civil War about to go down on the top side of that bracket there. Speaking of the teams, there is still one more player who is not part of a team. Shout out to Custard for being what I believe is the only independent player left standing in the tournament, as all the other players do appear to be, yes, all the other players are teams. So Custard, the last hope for the independent team, which is kind of an oxymoron now that I think about it. But that's Custard being the last one standing of that. Will they be the one to take it all? Because any of these players can make that run. Like, are you really gonna about to sleep on any of these players who have taken down, you know, some of these top, like the top power rankings? I mean, those power rankings are gonna look completely different after this tournament's done.
Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely correct. And the thing is, between you and I, as well as the members in the chat, we still haven't seen a couple of these players coming through on the stream itself. Now, we're still deciding which specific matchup we are going to be seeing on the stream here, but I would really be down, personally, to see some of these players that we haven't seen at all. Because, for example, like Spiply and Zuikaku, we've seen already. Tortoise, we've seen already. But the rest of the 5, we have not, and we just got our confirmation to what we are going to be watching here in the next game. Wookie, we will be seeing our last sole survivor of these independent players. Custard is going to be going up against IRS Everec for our next matchup in the quarterfinals that we'll be watching on stream. After that, man, we are in the semifinal. But between these 2 players, I know Everec has a massive amount of support behind him. I saw occasional Custard fans around here as well, but guys, you guys have to absolutely give it all for both of these players. They have climbed out from so many rounds just to be at the stage. This is not an easy moment for both of these guys. There's a ton of pressure, and both harboring so much weight on their shoulders.
Yeah, both players having carved their way out of that field of 107 initial players. Now just down to our 8 left. And these are going to be their toughest fights yet between each other, because if you've made it this far, the amount of strats that have come out as we are loading in here as Everec and Custard are about to go off in this quarterfinals match. Again, still a best of 3 at these quarterfinals, as Custard has won the coin toss and will be selecting his map, which will be Granddad Patriot.
Indeed it will be. Starting out with a classic that we saw a lot during our good old scrim times, especially yesterday. We saw a mass amount of Patriots coming out as the first stage that many of our players decided to go for. Custard will be following the tradition for that one. And as we start going into the ban phase, guys, I mean, we're starting to run out of players to take a look at. All of these guys at this point has to know at least some strategy that the other player wants to run through, especially with that Shores ban. Of course, a very classic ban that you can bring into 718 without worrying about anything. But starting out with the Shores ban, you kind of have to think that this ban has a purpose as to why it was immediately banned first.
Something that Schwartz does have is the faster redeploy time. So if you need to move her at any point, you know, with that module, with one of her modules, you can move her around a bit more. As, unsurprisingly, Muinar and Texas Alter both getting banned. No damage buff in the form of Warfarin also getting removed here as Chen Alter also gets banned.
Yeah, we saw Chen Alter being used solely to knock down the Part 1, Phase 1 of Patriot. And again, we talked about this earlier too, right? The kill gate of that 18 mark. You have to kill Patriot Phase 1. A lot of our players seem to have that down locked pat. So no real big issues there, but a lot of standard bans coming in for both Custard as well as Everec. We're going to have to see if these guys have any specific strategies. We've seen quite a lot throughout the course of the night here, as Cantabile going to get banned out here as well from Custard. So starting to hit a little bit on that DP generation in the early stages of the game, because this stage right here can definitely overwhelm you really quickly if you don't get the defensive setup and only focus on Patriot.
Yeah, some new faces in this ban phase showing up. Cantabile, like you mentioned, and Scotty Guard getting banned here. I'm wondering if Custard has a little bit more of like that advantage from being not on a team. So there's less, maybe there's less scrim footage of Custard going around. So Everett's like, who's pairs it out with these? And there is Surtur and Mizuki to round out our final wave of bans here. Mizuki being the interesting one. I don't think we've seen a Mizuki get banned on 718 yet.
Yeah, I don't think so either, but there are points, there are reasons as to why you want to ban an ambusher like Mizuki in a stage like this. Again, the waves of enemies that continuously start streaming through while Patriot just kind of does his own thing is still tough to deal with if you don't have the setup towards the exit point in this stage. So let's see what ends up happening here. Ladies and gentlemen, Game 1 of Everec versus Custard in the quarterfinals of Arknights Challengers. Give it up for both of these players, because these guys have a ton left to prove if they want to progress into the semifinals and even have a chance at going into the grand finals.
Now both players got to get through the hurdle that is the opposing player, as Everett gets started with the draft phase just a little bit faster than Custard. Is that a Helliger being picked on the side of Custard and a Eunectus? That is a Zima. Ooh, these are some interesting picks. There is a Carnelian, there is a Shining. Ho, this is going to get interesting.
Interestingly enough, Custard will go into the stage first. Everec missed out on one operator. It's going to be Chen. That's such a big operator you missed out on. Yeah, absolutely great that he picked it, but this is such a late entry in towards it. Custard with a massive lead in regards to how fast he decided to opt in to go into the stage, and mistakenly clicking Myrtle and not operating the skill. That's going to hurt Everec a lot more too. Each individual seconds costing massive amounts of time for Everec.
I'd like to add, that is a Highmore and a Durin and a Gummy on the side of Custard. This is
dodge.
A very out of left field kind of comp coming out from Custard. Helliger and Eunectus, you know, the Highmore to me is the more surprising one, because La Pluma wasn't banned. So what's the strat here with Highmore, which is apparently to just eat a shot from Patriot?
Ooh, I think Highmore was trying to make Patriot eat the shot from the mine, but couldn't get that through. So Rosa not dealing as much damage as she could onto Patriot right now. P1 shouldn't be that big of an issue, but that is a lot of time wasted trying to knock down Part 1 of Patriot. And Everec is going to get the lead as Custard has to reset here. That is a pivotal mistake coming out from Custard with such a solid start, not being able to eat that trap from Patriot. That's so big, even investing Highmore into it, but just couldn't do it.
Yeah, that nudge from Highmore did not nudge Patriot enough. My man's is too thick to be moved here, so missing out that 3k damage from the interference mine. So this is now Everett's match to lose, as clearing out these last few enemies to get to that 18 kill mark to begin the next phase, as Patriot is now full res. Carnelian, and now we see the Carnelian come to use, tanks a full Patriot Spear, shrugs it off, and is now prepared to pop some more damage in.
This is one of the reasons why operators like Carnelian is used in situations like this. Part 2, Phase 2, not an issue whatsoever for Everec. All of their operators coming back up in the live too. This is not an issue anymore for Everec. I think this should be a safe clear for the rest of it, as 718 The biggest part is the initial phase when you're starting to get your defenses down and then Patriot, but once you do, that's it. Everything else is so easy to clear. Carnelian clearing everything. You have Flametail, I think that is, or who is it? It's so pixelated, I can't see that right now. Mountain blocking the exit point too. Like, this is such an easy clear setup for Everec.
Yeah, I believe that is a Flametail, as there shouldn't be any more Jetpack Troopers landing anymore, as only just the last 8 kills. You saw how quickly Patriot got shredded down by Pause, which is why we see so many Poziomka bans here. As just 3 more kills on the side of Everec, Custard doing his best to catch up, but he just got through Patriot Phase 1, and that, no, it will not be enough as Everec takes map 1 handily.
Well done to Everec, a very safe and stable clear coming out from him on 7-18, and again, as you said, Custard tried. Absolutely well done and trying to catch back up as soon as possible, went immediately back into the stage, because that's the mindset you need at a stage like this, right? You need to make sure that you don't ever give up, because the other player can always mess up as well. So I like the mindset that Custard is going here, but losing one map is completely fine, but you have to shrug it off. You have to look towards the future. You still have potentially 2 maps available to you. You just have to make sure you use the best of this one coming up.
Yeah, we'll see if Custard is able to bring out the backwards broomsticks for the reverse sweep here, as he has picked R811, our old friend Tallulah. We just saw what happens if you don't let the Tallulah die, as WGT from the previous match is now very familiar with. As we're going into the banning phase here, we'll see what happens. Again, this is what I keep talking about with, you have to play mistake free. Like, your opponent, these are opponents, you're not going to get that second chance. The first chance might be all that you get, so you have to make that mistake free play.
Yeah, and you have to play on 2 times at this point too, right? Like, none of these players are going to have falters when it comes to their own strategy, so you don't really have that much leniency when it comes to mistakes either. You don't have much time to make up from those mistakes and all that jazz too, so you gotta just get everything right on the first go. Standard bans here for both Custard and Everec here in 8-11 for the R stages. Ooh man, Neural Alter joining the fray, Silver Ash joining the fray. This is very, very standard for a ban phase.
Pretty normal ban phase is coming out here for the players, as we'll see if someone busts out some weird thing. Oh, a Blemishine ban. That has to be a targeted ban, because we have not seen a Blemishine been in play on the main stage like at all so far. I don't think. Not for the matches that we've seen here.
It's all Casimiro's operators for Custard, man.
Horses are banned.
Let's see. What other things are you cooking here, Custard? Is this targeted bans towards? Yes, it is. Those coming through. Casimiro's operators being banned full-on way from Custard. The mind games have started. I take some mental damage. Well, emotional damage towards you, Everec. Custard is putting up a fight just from the ban stage right now. Stomping his foot in the ground and saying, you know what? I'm comfortable. Ban whatever you want. I am not letting you walk away with any of the Casimiro's operators. There it is. You got it.
The entire Neural family has just been rejected from R811, as Everec picking an action lock at the end there. Oh man, I wonder what those horses must have done to Custard to get rid of all of them like that. Neurals are apparently now banned from the Everec and Custard PvP match, as Everec going for more like traditional choices, right? You got your Texas Alter, Silver Ash, your W, Golden Glow. The Ashlock's a bit of an interesting because Horde is still in play, unless Custard doesn't have a horn.
Ooh, maybe Everec has been doing a little bit of that research that some people may not have been doing. So let's see what ends up happening here. Could this ban stage of Custard, the meme-tastic ban phase that we are seeing coming out from Custard, be worth it? He is on the back foot, ladies and gentlemen, 1-0 in favor of Everec. Give it all for these 2 players, because again, this could be it for one of our players. If a mistake is made from Custard, this could be it. If not, another match is on the line for both of these players to try to get into the semifinals, but only one of these 2 will be making it to that stage. So let's see what ends up happening here. Pig Face coming through. We are seeing Arketo coming out. Mestima back up and online too. Everec is going to go down into the stage first, but Custard has the full squad setup going through.
I don't know if you caught what was going on Custard screen, but that was a Tuye. That is our boy Stitch Canvas. That's right. Minimalist is now in. Our boy Stitch Canvas. Woo! Look at the 4 stars being used here. We got Jay. We got We got May. That is a Whisper Ray. We'll consider the 5-star. But Whisper Ray, we have Estelle.
Oh no!
Oh no! Custard has to reset already.
Oh,
Disaster
yeah, the
strikes.
dog goes to the top. Oh no! That's so major. Yeah, the first dog escapes to the top tile. You can't make mistakes like that. Custard at a stage in pivotal moment like this, he makes a crucial mistake and places the operator on the wrong tile. He's going to be on the back foot. 12 enemies ahead is going to be Everec, but we've seen what can happen on the stage. I don't think the stage anymore for Everec is going to be in danger of leaking any enemies, but the question is, can Tallulah kill come out early enough? Can all the enemies be cleared fast enough too? Custard starting off on the back foot.
Yeah, Custard is down. What is that? That looks like almost 20 kills at this point. But again, it just depends on if Tallulah will go down, because if you leave a full health Tallulah just wandering around, that is going to take forever, as Custard is doing his best to catch up, but Everec is now shredding through all those Ursus enemies, 36 kills to 16 as the kills come through.
And all the Lancers towards the top left have been cleared here by Everec. We've seen that also be an issue for some of our players, but it's not going to be an issue no longer here for Everec. The top blockade has actually been killed, so it's kind of awkward when it comes to kind of stockpiling all the enemies through that little tile, but that's completely fine. We have plenty of blocks coming through. Saga holding that line. These melee enemies will be able to chunk down the health bar of Tallulah even faster here as well. Will she go down? Yes, she will. Wait a second. Wait, hold on. Does Tallulah take away 2 health bars? I thought it was 1.
Yes, Tallulah takes away 2 because she's
I'm going crazy
still
today,
a boss.
man.
It's okay. We've seen so many Tallulah things. It's like, oh my goodness
gracious.
But
I'm not keeping track of health bars today.
it's okay. I am. That's why there's 2 of us. But Everec is dealing with the last couple stragglers here, the Imperial Striker followed by the last few Hella drops here, as barring any massive leak here from Everec, it's looking like Everec will have a nice, clean, nice, comfortable 2-0 over Custard, and there it is. Again, Custard is just the early mistakes coming back to bite Custard, unfortunately for him. But I mean, that's what happens. That's what I've been mentioning, right? When you're in the top 8, when you're going for these finals, when you're gunning for the crown, you can't make a mistake, because you're gonna get hard punished. You're just gonna get hard punished.
Indeed, indeed. And for Custard, I mean, listen, R8-11, especially if you get through the initial phase of the stage and you have your defense on the backside really lined up well, you're really never going to leak. That's just the kind of stage that R8-11 really is. And the moment we got that through in the beginning of the run, I mean, Everec was never in any real danger. You just have to make sure that Tallulah gets killed. You have the perfect wave of those 3 Ursus melee enemies that come through just to completely chunk out the health bar of Tallulah too. Everything just went in plan for Everec, and it did for Custard as well, just not on the first run.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right? Like, you saw, like, that was 2 resets coming through from Custard, and if it's against a player like, you know, of Everec's caliber, like, you're not gonna get away with that. Versus if you were more in like earlier rounds where, you know, again, it's like you're not gonna be facing top players quite yet in those early rounds, unless you're pretty unlucky, in which case, well, you know, what do you do about that? But like when you're facing, you know, these top caliber players, you can't afford to make these mistakes. Like you really just can't. You're getting a hard punished instantly, as the last independent player does fall out from the bracket now.
That's super unfortunate, man. I mean, all of our independent players here, though, played an incredible tournament, right? We have a lot of players in this tournament that have team backings behind them. Of course, it doesn't really matter when it comes to the eligibility of playing, because anybody is able to play here in Arknights Challengers. But real big kudos to Custard. Getting this far definitely shows that you have the skill to back up the fact that you are an independent. So well done to Custard, but your tournament run ends here, and that does mean Everec going to be continuing through. So the members of his teammates definitely rejoicing at the stage. IRS keeping their hopes and dreams alive to maybe take away this entire tournament. An absolutely incredible rotation that we're seeing here coming through in the Arknights Challengers, because quarterfinals is starting to close, ladies and gentlemen. Exclamation mark brackets in the chat to take a look at the brackets right now, because it is getting extremely spicy. I see some results coming through, and my goodness,
sir.
This is a cook and a half.
Yes, sir. Results are starting to come in. crowd favorite Tortoise-chan, our 5-star niche player, has fallen in a 2-0 to Team Mizuki Tskami. As, like, oh, that's an interesting one. Tortoise-chan will not be able to take first in this one as Tskami moves into the semifinals. As for our top bracket, the Mizuki Civil War, the Team Mizuki Civil War has ended in Spiply's victory in a 2-1 over Zuikaku, as our first semifinal match is now set for Spiply and Everec, as our second one is still resolving between Cynic and Ramon. Last player standing are Team WFI and Team Mom doing their best to punch that ticket to the semifinals.
Absolutely. These two semifinals, depending on the result, we could have yet another Team Mizuki Civil War in the grand finals to determine it all. And at that point, let's be real, Team Mizuki has won already. They've got the winning rights. They have the bragging rights for the Arknights Challengers #1. But Everec theoretically is here to hold the line on up against Spiply. And as for the winner of Cynic versus Ramon, we'll see who is able to at least stand up to the titans of this tournament so far. That is going to be Team Mizuki. Tskami is a player that we have not seen on the tournament, at least on the stream as of yet, but we do have so much up in line right now. It's absolutely insane. And just looking at the roster right now, man, it seems like Ramon has overtaken Cynic. So yeah, there we go. Ramon versus Tskami. And it's going to be Spiply versus Everec and Ramon to try to hold up their own up against these two Mizuki Titans that have gone all the way into the semifinals. We'll be watching both of these matchups inside of the stream, guys. My heart is thumping right now, man. Oh my lord.
Yeah, again, we will be hitting both semifinal matches here because there's only 2 of them. But if the previous matches have been anything to show, oh boy, with the amount of excitement that's been going on previously, these semifinals and grand finals are going to be absolutely insane. If you got any friends who are into Arknights and are not watching this, get them over here. Like, this is going to be some of the top plays that you'll be seeing from either side.
Oh god. You know, I will say, I think Zuikaku has to be absolutely proud of his teammates here though, right? Because even if he fell to Spiply, that match definitely had to be super close. It was a 2-1 finish between those two members. And, you know, in the end, Team Mizuki, they're all teammates for a reason. They're both keeping their dreams alive. For Zuikaku especially, gonna just be handing the mantle over on towards Spiply as well as Tskami. And both of those players are absolutely incredible players within their own rights too. So Team Mizuki's dreams are not over yet. It all again comes down to Everec as well as Ramon to try to put a stop to these two players. But they're climbing up against a mountain, man. There is a lot of work that they have to do. But ladies and gentlemen, for the first matchup that we are going into, Everec and Spiply for our first matchup in the semifinals, a best of 3 coming through. Who is going to take the coin flip? Who will have the map pick advantage?
Yeah, it's will Everec be able to stop Team Mizuki's absolute rampage through the brackets? By the way, for Zui, you probably will be seeing a lot more applications to Team Mizuki with the quality of players that you've demonstrated here today. So we'll be seeing what happens as coin flip should be coming through in a second here. But we'll see if Everec is able to stop Spiply. I mean, we've seen Spiply just been on an absolute tear through the bracket. Like, we saw what she did to Medkitz. Like, we saw these maps. Like, Spiply has been tearing through this bracket. It's like 2-0s. The only one, I think the only 2 ones I've seen were against Medkitz and Zuikaku. Like these have just been no mercy.
Yeah, and this is the first time that we're seeing both of our players in the semifinals for the second time, right? We haven't seen any other players really like that. Spiply and Everec really going to be our first set of players kind of clashing it up against one another, and we have precedent as to how both of these players played. Now, Everec, absolutely solid plans. They are extremely stable, but they seem to be slightly slow when it comes to picking out operators up against Spiply. Now, Spiply is extremely aggressive when it comes to these character picks and the operator picks. Their strategies are absolutely unmatched, but there could theoretically be small mistakes that Spiply makes, and with how many operators she decides to draft into her comp, there might be no ways to recover from those mistakes. So let's see what ends up happening here. Spiply definitely on the side of playing aggressive. A lot of favors going towards Spiply in regards to winning a lot of these matchups. But again, one small mistake will cost Spiply this matches. It's still a best of 3. You don't have that many mistakes to make.
Yes, and Everec looks like he's won the coin toss as he picks 7-18. Like you mentioned, Spiply is a very aggressive player, just boom, 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 go in immediately, like kind of going for that all-in comps, right? Whereas Everec is more of like the kind of more, not quite slow and steady, because both players are going absolutely ham with speed, but, you know, Everec trying to go for that safer, mistake-free play, and we'll see how much that comes into effect, because now we'll have even more things that come into effect, like deploying operators. How quickly can you just drag them from the deployment to the field, because that bullet time does slow down. As we're seeing some standard bans coming through, though. Surtur, Chalter, Uncle Muinar once again being forced to go read his newspaper.
Oh man, it's nothing that we're going to be surprised about at all at this stage, right? Because both of these players are doctors that can absolutely make the most use out of some of these strongest units that exist in the game, and none of these players wants to leave those opportunities up for the others. But 10 bans is only so much. There's so many operators in this game, there's so many strategies in this game, and so many different plans that a lot of our doctors have shown, especially Spiply and Everec have both shown us some incredible rotations and compositions as well. That this ban phase, I don't think is going to matter too much. It's more of a formality for these two players because they definitely know what's up. They want to go up against each other. They want to see how their strategy matches up against the other.
Scotty and Mountain getting banned here on the Scotty from Everec, Scotty Guard that is, and Mountain from the side of Spiply. I wonder if we're going to see more target bans towards ops that you might not expect to try to throw the other one off their game. Maybe like they think one of their 5-stars is a safe pick, but you know, you ban that one, maybe it's like, oh whoa, that throws everything out of whack, right? But still standard bans coming through as Irene gets banned here.
Right, but I think the Mountain ban is actually pretty big because I think that might be one of our first Mountain bans in regards to 718. And we've seen a lot of our doctors actually placing Mountain at the bottom left exit to hold that line, as he's one of the most efficient operators to just hold that side with a lot of tankier units coming through. His crits can completely shred those guys apart. A lot of smaller mobs coming through. Of course, Mountain's never going to have an issue with those enemies. But removing Mountain off of this chessboard, I think definitely puts Spiply a little bit ahead here, because I think Everec would have really liked Mountain on the bottom left side, and even if he does have another plan for it, it's still something that is going to mess with you on the mental side of the game, which absolutely from the ban phase is going to come into fruition. Yeah,
at this point it's less about how comfortable the doctors are clearing the maps, and it's more about reducing the speed of their opponent, as that is a KOB ban. No da-da-da-da's coming out anymore as we finish up with a Mudrock ban. Kozionka also banned, but we saw what Kozionka did to that Patriot. So these are some lane holder bans in addition to boss kill bans coming from Spiply, whereas it's more AoE and less lane holder bans coming out from the side of Everec. But that KOB ban, that's the first time we've seen a KOB ban.
Yeah, I really like this ban phase. I think the one change that I would have done from Spiply, of course, I don't really have any say in this because the bans are the orders that they chose it to be, but banning Mudrock at the end really shows me that Spiply wants to throw off Everec's hold at the bottom left. In that case, I think it would have been better to swap off the order between Pawsey and Mountain just to keep Everec guessing a little bit further in regards to that lane holding section. But outside of that, I think ban phase was perfect for Spiply. I think Everec's ban phase could definitely work out here. That KOB ban just slightly a little bit off in my opinion, but she is still a really good boss killer. It's a really solid pick for a ban going in towards Patriot. Let's see if that really messes up with anything, because ladies and gentlemen, Everec versus Spiply, the first matchup in the semifinals. We are in the draft phase for these two. Give it up for both of these members as we are at the end game very, very soon, and this is the last chance for these two players to make it to the grand finals.
As mentioned, Spiply with that aggressive, just look at how quickly Spiply has already picked up all her ops. She's going in already. And again, I'm surprised that we're not seeing some Carnelian bans to go after Spiply's comp. We're not seeing some Palace bans. We've seen Palace in, I think, every single one of Spiply's kills so far. And no one has gone after that Palace and trying to throw Spiply off her game. So we'll see if that's gonna come back to bite Everec. As
what's happening? Man, dude, this is kind of mind-numbing at this point. Penance going to be used here by Everec to hold that bottom left exit, and of course that's going to work out here as Mudrock got banned, but not enough bans for the Penance. I think you might need to increase more ban phases because 10 bans doesn't seem to be enough in a roster like Arknights here in 2023, but it is what it is. Everec with a really solid plan with the Penance to hold the bottom left side, and it is going to be Schwartz to knock down Patriot on the phase 1 part, combined in line with Suzerain, who was also left up and available. Both of our players knocking down Patriot at about the same time here. Spiply and Everec, they are toe-to-toe when it comes to this matchup. This is incredible.
Spiply had that kill on Patriot just a little, like look at the bar on Patriot's health. That's like 5 seconds ahead, which is, we've seen what 1 second of difference would have made in, you know, in the tortoise-chan and in the tortoise-chan versus WGT head-to-head. So we'll see if that's going to come back to hit Everec, because Spiply is already on phase 2. The units are landing down. We're waiting for Exia to charge her skill, because that was how she took down Patriot in the first place, with that Praminix pop. Stumbling on my words here a bit.
Well, Spiply's already taken down that Patriot, man, combining both Exu skill 3 as well as Rosa's, combining it with Warfarin's buff. This is absolutely huge, but look at this. Everec slightly trailing behind. Patriot still up and alive. Schwartz is at the bottom side trying to hold that boss as much as possible, but the setup from Spiply, look, she's spawn camping all the basic enemies, Gladia as well as Spectre Alter, holding that front side line. And Everec is only doing that now, behind by 4 enemies at this stage, a couple of waves behind right now too. This is not looking good for Everec. It is coming down to the last clutches in the stage, but it seems like Spiply is going to have it. Big kill potentials coming through here for Spiply, as there we go, Gladia finishes out the last enemy, and that is going to be Spiply taking 1 point over Everec in the semifinals.
45-41, as I've been pointing out with Spiply, a lot of her comps don't require her to do any redeployment. So when, you know, if Everec has to pull a unit, that's bullet time. That's a delay in enemy spawn times. Spiply is like, okay, well, I'll just leave all my units here. All I do is hit the skill. And just, if I just time the skills right, everything's dead.
Yep. This is what I mean too. Spiply, you kind of supported this while we were going through the draft phase, but Spiply is aggressive. She went into the stage extremely quickly. If Everec went in as soon as Spiply went in, this could have honestly completely been different, because Everec also had a really fast run considering he killed, Patriot really late compared to Spiply, but it's that early spawn camp that allowed Spiply to really get through some of those waves earlier on. And now Everec, it is all on him to try to make a comeback, as he's going to be picking a stage here again. 718 is out of contention. 919 will be chosen here. I love this pick from Everec, because this is a stage that everybody, even Spiply, could theoretically mess up on, buying a ton of time, but that also means Everec has to have his strategies locked down pat.
Yeah, I don't know about the 919. Well, remember, Spiply absolutely shredded Mandragora without even using a pillar. So it's like, if she's ready to do that, you better hope you're banning like a Palace, or you're banning one of her key ops in that Mandra kill phase, because so far we haven't seen the Palace get banned, and that's been absolutely key to Spiply's strat performance. Like, we've seen how many times Palace has gotten used, and we still haven't seen a Palace ban.
Oh, take note for the grand finals, ladies and gentlemen. If you go up against Spiply, that Palace ban is going to be absolutely huge. Everec still not banning that operator. He has 2 slots left. Everything extremely standard. These are operators that you and I are not surprised at this stage of the Arknights Challengers. 2C coming out during the ban phase. Mountain going to be joining the fray as well. Another operator we have seen a massive amount of times here tonight. Not going to be able to hold any lanes by himself. Posse's going to be joining the fray too. One last man left. Is Everec listening to us? Is her thoughts going to Everec right now? Palace needs to come through immediately, otherwise Everec's chance of winning is going to plummet substantially, and he bans the Still Trash.
Oh no! Like none of these operators have been anyone that Spiply has used. Meanwhile, Spiply's targeting operators that Everec uses a lot, like that Mountain you mentioned in 718. Like, that threw Everec's strat off a bit. Like, he had to swap to a Penance, and Penance is way more expensive. So that delays everything by so much. Like, I'm expecting Spiply to just go through and just zoom in.
Oh, well, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. 1-0 in favor of Spiply right now. Last chance for Everec to try to make a comeback. And if he doesn't, that is going to be it for his run. Spiply will move on to the finals, keeping the dreams alive for Team Mizuki. Oh, Everec, this is all on you, buddy. What is your strategy going to look like? Thorns is out to the left side, easy cover, not going to be there. We still have big burst capabilities that we saw from Spiply. Irene is available, Exu is available. Those gargoyles aren't going to mean anything to Spiply at the end, so everything has to come from Everec. He needs to get the lead early on, but Spiply's already in the stage.
Like I said, if you're not targeting anything that Spiply uses, she already knows where she's going, and she's going right in. Like, we're gonna see Mandra get shredded here unless Spiply makes a mistake here. Like, look at this time advantage going on. This is like 5 to 10 seconds already. And as you mentioned, every single second is key. So if you're losing out on this much time, that's gonna be like 5-10 kills that you're gonna miss out on at some point.
Oh, Everec is going in now, but he's so far behind, and the setup for Spiply is already going through. Blue Poison down on the ground to get the early stage. This is exactly what we saw Spiply do up against Medkitz, and we're seeing it here again. No counterban at all. Everec, oh, this could honestly be your tournament run unless you make a complete turnaround here. Let's see what Everec has in store, because it is not over until we see that end screen, guys. We have to remember that there is always a chance for Everec to turn this around and go into game number 3, but it is looking very slim for that to actually happen.
Yeah, right now Spiply is ahead 7 kills as Everec is playing catch up. Mandra's still not on the field yet for Everec as Spiply is shredding Mandragora.
Oh.
Mandragora is getting absolutely popped at the moment. Palace putting that damage through. Scotty coming in, raid boss mode coming through as Mandra just now hits the field for Everec. Everec needs to do some catching up, needs to kill Mandra quickly if he wants a shot to punch his ticket to the grand finals.
He's going for the monster strat here. Mandragora is starting to walk up. We do have skill proc from Kaltzik coming through, and there we go, proc going through as well. Phase 1 for Mandragora is going to get taken down extremely quickly, but look on the side of Spiply. Phase 2 is already gone. That's the strategy that Spiply ran. It's going to happen here again, and look at the kill lead. Wookie 32 to 21. Everec is in the backseat right now. He is so far behind, and he needs to catch up quick.
He is so far behind right now, like you mentioned. Like he's got enemy skill. That's a full health Mandragora coming through. That's gonna start throwing pillars back at him with his deployments if he doesn't do it right. Like he's throwing down his Phantom to try to catch up, but it doesn't look like it's gonna matter right now as Spiply is ahead by another 10 kills. As she again just hard spawn capping every single one of these enemies. They don't even have a chance to breathe. Like they pop out of the box and they're just dead. As Everec is forced into a reset, it's going to be an even more comfortable win for Spiply as long as she doesn't slip up here.
I think this is more of an FF call for Everec. He was not even in any danger of leaking any units. If anything, he had backup plans to go along with it, but he sees how far ahead Spiply is. He sees the setup that is going on. The spawn camp is real. Everec, I think, has thrown the white flag here at this point. Spiply is so strong, such a dominating force when it comes to this matchup in this tournament. You can see the amount of preparation she has done for this tournament. Team Mizuki can rest easy because this is going to be a grand finals and a half where Spiply is going to go all out to take the full win.
And as the damage comes through at the final bit, and that is going to be it. Spiply, just a commanding 2-0 victory over Everec. Again, you gotta do your research. You need to do your target bans at this point because it's not a matter of removing the meta units. It's about throwing off your opponent enough with what they're comfortable with.
Good lord, man. Oh my god, we really witnessed that. Spiply's on point. Honestly, she has not let up at all when it comes to her domination here, and we can see the reason why she has pushed herself all the way into now the grand finals. Her skills are almost unmatched in this tournament at the moment. She knows her strategy, she knows her placement, she knows her timings. What else could you ask for in a player like Spiply?
Yeah, like there's like the amount of pressure that she's putting on her opponent with the spawn camps. Like, I'm assuming they're not watching each other, but like, you have to know as Spiply, if you've seen any of Spiply's matches, it is just absolutely going. Like, you saw this podcast, like, Mandra is getting shredded. Spiply is ignoring, like, the comp is shredded ignoring mechanics. Like, I don't need to worry about pillars. With pillars, don't need that. Like, look at the Mandragora. It's like, you're supposed to throw pillars at the cat. What do you mean you need to throw pillars at the cat?
Yeah, you have pillars? Well, I got blenders. Oh my god, man, it just amazes me. Honestly, the fact that players like Spiply exist in the global community for Arknights just makes me so happy and reassured that our skills in between, you know, our members as well as some of the best worldwide are not too far, and it's amazing to be able to see someone like Spiply show up in a matchup like this as well, being able to kind of demonstrate her Arknights prowess at full potential, and just being able to give her a stage to show it to a wider audience. I'm really glad to be able to be here and experience it.
Yeah, I'm glad I'm behind the caster decks and not the next victim on Spiply's absolute rampage through. I'm like, oh man, nope, I'm good here. No, I'm pretty happy here. The desk is my safety. No, I'm not getting in the way of Spiply's absolute rampage right now. As again, if you're either Ramon or Tskami, like you better start taking notes of that target ban of the palace, like. Again, that palace has been key so far to every single one of Spiply's strats that we've seen. So if you hit the palace with a ban, I wonder how much that's going to throw off Spiply's planning. Or has she accounted for it? She's like, no, it's okay. This is the one that they're all going to go for. And then, oh, you ban palace? All right, here's the better option, right? Does she have another ace up her sleeve? Because she hasn't had to change her strat.
Exactly, and the question is, you talk about Tskami, because Tskami would know a lot about what Spiply wants to do. They're both part of Team Mizuki. They've probably talked about what their strategies are going into this tournament. So I think the big spotlight here really falls down on towards Ramon. Now, he has a mountain to climb, man. This guy has to go up against Tskami, and even if he wins up against Tskami, he has to go up against Spiply, dude. This is... you're like literally walking to the International Space Station at this point. There is an incredible amount of work that Ramon has to do up against Tskami. She is gonna be, I don't know. Tskami's gonna have such a nice feeling going up against Ramon, because she definitely has an ally in the grand finals in the name of Spiply.
I've seen Tskami's tear through Ramon's tear through the brackets. Like, Ramon's been 2-0ing Cynic, 2-1 Tobo, right? As we're about to load in here between Team Mizuki Tskami and Team Ramon, if you're Spiply right now, you're probably hoping that Ramon wins, because Tskami's gonna know all your strats. So you're gonna have to start thinking on your feet if Tskami wins here.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm pretty sure Ramon has also done his research as well, right? And there's so much support here for Ramon, his team captain inside of the chat as well. There is so much on the line for both of our players. Tskami with the coin flip will be picking 7-18. We are going back to Patri Grandpa. Oh my god, we're starting off with the default, and you know what? A good baseline for us to be able to match up these two players, which we haven't seen at all throughout the tournament so far. The first time we are seeing these two show up on the stream, guys. The ban phase has begun. Posy to begin our ban phase off, a very standard ban, and Milinar can go back to reading his newspaper.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, like, we're seeing a lot more Posy bans after we've just, like, again, unsurprisingly, what we've seen Posy be able to do to all of these bosses, what Posy did to Patriot, what Posy did to Mandragora, just the absolute boss shredder that she is. As Calcit now gets banned, again, true damage, big damage, lots of boss killing getting taken out here. Oh, a Gladia ban come through on the side of Ramon.
It looks like a target ban up against Tskami, because even if you ban a Gladi here, it's not something that's going to completely mental boom somebody, right? Like, she's definitely convenient to have, especially in a stage like this. We saw her kind of making a very big difference, especially for Spiply at the end of 7-18, because you can just kind of place her at the left side, at the right side of the map, and just spawn camp as many enemies that way. But now that's going to be out of the board here. Is Tskami going to be banning the Schwartz on top of it as well? And one by one, these very streamlined operators we have seen throughout the course of the night at 7-18, or even banned altogether, could be making a resurgence. As you know what, Silver Ash being gone, not even worried about it.
Not even worried about it. But double heavy shooter ban, and there is something a little more spicy now. That is an Ebenholz ban. I've been mentioning this a few times, like, people sleep on Ebenholz being able to pop bosses. And there it is. Ramon will not be able to use that Ebenholz, neither will Tskami, but considering it's going to put out the ban, that's definitely a target ban. Ooh, our favorite potato farmer Bagpipe also getting banned here.
Exactly. DP generation early on, some of those early enemy sniper early on as well getting removed here from Ramon. Again, each of these bans really showing us these kind of specific bans that we're not entirely used to seeing every single game, really showing us what the plan is behind these players' picks, right? Like especially Bagpipe and Gladia pick alone kind of shows me that Ramon wants to kind of slightly alter the way that Tskami wants to play the early stages of the game as well as the later stages of the game too, because that Gladia pick, as we saw with Spiply, is such a good way to finish off the stage. And now that Tskami doesn't have access to that, Ramon's saying, well, I have another strategy to try to deal with that later stage of the run. And for the early stages, I'm going to ban Bagpipe because I also have a strategy for the early stages too.
Yeah, there's the pipe part of flag pipe has been taken away, but we'll see if any of these couple target bans from our players will affect each other, because again, like I've been mentioning, at this stage of the game, you have to expect that operators are going to be comfortable no matter what meta pick you ban. It's about, can you throw them off their game enough where they have to make a slight adjustment that they're not as familiar with. That is a Batoy Maru being picked on the side of Ramon.
Indeed. But 6-7 operators on the side of Tskami going to go straight in towards the stage. Aggressive plays as Team Mizuki has been doing throughout the course of the night. A full 12 operator squad here for Ramon, but he's going to be behind by about 5 to 10 seconds. Getting PC diff slightly here as well. Tskami loaded in instantaneously into 7-18, but we will see what the strategy looks like on the side of Ramon. Let's see what ends up happening here. Texas to start us off. Thorn's going to be placed on the side of Tskami. Was not banned here in 7-18, so a very solid lane holder on the side of Tskami. But look at this, Ramon starting to hold off the enemies already on the right side as well. Spawn camping from the beginning of the stage. I am liking this strategy from Ramon.
However, that is a Surtur. Surtur was not banned. This, I believe, is the first time we're seeing Surtur in play, and that is why, ladies and gents, Surtur keeps getting banned, because look at what she just did to Mr. Patriot.
It's not even close at this stage, but look at this. Ramon's starting to catch up very slightly. Remember, spawn camping enemies is a good way for you to lock down how many of these waves are going to be coming very early on, too, because some of these, waves getting locked behind the fact that you actually have to kill the enemies beforehand as well. So let's see what ends up happening here. Phase 1 for Patriot on Ramon's side, almost getting taken down. For Tskami's Phase 2 has almost resurrected. What is your strategy to tank that spear? It is going to be enough. I don't even know what happened. Who ate it? What was that?
Well, he hasn't thrown the spear quite yet, I believe. There it goes.
There we go. Okay,
and there goes Gnosis. Gnosis absolutely
I'm so
eats
used
it.
to throwing it instantly.
No, not quite this time. But on the side of Ramon, an interesting way to take out Patriot Phase 1, that is a Rosa and Indigo to take out Patriot. But, well, you may have interesting strats, but sometimes just the raw firepower that Surtur brings to the table. Look at that, Patriot is already dead. Tskami just going for that lat. It's just clean up for Tskami now. And it's, can she clean up the enemies fast enough before Ramon can catch up? Because Tskami doesn't have that full roster, so there's going to be more movement coming through from on Tskami's side. It's not going to be as hard of a spawn camp.
For sure. Let's see. These spawn camps are absolutely massive, but look at the kill difference between these two players as well. Ramon is catching up 31-32, but Tskami is sitting at 42, and the last set of waves of enemies have spawned here. The last melee operator enemy is going to spawn in here too, and Tskami will be taking away map number 1-0 in favor for Team Mizuki over Team Mom here in the semifinals in the second rotation. Oh man, Tskami showing their hand right now. Absolutely aggressive of a player, in a line with our other Mizuki player that is going to be in the grand finals of Spiply. Ramon has a lot to make up here, and if Ramon isn't able to take away the next map, that's it. It's going to be a Team Mizuki civil war for the grand finals.
Yeah, that's something that we've seen, like you mentioned, with a trend with Team Mizuki, like just all-out aggression, like full roster, no. Like every operator that I pick, take some time away. No, I go in right now, full rosters, get it out of here. Spawn camps, like, as fast as you can go. Like, that seems to be what Team Mizuki must have been training on in their scrims, versus Ramon with a more methodical, but with a more kind of, not as, sometimes, again, it was like a pretty cool play with the Rosa and the Indigo, but when you have raw firepower like Surtur available, like, I don't know if Ramon just completely forgot that Surtur didn't get banned. Like, I wonder if Ramon just forgot about that, because you saw the amount of damage that come through from that Surtur. Like, that's why she keeps getting banned in these 7-18 maps. Like, you're not, like, look at the difference between the damage there.
Yeah, and if anything, this was also an outplay from Tskami here as well, right? Not banning the Surtur intentionally, forcing the other person to ban it and eating up a ban slot instead. Like, this is huge gameplay, mind games coming from Tskami, and this is the kind of ban phase that I love to see in literally any kind of game. Force the hand on the other player. Sometimes you take a look at ban phases and people are going to be like, oh yeah, no, I'm just going to not allow the other person to play it. But there's so much more than that when it comes to ban phases, and Tskami played it perfectly here during 7-18 to force out the hand from Ramon, and when Ramon didn't force it, well, Tskami brought it out and just said, you know what, I'll take advantage of it. So I love what Tskami is doing here. R8-11 going to be selected for our second stage. Oh my god, Tskami and Ramon. Ramon has a lot of work here to do, and you know what, with the ban phase, we're going to have to start here to see what the ground up is going to be between these two players. We know that the penance strategy exists, we know that the ambusher strategy exists. What are these two players going to be going for?
Let's see what they go for here, because this is Ramon's last chance at least keeping his hopes for the grand finals alive. Team Mom's last hope. As Rosa gets banned, we did see Rosa get used in 7-18. That is definitely a targeted ban towards Ramon, as Ramon goes for the traditional Texas Alter and Minar bans, which I don't know if that's going to affect Tskami, just judging by the way she's been playing. Ambriel.
God, these are such targeted bans. No one bans Ambriel in a stage like this unless you're up against Ramon. This is heavy. Tskami has done her research. Oh, Ramon, you have a lot of shoes to fill right now, man. This guy has so much experience that he needs to gather from other players' matchups that he has gone up against. Firewatch being banned here as well. All these nukers being removed off of the face of the planet.
But yeah, look at these bans coming through. Like, these are Ambriel, Firewatch, those are 100% target bans of Ramon. And we'll see how much this is going to throw off Ramon's game. He's probably seeing it like, oh no. So we'll see how this goes. As again, Ramon is just going with the traditional bans, but I'm like, at this stage of the tournament, you can't just go for the just generic, like, bland toast bans. You have to start targeting. You have to do your research and start doing these target bans. As there's a Sculpture ban.
Oh my god, Posy being removed off of this map too. I would not be surprised if we start seeing, oh my goodness, I'm forgetting her name now because I don't remember her name. Like, my heart is running too fast. I feel like I'm getting a stroke right now because I'm forgetting all my words and I'm blumbering everything. But my god, dude, this ban phase is absolutely insane. Again, Tskami is showing her hand here. She knows what Ramon wants to do. These target bans are on purpose. Horn getting banned here from Ramon doesn't mean too much on the line of what Tskami wants to do, but she has one ban left, and who is she going to ban? It is going to be the Surtur. Not really a required operator for this kind of a stage, but Tskami doesn't want to leave that kind of chance up and available, banning the Surtur in the last slot. I love this ban rotation coming out from Tskami. Same thing for Ramon, but very standard. This is not a target ban phase that Ramon has up against Tskami. He's just saying, I gotta ban these default operators. I mean, Tskami is just way too good at this game. I just have to make sure that these extremely strong operators don't go into her hands, otherwise I'm definitely in trouble.
Yep, remember, we've been seeing Fartooth get banned a lot, but there is no Fartooth ban in play this time. Yeah. And Tskami looks like they're both sides raring to go, both hovering over that quick select, and here we go in. We'll see how quickly Tskami loads in. We've been seeing that hyper-aggressive, you know, not even full squads going in. As Ramon's picking up a run. Oh, Ramon's going with a hyper-aggressive. We're countering aggression with aggression. Here we go, as Tskami is now on the back foot.
Oh, Ramon, you have 6 operators. If he takes this gambit and this gambit pays off, he is on such a good ground going into the 3rd stage. But if he messes up here, one mistake will cost him his tournament. Blemmy Shine going to be used as the main tanking Vanguard inside of that front line. Oh my god, I know she's not a Vanguard. I meant it as an actual word for the Vanguard, chat. I'm sorry, okay? Again, I'm struggling here. It's not my day when it comes to speaking anymore, but man, this is insane. Ramon is going to have such a field day with this as long as he's able to finish off this stage with an incredible rotation of skills. Tskami focusing down a lot of the enemies on the left side right now, even using Gladiator to lock down some of these Lancers, and we'll be able to do that for the top rotation too. It all comes down to Ramon. Can he knock down the enemies on the left side? If he isn't able to, this is going to be extremely huge for Tskami. If he can, this will be a massive victory for Ramon.
That is a Rosmontis out on the side of Tskami. Both sides making use of the Andriana here, but Ramon has already been overtaken by Tskami despite the quicker start, as Ramon is down 4 kills now after having that kind of 5-10 second lead to start with, as Tskami starts wailing on these Lancers with that Rosmontis. As now it's just going to be, we're going to see how much the Tallulah HP comes to play, because look at how clear Tskami's field is right now. There is no damage coming in on that Tallulah apart from that HP drain. So from the pursuers, so like kills evening up now, but Tskami has been working down those Lancers and has, I believe, the faster wave spawn.
The benefit here is that, you know, Ramon is slightly ahead when it comes to the wave spawns for these enemies right now. We do have these archers heli dropping down. These little melee units should be able to take down Tallulah's health bar to dangerously low levels, but Tskami already has taken care of Tallulah. Ramon is out of enemies to knock Tallulah down. He is on the back steps of this right now. He's so close. He's just hoping to God that Tskami can't take down those Lancers at the top left, but you know Tskami has a strategy for this. Oh, we see the archer going through. Rosmontis has been placed. Those Lancers are going to get taken down. Ramon is at the back ends of this right now. Tallulah slowly but surely walking. He needs to knock down Tallulah, but are there any enemies left to do that right now? Does he have the burst to do this? I don't know. Tallulah needs to get taken down here. Golden Glow to go through. Who gets the win? It's going to be Tskami! And that's it!
God.
Tskami is going to take the win by 2 seconds. It's a 2-0 victory here for Team Mizuki, and we are going to go into the grand finals with a Team Mizuki Civil War. Ladies and gentlemen, Tskami with a victory over Ramon.
The Hella drop actually came in faster for Ramon, but the GG skill wasn't up in time, and Tskami had everyone positioned exactly where they would drop, so they just got annihilated on landing. Like, what do you do as Ramon there? Like, that's what I mean. Like, you can't waste a second on anything, because that delay in that GG skill, that was literally the difference between a win and a loss. That 1 SP point, like 1 or 2 SP points, that was the difference.
My head hurts, dude.
The level of these plays that are coming through, as we're about to see a Team Mizuki Civil War, but this is where it's gonna start getting interesting, because as they're both on Team Mizuki, we're gonna see target bans going either way, I imagine, because they probably scrim together.
We're finally going to start seeing a palace ban, aren't we?
Maybe.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals are upon us, but before that, we are going to go into a 3-minute break, give a little bit of a moment for both Tskami as well as Spiply to prepare themselves for what is to come, our first and only best of 5 between the 2 members of Mizuki. We will be back with you guys after the break.
Welcome back, everyone, to the grand finals of Arknights Challengers 1. A final match between MZK Spiply and MZK Tskami. Wow, Cookie, what are your thoughts so far? This is going to be a great match.
Bro, who would have expected that a team will be dominating the entire competition? To see both members of the same team right there at the end. And I think that just goes to say that we're about to have a banger of a finals. Because these guys know each other. And actually, I can't even say these guys. In fact, this is going to be a wild finals. Because as of what I've learned, both of our competitors, they're both girls. And that is one of the things that you may not expect out of an esports competition, where we end off a competition with that demographic, and at the same time from Arknights as well. I'm going to be so impressed. Even with a winner and a loser on the end, I just think they're going to perform to the greatest for us in just a little bit.
Absolutely. I think it's incredibly exciting that both of these players are females. Guys, usually in esports, a lot of popular esports out there is like League of Legends and Valorant. They actually separate the leagues and have women's teams and men's teams. But in this fact, for our community to showcase two amazing female players on the stage for the grand finals, it's an incredible feat, and I am so proud of both players. And of course, everyone else that competed in the tournament for making this happen.
Yeah, this is gonna be so damn cool to watch in just a little bit, and like I really can't wait to see how these two are about to target ban each other in just a little while. For the fact that they are in the same team, they might have came up with strategies all together. They've been watching each other play in this competition, and it's just gonna be interesting to see whether finally the strategies that they've been playing all throughout from the start till the end, whether they might just get a little bit targeted at this point in time.
Yeah, I absolutely believe the targeting is going to happen, especially given that these two came from the same team. They probably did show strats to each other early on, so this is a very epic finale between teammates. As we see on the screen right now, this is the top 8 leading to the grand finals. All of our top seeded players, everyone within the top 10, have actually been knocked out. Spiply, I believe, was way down in the seeds. She was not on our radars going into this competition, so absolutely amazing for her to make it all this way. And Tskami, actually our 11th seed in the tournament, making it, beating past all the 10 seeds to meet Spiply in the finals.
Well, I'd love to remind all the viewers over here that you guys have been watching this for quite a couple of hours already, and you have seen this whole journey together with everyone over here, from top 128 to now the last 2 players. These last 2 players, they've all played at least 12 rounds of the same match over and over again throughout today. And now it's gonna just culminate into this one final matchup of a best of 5. You might just see all 5 matches being played all together in just a little bit. And I think that's just a great way to do a finals. It could even be a sweep as well. Whichever it is, I cannot wait.
Yeah, absolutely. Best of 5. This is where everything gets very exciting, and yeah, I'd love to see a a 2-2 situation where we go to a final map. That would be absolutely amazing. If not, that's completely fine. Let us pass it back to the casters to cast the final match of tonight.
Thank you very much to Kookie and Viper for that intro. Guys, I don't think there is any intro in the world that can describe how epic this finals is going to be, but we could try to hype it up as much as we can, can't we, Wookie?
Oh, you bet we're gonna bring the hype train. Who needs to speak anyway, right?
Exactly. The hype train for the all-females finals is a go toot toot, and I am all here for it, guys. It is gonna be an absolute banger for the next 5 games that we could potentially get between MZK Spiply as well as MZK Tskami. They have worked so hard to get to the grand finals just to match up against one another. Can you imagine how they are feeling right now?
I mean, it must be just like, I mean, they must be relieved that it's just all Team Zuikaku, but they must be like, oh geez, I gotta work against like my own teammates, because not only is the top, the crown on the line here. If you're in a team, ooh, the bragging rights. Like, imagine the bragging rights. You get T-pose over your friends, right? Your teammates. You gotta start doing that, right? As 718 will be our first pick, as Tskami has won the coin toss. As Team Mizuki, the civil war between Team Mizuki is kicking off here. As we'll see what the first op picks are. I'm expecting target bans left and right.
Yeah, you know that these bans are actually going to mean something. Up until now, the pick and ban phases have definitely progressively gotten better and better and better as we have progressed through each individual rounds. But this right here, man, they know both of their strategies inside and out. These ban phases are going to be super important because you have to remember this too. If you ban something, you can't play it either, and if there's any strategies between Tskami as well as Spiply that kind of blend in with each other, if you ban that operator, you are saying, I cannot run this strategy either. But if you think that the opponent's strategy using that operator is way better than what you have access to, you have to ban it. So you have to really think about this, and this is where the ban phase becomes a lot more of a mind game, more so than just, you can't play this.
Yeah, we're seeing the Surtur ban come from Spiply. She must have seen what Tskami did with that Surtur against Patriot. Was like, nope, we're just gonna snip that right in the bud. Unsurprisingly, as Surtur's been banned for most of the tournament. And there it is! I've been saying it all night. Who is going to be the first one to recognize that Spiply has been running Palace left and right? And there it is. But again, there is a very, very good reason why Mizuki Tskami and Team Mizuki Spiply have made their way with dominant 2-0 victories in the semifinals. There is absolutely no doubt that they should be here. Like, if you have doubts, get them out of here. These are the two best players in this tournament right now. If you want a shot at the crown, you go take that. But you, not right now. As
exactly. Dude, Zuikaku right now is smiling from the heavens. This man got knocked out by Spiply earlier on during the quarterfinals, but this guy is smiling to the heavens at this point because he has to be proud of both Tskami as well as Spiply for making it this far. And this is definitely a finals worth looking at. And now that all of the target bans from Tskami are gone towards Spiply, we are finally starting to see some of these default bans coming through as the Texas Altar is going to be banned. Milinar back to the newspaper reading format, and Kaltzit joining the fray as Highmore gonna be our last ban. Okay.
Argument bans coming in from both Tskami and Spiply here. Both sides knowing their strats, and as we are about to hit the draft phase, we are about to see probably some of the most aggressive Arknights we've seen in this entire tournament between Team Mizuki. Because what's the one thing we've seen with Team Mizuki? Just absolute all-out aggression, no hesitation, just going right in. And we're gonna see who's got the faster clicking, who's got, I mean, it might come down to even PC diff at this point, but we're gonna see here as the drafting phase started. Look at these, look at them go, they're already going.
Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, Tskami versus Spiply. They're not even giving me time to talk about these two and hype them up. The grand finals have begun, the best of 5 has begun, and Tskami will strike first as she starts going into the stage immediately with about 7 operators in hand. Spiply is going to follow immediately suit, 12 operators in hand, wanting to go for the safe play here for the first map. Again, this is a best of 5. You have so many maps to play around, you might as well play it safe in the early stages, but because it's Tskami and Spiply, you cannot count on any one of these two making mistakes at this point.
Yeah, we're about to see, like, you want spawn camps? You're gonna have spawn camps on top of spawn camps going on here, is my bet, as it looks like Spiply is not going for the initial spawn camp because she does need to get rid of that Patriot first, setting up the classic Pram and Exia kill that we've seen so many times, whereas Tskami is setting up a what is that? That is a Scotty and a Spectre normal, that is, to try to kill the Patriot there with a Gnosis there as support, as damage coming through onto Patriot from Spiply's Spectre.
The big thing here is that both of them are running the Gladia on the bottom side. Remember, the last enemy, the 45th enemy that spawns, is going to be at the very bottom, initially at the bottom entry point for the enemies. And Gladia will be able to one-shot if you have her skill. I think it's skill 2 fully maxed out. So both of our players here definitely looking at that angle right now. We saw what Spiply did earlier with the Spectre Altar, placing it on the top right above Gladia as well to knock out any other enemies that come out from the top exit point for the enemies. We'll take a look at what ends up happening here. Tskami still holding the backline here with Spectre Altar as well, just barely being able to knock down some of those priority targets as the skill is going to go through. So between these two players right now, it really comes down to who can kill that Patriot first and start moving on to the rest of the stage. And I think Spiply is going to be able to do that in just a moment as Patriot spawning here for phase 2. Again, Carnelian is going to be taking that spear, and down goes Patriot. Spiply pulling ahead on the boss front.
Let the spawn camp begin. Spiply may be down 1 kill, but that is still a Patriot that Tskami needs to chunk through, as, well, he is getting absolutely shredded now by the Scotty, as kill count is still in favor of Tskami at 39 compared to Spiply's 35. So let the spawn cap begin, but 4 kills for Tskami versus 39 for Spiply. As we're going to see if Tskami's going to be able to clean it up, and there it is. That extra quick start with the 7 operator, 7 with a full squad of 12, being key to Tskami's win there, as Spiply took that extra bit of time to do that finish drafting phase. The Palace ban is absolutely coming in and affecting Spiply now.
Yep, you're absolutely right. Tskami with an early punch up against her own teammate of Spiply with a 1-0 lead here in the grand finals, and now it is time for Spiply to punch back. Tskami had the map pick for 7-18. What is Spiply going to respond in kind with? Remember, guys, it is a best of 5. Play your cards right. We might see a 5-game match between Spiply and Tskami. I am all for it. Please, I am praying to you, Yostar gods. I want to see a best of 5 between these two players. 9-19 is going to be coming up. Mandragora, but we know Tskami is going to be banning Palace here. Does Spiply have a backup plan in order to kill Mandragora as fast as she did before? But at the same time, we also have to remember Irene is such an important part of Spiply here. Will Tskami ban that operator too?
Yeah, Spiply trying to go for the comfort back pick of 919. The XE is getting banned here, but again, the comfort pick here, the 919 comfort pick, it's all been hinging on a Palace strat so far. So we're going to see if Tskami bans that Palace, if it'll affect Spiply's comfort pick, or if Tskami's going to try it, or if Tskami believes that her strat is better than Spiply's strat. Warframe ban, Exia ban coming in, no gunning down of the Mandragora with that buff as Chalter comes in on the side of Spiply.
I'm expecting some more bans here from Tskami to target down Spiply. There are so many operators that are key to Spiply's pan here. Praminix is definitely one of them. I talked about the Irene. Palace is still up in line too. But with Surtur going out of the board here, Tskami leaving up a couple of these priority targets available for Spiply right now. Remember, without Exu, you can't eliminate the left side gargoyles instantly as Spiply, so she's going to have to come up with a different plan for that aspect of this. But let's see what Tskami starts to bring to the table for the last couple of bans here. Texas Alter going out, and that means a lot of really good priority picks here for Spiply gonna be up and available. What are we going to see? Very standard bans here from Spiply, and for the last one available here to Tskami, will we see a target ban? It will not be the case as Posi comes through. Spiply strategy, save for the Exu, still all fully available.
Yeah, the only thing, I think it's gonna be key coming down that Mandragora kill, because if you kill Mandragora at spawn, that's an entire side that you don't need to move. You don't have to wait for Mandra to float over to the pillars for you to throw them at her. So I wonder if Tskami also has that idea to hard spawn cap that Mandragora, as we didn't see 919 in the previous map was. Tskami just tore through it, truthfully. But I wonder if Tskami's banking on that, like, I'll have a better kill in the top left. Irene is still in play for both sides here, because, well, she wasn't banned, but there it is. There's the Palace comfort pick, as we're going to see who loads in here. Highmore coming in for Tskami, as we're going to see, oh, there is an Ebenholz getting picked, so it looks like there is a strat in mind on the side of Spiply to cover for that lack of Exia, as we're going to see who's loading in here. Slower draft comes to go side, but Tskami with the faster draft pick once again, as we've been seeing. That was the key to Tskami's win last round.
Yep, and this is genuinely kind of trickling down from that Exu ban. That definitely putting a little bit of a halt on Spiply's plan to knock down the left side comfortably, because you need that, Irene as well as the Exu to knock down the top left side extremely comfortably, according to what Spiply has been doing so far. And taking out that Exu definitely putting a slight dent into what she wants to do for the later stages of the game. At least she was able to hold on towards the Irene to kind of knock down those gargoyles regardless. But now she has to come up with a completely different plan, and that's what bought a couple of additional crucial times here for Tskami. Let's see what ends up happening as Mandragora will spawn here first for Tskami. Mizuki is going to be the first one down on the ground to see if she can try to knock down a little bit of the health bar on the side of Mandragora. Spectre Alter, of course, still trying to do whatever she does best by holding that line. Will be going into the doll form. Nope, will get retreated here instead.
I think this is going to come down. Oh, looks like Spiply is not going for the hard spawn cap. Mandragora, look at that. So Spiply's strat definitely still getting affected, as Tskami's taken the lead with, has started with the lead, 22-18 right now, 25-18. His kills are coming through as Mandra starts making her way down to the pillars, and that is a target. Ooh, that is a good timing with the Carnelian skill to get the pillar onto Mandra, reducing that skill. And there's the Ebenholz. Did you see that? Half Mandra HP gone.
Yep.
and that's FaZe.
Oh my
Look
god!
at that. What did I say about Ebenholz getting banned? And everyone's sleeping on Ebenholz. Oh, why are you banning Ebenholz? That's why. That's why you see Ebenholz getting banned, because he can do things like that. As Spiply now takes the lead on Mandragora, as Tskami is still having to deal with that Mandragora. She is still alive. There are no pillars to throw at this cat. She is plinking at her. Oh, the pillar was dropped. Oh, no.
Gladius starting to get overwhelmed here too. Oh no, there's a lot of focus that Tskami needs to do all around the map right now. Of course, the left side's not going to be too difficult to hold. Oh my god! Those little Roomba hoverboards just barely making it to the end. But this is problematic here for Tskami. There's one pillar left. But the question is, I don't think she could do it. Tskami waving the white flag as she retreats from the mission. But for Spiply with Mandragora down, this has to be an easy clear left. If Spiply is looking at Discord right now, you definitely know she's breathing a sigh of relief. Guys, we are going to go into stage 3 with a 1-1 on the scoreboard. Spiply going to take one over Tskami.
Well, like I've been saying, like, okay, well, this was Spiply's bad pick. So as it turns out, you can ban whoever. Spiply's got a strat for this map, as Tskami's just going to reset and hope beyond hope that something goes wrong for Spiply. But as we've seen from Spiply, mistakes are not made on her side. With the level of aggression, like, look, like, the Gargoyle is about to go down here. Ebenholz just wait and charge that skill just to finish them off, as this should finish as a very comfortable win for Spiply now.
Definitely should. Even if Irene dies, yeah, these are the only last enemies alive, and Gargoyles, while they are really annoying, not really that dangerous when it comes to getting to the exit, especially if you have that entire conclave set up for the left side too. So Spiply with a 1-1 takeover here, giving a little bit of a punch back on towards her teammate Tskami, and we are going to go into the next map, guys, in the 1v1 for the point total. Oh my god, dude, this is a grand finals and a half.
Well, like, Team Mizuki not disappointing with this all-out aggression, a very exciting all-offense-based matchup here, as, again, you see the all-out aggression coming from both sides, like Tskami loading it just really quickly, both sides making their op choices very quickly, but Spiply having, plans upon plans. It's like, oh, you banned the XE on the Warframe? Doesn't matter. Ebenholz, as we're about to go into RA11 as picked by Tskami here, so I wonder if Tskami has a tailored strat for it, or this is kind of just at the more 50-50 ends. We'll find out.
Take a look. If Tskami was watching Spiply, or if Spiply was watching Tskami, I'm expecting a couple of specific target bans to come out here. But the problem is, our 8-11 has so many different strategies that we've been seeing from both of these players that I don't think target banning is going to be enough unless you start shredding apart every single one of those strategies by picking apart the most important operator in each individual one of those strategies. And starting off with the Mizuki here, Spiply is definitely putting her foot on the ground and saying, I want to try shredding some of your strategies that we have seen in the past. But as the ban starts going on, yeah, of course, you're going to have to ban the Milinar. You still have to ban some of these prior targets. So it's not like Spiply has all the cards available to make sure she can start tossing out some of these target bans. She needs to still prioritize some of those Joker cards, those Ace cards. She still has a lot of work to do.
Yeah, you need to set the foundation of your bans before you start going for the target bans. But so far, I think for R811, the speediest kill I think we see was still from Frazyn. So I wonder if either of them have been studying up on the various players' strats, because that's a pretty crazy strat. There's the Ebenholz ban, but I'm not sure how much Ebenholz will get used here. I know he'll probably delete the Imperial Strikers. We've seen Strikers get left alive to kill Tallulah, so we'll see how much this affects Spiply's strategy here, as no Palace ban still. Spectre Altar getting banned here too now.
Yeah, it's another one of those situations where you ban the Ebenholz, but it doesn't really put a plan, really doesn't put a stop to anything that Spiply wants to do in the long run. Because you see the Ebenholz ban, and it's like, okay, well, I can't use the Ebenholz. I still have like 6 other different strategies I can go with that clears extremely fast too. So I think the Ebenholz ban here is slightly kind of like an open ban that doesn't really do too much, but it's one of those things that really allows Tskami to not have to worry about the strategies that involve Ebenholz. Maybe it's just one of those strategies to kind of not worry about an idea or a strategy that you're not going to be using, just kind of denying it for Spiply to be able to run. But that is going to be the 10 bans coming through for both Tskami and Spiply for our 8-11. Ladies and gentlemen, the third map for these two in a 1-1 for the scoreboard. This will break the tie and determine who is going to be on tournament point for the Arknights Challengers #1. The draft pick is a go, and these two are going absolutely ham when it comes to character picks.
And there it is. That's the aggressive pick from Spiply that we've seen previously. Again, the read being brought in. Read Alter coming soon, but the read being brought in, and we've seen Spiply's just line of vanguards in the back line. As with the Tequila, whose job is to shred out all that front line. So we're going to see if this pays off for Spiply, as, remember, Texas Alter was not banned. That Texas Alter doing absolute work on poking some of these guys down.
Absolutely, but the problem here is Spiply chose all of her operators early on, but load time difference is a thing. Tskami has way more operators to fall back upon if she ever gets in trouble, or more utilities to react to as well. A lot of additional things going in favor for Tskami here, but we know Spiply, even with a limited amount of operators, can do her work as intended. Tequila doing his job. The backline doing their jobs as well. Spiply has a plan, Tskami has a plan. It's just whose strategy clears this stage faster.
Yeah, Tskami bringing out the Texas Ultra, though, has cleared out almost the entire left side, minus those Lancers up there, as Tequila is going to work clearing out the big waves, but it just depends on how quickly Tskami is going to use that Rosmontes to take out the damage. Rosmontes does not attack the quickest, as Spiply is using the Gladi, has cleared out all those Lancers at the top right side, or the top left side, sorry, as Fiametta begins work on the Lancers at the bottom left side, as the Wall of Vanguards continues to do their work.
Yeah, and the thing is, Tskami not deciding to bring another skill here for Rosmontes will still most likely be able to knock down most of those Lancers. We saw the Rosmontes coming through earlier, but not having Rosmontes on a skill 2, skill 3 definitely is going to make her burst rotation on the last couple of enemies maybe like a second or two slower, and that could be the time that Spiply could definitely use to take advantage of everything that she's kind of falling behind on. Although Tskami, again, still very far ahead, about half a wave ahead in this stage right now, as those Ursus melee units absolutely hammering away on Tallulah. Same thing for Spiply here as well, but again, she's still absolutely behind Tskami, and she needs to find a way to catch back up.
And, I mean, she's caught up. Tallulah is dead on both sides, but Spiply is ahead 2 kills. That Lancer is still alive for Tskami at that top side, as the Dorothy mines are starting to come into play, but the mines aren't able to detonate until something lands on them. So we're going to find out. This is going to be Helidrop timers now, as this is going to be the last 3 kills for Spiply, and the last 5 kills for Tskami, as Helidrop go down, and 4 kills left on the side of Tskami, as 3 left on the side of Spiply, and we are just waiting for some Helidrop damage now. Again, both Tallulahs are dead, landmines are down for Dorothy, as the Helidroppers are missing out the land. There's the landmine, but he's still alive. Oh, Tskami takes it just a second before the Dorothy landmine did come through with that extra chunk of damage, and Tskami takes that by a split second, despite Spiply's faster start of 2-1.
And that was a micro mistake there from Spiply. Stayed on the skill screen too long, and it bought Tskami that precious second and a half, maybe 2 seconds that she needed to take away that map from Spiply. So punching back, each individual player has taken away their own individual map picks, and looking at it right now, Spiply, according to how the pattern works, should be able to take away the next stage. The question is, which one will Spiply go for? Either way, if Spiply wins this match, we're going to see the other map coming through anyway, so let's see what Spiply decides to go for. Which map are you more comfortable with?
Let's find out. Are you more comfortable fighting free, or are you more comfortable fighting the Hammer and Bow brothers? As Spiply's pick should be coming through shortly here.
Both of our EX stages up in line. It's either going to be free or the Death Knight brothers. Spiply, I mean, I feel like for Spiply, the best call here would be free. Yeah, exactly. There we go. Okay, because Spiply's strategies in regards to a lot of the stages that she has ran definitely goes to kind of show the efficiency of operators in very high pressure situations, and Spiply is the type of player to micro through all of those capabilities by using the maximum potential of her operators. And this stage, if anything, is literally the best stage for Spiply to really show us her potential in a very tight tournament like this with high pressure all across the board. But the question is that skill really going to hold up against Tskami, who has also shown an incredible display of skill throughout this entire tournament? We will have to see.
Incredible skills, shows of skill. Oh my god, I'm stumbling over my words too. But as the Posse gets banned and the Texas Ultra gets banned, again, WEREX8 is the one we've seen with the most amount of random blindy leakages, especially if you don't take out Free quick enough. He's gonna start flipping those tiles, as there's the Ebenholz ban. Tskami's like, nuh-uh, I saw what you did with Ebenholz in 9-9-10. You are not blasting down Free in half a second.
Absolutely right. Milinar going to be taken out again. Very standard bans from both of these players. I think they both have understood that both players have absolutely no reason to target ban anymore. There's way too many strategies going around that literally you ban one out, the other person's just going to default onto a different strategy. It really does not matter. Save for the Carnelian though, going to be used here. Probably because Tskami knows that Spiply has been using Carnelian as the main source that tank a lot of damage. And when you're going up against Free, making sure that Carnelian eats a lot of the phase 2 invulnerability skills, that will definitely help a lot when it comes to the future DPS when that invincibility disappears.
Yeah, XCS, Suzu, and Chalter getting banned now. I wonder if Tskami's going for the ban of Warfarin next to deny that ranged sniper damage, as Spiply seems to be going for a more traditional ban. That is an Earth Spirit ban. Ladies and gentlemen, that is an Earth Spirit. What strategy must Spiply have had that Earth Spirit of all units is key to it enough to warrant a ban? Alternatively, it could just be that Tskami's like, I don't want to ban this, I don't want to ban it, I want to leave it open for my own usage. But target bans... Ooh, yeah, but like it looks like target bans coming through on the side of Tskami versus Spiply going for the more traditional bans. We'll see how this plays out as the draft phase is starting.
Ladies and gentlemen, the fourth map between Tskami as well as Spiply, the civil war between the two members of Team Mizuki Fan Club is a go. The draft picks have begun here, the grand finals. If Spiply wins this, we go to a game 5. If not, this is tournament point here for Tskami. Both members and both players have worked so hard to get to where they are here today. Spiply is going to take the immediate jump into the stage as we are going to go jump in to WREXA. Tskami taking way too long to find Fartooth, and this is looking like trouble for Tskami.
We'll see if that lack of one operator for Spiply. Okay, doesn't matter. Tskami decides to go into 10 operators. So we're gonna go for the again. Look at the spawn camp. There's only one spawn point apart from Free. So both sides going for that hard spawn cap initially. Or correction, Spiply going for the hard spawn cap initially, as Tskami is letting the doggos run around the sides. And we'll see how the strategy goes, as Spiply taking a 7-1 kill lead at the moment as we wait for Free to spawn and the setups to come through.
Yeah, and in the end, right, like the early portions of this stage, kind of holding these enemies at this point and letting them just trickle on through doesn't really matter too much, because even if you have like the quote-unquote kill gates early on with these small mobs, it really doesn't really matter, right? It's just the later stages that you have to focus a lot of your damage on towards the center area where the spawn camp is definitely going to happen, unless we're all getting played here by Tskami, and Tskami wants to set up for a very fun grand finals. But like, I really wish this wasn't the case, right? Because it's still a tournament. You gotta try to win with everything that you've got so far. But if Tskami wants to go to a game number 5, this is absolutely the way to do it.
Free got absolutely barbecued by Ifrit there, as the snipers are coming through, besieger damage coming through, heavy shooter damage coming through, and Free is dead on the side of Spiply. That is a commanding lead that Spiply now has, as Free is still trundling his way through the bottom of the map and flipping tiles. That's the key part. Free is still alive on the side of Tskami, as Spiply is now going to have to deal with blinding. Does she have the tile flips to deal with them? And I believe she does. Yes, she does. As now it's just a matter of dealing with the blindies and just not making any mistakes, as Free is dead and Spiply has a pretty comfortable lead here over Tskami.
Yeah, and the thing is, Irene standing on top as well, especially with the Stima going down. These blindies are going to be almost next to no issues here for Spiply. Again, the only issues is attributes, but that's easily controllable since Free is dead. So I like the way that Spiply has everything set up here. Tskami extremely close when it comes to the targets, but Free's not dead yet. Free's still roaming around at the top side of the map there for Tskami. Wasn't able to knock it down in the first rotation of that boss moving along. That skill to change the attributes, of course, going through. Gladia will get taken down. Slowly but surely, Free will fall on the side of Tskami, but for Spiply, it's already over.
Yeah, Free has gone down on the side of Tskami, but that is very late, as Spiply is literally just waiting for these last enemies to come on. Look at the kill box she set up there. I feel bad for those enemies if they weren't such a pain, but oh boy, look at the damage going through now.
Well, Fury Not really. You're just dead. So Fury no longer. It's just going to be an easy kill box there for Spiply. This will confirm that we are going to go to a map number 5 between the two Mizuki fan club members. Tskami not being able to overcome the powerhouse that is Spiply in WREX8. 2 versus 2 when it comes to the scoreline, guys. We are at the match point, tournament point for both of our players. We know which map is coming up. Both of our players know which map is coming up. The arrows pointing to both of our members in this matchup. Guys, MNEXA, the Death Knight brothers, to finish our tournament off for the Arknights Challengers number 1. And of course, Spiply and Tskami, the 2 players to fight it out up against one another.
Yeah, get that Casimir's dubstep music blasting, y'all, because that's where we're heading. And the interesting part is, this is the one that both players have been avoiding with their map picks, which goes to show me that this is the map they're probably the least comfortable on. But what better way to end this absolute banger of a tournament with a grand finals that goes all the way. No sweeps in this grand finals, as we're loading in here as the ban phase begins.
Ban phase, ban phase, ban phase. There's a lot of target operators. We've only seen this map a handful of times too between you and I in the stream, and that's for good reason. A lot of other stages, people have solid strategies on that have worked and stood true to the test of time. The problem is for MNEX8, again, as you said, Spiply and Tskami haven't really played the stage on stream, which means we do not know exactly what their strategies are going into this one. The bans are going to be default. Arketto out, of course, in a stage like this. Arketto is going to be absolutely incredible. Same thing for Golden Globe. I would not be surprised if Fartooth comes out in a stage like this. But the question is, if you do ban Fartooth, or if you don't ban Fartooth, you can run it. The question is, how can you align the kill between Fartooth's lane as well as the other lane? That would be the one big thing that I want to wonder how these two players are going to be able to figure out.
Carnelian target ban coming through on the side of Tskami, but no Palace ban yet. Spiply continuing banning 2 horses. No swings available as always, unexpected, or more expectedly, because, well, swing, lots of damage. No Exia either, so a lot of that, I'm expecting, so that Exia Warframe combo will no longer be available as Tech Salter also now gets banned.
This is insane, man. Last 2 bans remaining for Tskami and Spiply. After this, draft phase begins. Everything is a go. Searcher down and out when it comes to the ban phase as well. And for Spiply, her last ban is going to be... It's going to be the Highmore.
So target ban coming through with the Highmore and the Carnelian, but no Fartooth ban, which makes me wonder if this is more favored towards Spiply, because we've seen what that Palace combo does to bosses, and having the availability of Fartooth, like, this spices things up a bit here.
Yeah, this is absolutely insane. In a stage like MNEX8, if Posy is left and available too, these two are literally going at each other's throats right now. They both want blood. They're not trying to deny any specific strategies. Of course, the Carnelian comes out, the Exu comes out as well, but there's so many ways to knock down both of the Death Knights extremely quickly. Let's take a look at what happens, guys. Spiply and Tskami, the last stage that we are going to be seeing for Arknights Challenger. Give it all in the chat, because these two have played an absolutely incredible series, but this one is going to be it. Who is going to enter the stage first? Who will come out of it first as well?
Yeah, they're just all out. Whatever strat you have, whatever hidden cards, this is the time to bring it all out. As Tskami loads in first. Oh, we've seen what that does. Spiply taking her time. Oh no, has to make a swap. That is going to be critical in this last phase, as Tskami is already loaded in. Knights are coming out already on the side of Tskami, as Spiply is still on a loading screen.
Oh, this is really bad. We've seen in this series, Spiply loads way slower than Tskami. You're this far behind already. You're going to fall further and further behind. This is looking really tough for Spiply. This is a stage that really doesn't have that many kill gates either, so Spiply has to set up literally everything up in the front and one-shot those Death Knights immediately. Otherwise, the stage is looking extremely doomed for Spiply right now. Everybody's starting to set up everything on their hands too. Tskami not even caring about the supply drones, because she knows she has the capabilities to instantly one-shot those bosses, and this is not looking good for Spiply.
This is not looking good for Spiply right now, like you mentioned, but Spiply is trying to catch up at the kill counts. Knights are going down on the side of Spiply, as the middle Knights are also getting taken out. Spiply is caught up at the kill count, actually. This is actually starting to turn a bit here. We're about to see Spiply is set up for the boss kills already. Tskami less so, because look at the setup for Spiply. Pazzi and Schwartz are already set up. Those kills are ready to go. As the Knight has walked through a little bit, Spiply is ahead in kill counts.
Oh my god, they're dead even. They are dead even right now. Literally dead even. Both of these players, oh my god, the drones are coming out literally at the same time. Okay, this is super, super close. That one Knight passing through Spectre like that, definitely costing Tskami a lot of time here. But look at this, the second set of Knights coming through immediately. Spiply versus Tskami, who has it in the end. Spiply has Typewriter as well as Pazzi set up. Schwartz is set up here as well. Dorothy goes down with the traps. What is the answer to the top archer from Tskami? Because both of the Death Knights going extremely fast on the side of Spiply. The health bar on the Death Knight. The archer is dead. The Knight on the bottom slowly but surely draining in the health bars, and Spiply, ladies and gentlemen, is going to have it.
Take it. No, she hasn't. No, disaster strikes as the Knight just absolutely hammered away. Tskami's chance. This is Tskami's chance. He is stunned and he is praying that Saga doesn't have damage to kill the Death Knight here. Oh my god, it is neck and neck, and Spiply takes it just barely. With the 3-2, what a grand finals that was. Spiply with a slower start, but as it turns out, it did not matter as her strategy was fully set up with the Schwartz and the Pazzi.
Schwartz and a Pazzi, the two snipers to knock down bosses, to take away the victory for Spiply. Get that A out of my face. It was both Schwartz as well as Pazzi for Spiply to take the victory. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the champion for Arknights Challengers #1. Team Mizuki takes away the victory, but in the end, the last one that stands is going to be Spiply. An incredible tournament played here by Spiply. We got to experience a good chunk of her tournament play here as well. Never did she falter once up against her opponents, and we saw how much effort she put in up against her own teammate at the final ones.
Yeah, you can see like how Spiply played. Look at that mistake-free play that was coming out from Spiply. Like no resets, nothing like that, and just calm, collected play, even if you took slower to start out, right? It's just like the flip. Like she was down, what, 10 kills at the start of it? And then just flipped it completely around. Like you saw the Aya Fiala was used to clear out drones to start the next wave. Aya Volcano.
we saw the world, dude. Oh my god, this was so fun to watch. But ladies and gentlemen, from us, from Wookie and I, that is going to be it, because we're going to throw it back to the host. So seriously, thank you so much, guys, for being in the chat, being here to support all the players. And Wookie, thank you so much for joining me here as well. I appreciate your presence.
Thank you as well, Shuvi. I mean, couldn't have asked for a better co-caster. Again, thank you to Viper for allowing us to cast this absolute banger of tournament and seeing how amazing players we have here. And again, GG's in the chat everywhere, but a big congratulations to Spiply for taking the win.
Absolutely. Appreciate you guys, and let's throw it back to the hosts.
Wow, what a grand finals, Cookie. Hey, can we please get a quick clap, a huge clap for our casters tonight. They went through 5 hours of pain and did an amazing job casting the entire tournament all the way from top 128 to the grand finals. So huge clap to our amazing casters.
Honestly, the casters did a wonderful job for the fact that they had to do every single round for you guys to watch. So thank you once again to both Shuvi and Wookie for giving us a great time. And it's not just them as well. To make this whole entire competition possible, it's honestly thanks to the people who have supported this competition, whether you're a patron, and at the same time, to all of the moderators who made all the rounds possible, helping us to man each and every stage and deciding each of the winners each round. Thank everyone for your efforts.
Yeah, absolutely. We gotta shout them out again because these are the people that have made this possible. Huge final shout out to our patrons who are supporting this entire prize pool and funding basically everything that's happening in the back end. Special shout out to our higher end patrons, Kestrel, The Lost One, Ohio Hina, Nan, Sora, Marsu Mouse, Robot Dragon, and Luke. Thank you so much for all of your support. And hopefully, guys, if you guys want to continue supporting us in the future, you can become a patron yourself. And of course, we cannot forget our amazing back-end staff, Rumby and Isaac for supporting, of course, the entire teaser, making this all super hype. Lappy for the amazing stage pick and band music, Crescendo of Fate, custom made for this tournament. And of course, the people running it itself, the TOs, the 18 amazing people in the back end. Some of these guys were actually picked up last minute. Some of these TOs literally came out 3 hours before the tournament to say, hey, I'm down to help out. So thank you guys so much, the 18 of you guys that made this happen, for running everything in the back and for us to make this entire tournament happen. Absolutely amazing job by all the actors in the back end.
And honestly, the biggest thank you has to go to the main organizer, the person who's behind all of the ideas for this competition, and that has to go to Viper himself right over here. Thank you for planning. What a brilliant competition that you have given to everyone. It's so fun to see every of the competitors that we had, and even a great grand finals, a historical grand finals, I would say, to even finish it all off. So to all of you in the chat, give your words of appreciation to everybody who's made this possible.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Cookie, for being on to analyze everything with me. I think it's great to have 2 hosts on and be able to talk with someone during the phases outside of the casting phase. So thank you so much for joining, and hopefully you can continue to help me bring this to life in the future as well. One big congratulations. One final congratulations, of course. The one who is crowned the champion, MZK Mizuki Fan Club, Spiply. Absolute amazing job making it through the gauntlet and being our top crown, our winner, our champion for Challengers #1. Wow, we're gonna see them go up in the seeds in the future, but hopefully y'all all enjoyed this. Congratulations to Spiply.
It was a brilliant, valiant effort by Spiply. We managed to catch quite a few of the matches of her today, and honestly, the Mizuki team, I have to say, they're the biggest winners of the competition this time around. They have so much bragging rights to take away right after this competition. So honestly, amazing stuff. And I gotta ask it to you, Viper. How do you feel after the whole competition has ended?
Oh man, I loved every bit of it. That was amazing. God, honestly, as an organizer, it's always a bit nervous coming into something huge like this. I know there's so many people that I'm relying on the back end, and they all did an amazing job today, and I'm so proud of my entire team. And of course, to all of you guys, the viewers, for showing up for such an amazing tournament. I am just very blessed that we have such an amazing Arknights community that can do such, like, guys, Arknights is a gacha game. You don't see this kind of stuff in gacha communities. So big clap, a big pat on the back to all of you guys for supporting this. Hopefully, whether you're going to be a continuous viewer in the future, welcome back. And if you want to compete, we have another tournament coming up next month. These are monthly tournaments. We want to make this a recurring thing for our community. So hopefully you'll join us then.
It's gonna be amazing to see what you're gonna bring to us to the table, Viper, and I can't wait to see things as it happens, whether I'm a contestant, whether I'm a viewer, or even a host in the future competitions. I cannot wait for all of these to happen. So thank you once again.
Thank you, and of course, thank you to Cookie, thank you to chat, thank you to everyone behind. Have a great night, have a great day wherever you guys. It's been a great tournament, and we will catch you guys next time. All right, guys. Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.